Before this man gained his powers, he stabbed his wife with a knife. He slashed his wife's throat. Blood splattered everywhere. All because his wife was eerie. She had killed him countless times before. However, the man was killed by his wife instead. He didn't even know how he died. This shows that his wife's power is unfathomable. The first rays of morning sunlight shine into the room. Fang Xiu is abruptly awakened by the alarm on his phone. Just as Fang Xiu opens his eyes, he is shocked by the scene before him. He sees blood-red text densely covering the ceiling, like countless lively wriggling tadpoles. It is utterly bizarre. The day is dark. Who is it that's scribbling on my ceiling? Suddenly, the blood-red words on the ceiling slowly fade away. Fang Xiu contemplates. Could it be that I was dreaming? But those words were so clear just now. Fang Xiu looks around at the familiar surroundings. It seems to be his bedroom. But it is not a place he recognizes. Where exactly is this? Where did the luxurious big bowl of instant noodles I had last night go? Where did the hundreds of millions worth of projects I submitted go? In an instant, countless memories flooded my mind. Memories from my infancy to my adolescence came rushing back. This person is similar in age to me. He looks the same. But our life paths are completely different. It looks like I have crossed over to another self in a parallel world. But that strange blood incident didn't happen in my original memory. Suddenly, I heard someone call, "Husband." Fang Xiu was completely stunned. No wonder Fang Xiu was taken aback. The beautiful woman in front of me had fair skin and was stunning. She looked 100 times better than the beauties in short videos. I saw the beautiful woman sit down next to Fang Xiu. "Honey, should you eat breakfast first? Or me first?" I didn't expect the me in a parallel world to be married. Looking at the beauty in front of him, Fang Xiu felt it wasn't too bad. But what should I call her? Wife, darling, or sweetheart? Still calling her obedient. In the end, the daughter decided it would be better to just name her. She immediately searched her mind for the other person's name. However, the next second, she was directly shocked by this woman's life. No dating experience, none. No special skills or hobbies, none. No information at all. Even in her memory, there was no trace of this woman. Fang Xiu cautiously glanced at the so-called wife. He saw that she was also staring at him oddly. Fang Xiu nervously asked, "Who exactly are you?" Suddenly, his wife smiled. "You can actually see me." At that moment, Fang Xiu knew he was in trouble. Xiu, it's me. I'm going to see great-grandma now." At this point, his wife became even more beautiful and enchanting. Fang Xiu happily shed tears. With a snap, Fang Xiu directly started over and took on the cycle alone. Just now, Fang Xiu was eaten by his wife. Fang Xiu magically resurrected. What is going on? Wasn't I just eaten? How come I'm unharmed again? Was I just dreaming? However, when Fang Xiu raised his head, he saw the densely packed blood-red characters on the ceiling again. Yet the blood-red characters slowly faded away like before. Could the painting on the ceiling be a hint? Is it telling me to play blind? No, the original body is not blind. He's just an ordinary person. Besides, he doesn't even remember ever seeing this wife. So, the meaning of this is, he can't let his wife know that he can see her. He has to act like she doesn't exist, completely ignore her so he won't be eaten. A gentle, tender voice calling, "Husband," echoed. The wife walked out of the bathroom, just like last time. "It's over, my wife wants to get frisky with me again. I have to ignore her. Pretend I can't see." I see my gentle and soft wife squatting by the bed, looking at Fang Xiu with love. "Do you want breakfast, dear? Or do you want me first?" However, Fang Xiu nervously clutched the bedsheet, afraid to speak. But my wife turned her head 180 degrees to look at Fang Xiu. Fang Xiu looked shocked. "My dear wife, I can't believe you have this skill. You're not following the script." His wife immediately smiled happily. "I can actually see you. If nothing goes wrong, there's still a twist." Fang Xiu was beaten again. However, Fang Xiu woke up from the bed as if nothing had happened. Who can handle a wife like this? What on earth is going on? Is this the echo of death or an infinite loop? Every time he dies, he returns to the initial starting point. It's like a save point in a game. He just looked down and ignored him, but he came over on his own. That means he needs to make sure we see him before he acts. Then I'll just pretend not to notice and watch short videos of pretty girls. At this moment, my wife walks out of the bathroom, just like before. Honey, what are you doing? Looking at other girls? Do you not like me anymore? My wife sits right next to Fang Xiu. I remember you don't need glasses. Why is the phone so tightly secured? Can you see me? Hearing this, Fang Xiu started sweating in fear. Is it not okay to act out of the ordinary? I have to stay calm right now. I'll keep watching beautiful short videos. Fang Xiu is now like the audience watching. He is crazily liking the videos. However, the next second, Fang Xiu was completely stunned. His wife appeared directly on his phone. Honey, do I look good? Fang Xiu immediately broke down and threw his phone away. At that moment, his wife appeared behind Fang Xiu. You can see me, right? Fang Xiu instantly performed a lightning-fast 5-hit combo. His wife swiftly dodged to the side. In the next moment, Fang Xiu's arm was bitten directly. Fang Xiu, covered in scars, leaned against the wall. Is he going to be eaten again this time? What will happen next time? Just before this, Fang Xiu had experienced multiple cycles of death. The sixth rebirth. He was startled by his wife's sudden close approach. Died from lack of acting skills. Eighth reincarnation. I ran for my life, yet I still couldn't escape, and was punished again. After multiple reincarnations, Fang Xiu's heart began to grow numb. Since I couldn't escape, why not choose to enjoy it? Manly Fang Xiu directly faces his wife. Since she is my wife, doing some naughty things is normal, right? However, what cannot be avoided is being taken advantage of time and again. Fang Xiu asked for it 13 times in a row. At this moment, Fang Xiu seems alive, as if he has been taken advantage of. It seems like madness, but actually, it's an extreme clarity. In the countless cycles of death, Fang Xiu absorbed the original memories, and roughly understood what kind of world this is. The only difference from the previous life is the absurd number of strange ghost stories in this world. Why can I keep dying and coming back? Who wrote the blood-red words on the ceiling? Why does the blood disappear as soon as I can see it? What exactly are they? Are urban legends caused by them? At this moment, Fang Xiu is even more certain that his wife is one of them. She is a ghost. No, I have to survive. At this time, his wife still gently calls Fang Xiu to have breakfast, just like before. She always tries to wake me up, but there was never any physical contact. Fang Xiu walked straight towards his wife. However, in the next second, Fang Xiu passed right through her body. Sure enough, he can only become a corpse when he knows I can see him. Fang Xiu went straight to the kitchen to make his own breakfast. At this moment, his wife hurriedly said, Honey, I've already made breakfast. You go eat. Sure enough, the more beautiful a woman is, the more she can deceive. It seems I'm not having breakfast. Instead, I'm being eaten for breakfast. It looks like the only way to find out the clues about my wife is to leave here and go outside. However, the next second, the wife's face is reflected on the dining table. Why aren't you eating the breakfast I made? Do you dislike me? However, Fang Xiu completely ignored his wife and walked out of the house. At this moment, the corridor of the community was empty. It was incredibly dim. Fang Xiu was determined to take revenge. I will find a way to eliminate the ghost and then come back. Fang Xiu opened the gate of the community and walked out. However, in the next second, Fang Xiu was shocked by the scene before him. Just a moment ago, Fang Xiu had experienced over 10 cycles of death. He finally stepped out of his house. However, outside, it was a world of rampant ghosts, like hell itself. At this moment, Fang Xiu could no longer suppress his inner laughter of despair. This world is truly fascinating. Ha ha ha. However, the feeling of fear intensified. Fang Xiu directly vomited it out. At this moment, a cute little girl walked over. Uncle, what's wrong with you? Are you sick? Fang Xiu forced down his discomfort and said, I'm fine. Just call me brother. Fang Xiu patted the little girl's head, thinking, so cute. I wish I had a cute daughter like that. But in the next second, the little girl showed her true colors. Fang Xiu was completely speechless. Can I take back what I just said? I definitely can't handle a daughter like that. Haha, you can see me. You can see me. After saying that, the mutated girl raised her drumstick and smashed it towards Fang Xiu. Feng Xiu was even more overwhelmed with laughter than before. I still prefer the way you are now. That way, when I tease you later, I won't feel any burden. With you being this strange, there's no need to worry about answering. It's really exciting. Just remember, you will all be doomed. But the next second, Feng Xiu cycles again. His delicate wife comes over to wake him up again. Eating breakfast 20 meals a day really is quite filling. Feng Xiu comes outside again. He directly ignores the little girl from before. After a long observation by Feng Xiu, he discovers a type of bizarre appearance lacking reason. Although there is aggression, but it is like air, unable to have any impact on things. However, another form that is no different from humans, pretends to be a loved one beside the target, talking to them. When they get a response, they will act, just like my dear wife. But ordinary people cannot perceive this. They still want to engage someone for role-playing. Why is that? In the next moment, Feng Xiu was directly shocked. Could it be that they are trying to integrate into human life? Just now, Feng Xiu had completely figured out the situation in this world. At that moment, a message came through in the work group. Feng Xiu, you often arrive late. Are you giving up on this month's bonus? Feng Xiu then remembered that Yuanshan had sold a villa 6 months ago. The commission had not been paid out. It seems this bonus should be enough to last for a while. After saying this, Feng Xiu posted his resignation letter in the group. He was preparing to collect the commission. He rode his bike like Ao de Biao, speeding down the road on his 28-inch bike. Just as he arrived at his destination, Feng Xiu was shocked. He saw a mental hospital standing there, looking very eerie and terrifying. Where did such a big sales office go? And where exactly is this place? Feng Xiu then walked straight towards Qingshan Mental Hospital. At that moment, his phone rang. Xiu, why did it take you so long to answer the phone? Did something happen? I'm fine. Are you guys at the office now? Yes, the boss has called you more than 10 times, and you didn't answer. He took it out on us. After saying that, Feng Xiu hung up. Clearly, the whole Bailu Academy has turned into a madhouse. But he doesn't seem to be affected. Could this hospital be eerie too? That would be really interesting. Feng Xiu kept walking, and suddenly bumped into something. Feng Xiu's face was full of fear and unease. What did he bump into? It was soft. Could it be that this mental hospital is off limits? After saying that, Feng Xiu nervously reached out to touch it. However, Feng Xiu was completely stunned. He saw that Feng Xiu had grabbed 2 soft and fluffy white steamed buns. Just when Feng Xiu hadn't reacted yet, he was directly pushed aside by a big bully. You scoundrel, I'm going to report you. The beautiful woman walked straight to the security guard to complain. The Qingshan Mental Hospital had once again transformed into the Bailu Academy, just as Feng Xiu tightly closed his eyes. When I opened my eyes again, the Qing Mountain Mental Hospital reappeared. What is going on? Why has the Bailu Academy disappeared again? Feng Xiu trembled as he reached out. He found his hand passed directly through the hospital. It seems I can see this mental hospital, but I can't touch the body. It seems to be the same strange phenomenon that only responds after being provoked. Only under certain conditions can one make contact. Feng Xiu's heart responded to the other party. He directly entered the psychiatric hospital. However, the next moment, he was shocked by the sight before him. The psychiatric hospital was incredibly eerie inside. It was extremely bizarre. Until he reached the front of Ward 104, Feng Xiu stopped in his tracks. The door to the ward was a dark red color, and a strong smell of blood wafted out. Feng Xiu felt a curiosity to investigate. He reached out his hand and pushed through the ward door. As he entered the room, Feng Xiu saw a person trembling on the hospital bed. However, the woman sensed that someone had come. He slowly got up and sat up. He saw a woman without facial features turning towards him. However, Feng Xiu was already unfazed by this. He simply ignored the woman and walked past her. When Feng Xiu entered another room, a four-eyed Buddha bizarrely jumped out again. Feng Xiu calmly walked away without any reaction. The bizarre sight left everyone else dumbfounded. Feng Xiu walks through various wards, encountering all sorts of eerie things. Some of the ward doors are wide open. There's even a possibility of something strange escaping. Facing these disgusting horrors up close again, I can already remain calm. This composure is all thanks to my dear wife's 18 consecutive kills. This is what Fang Xiu discovered on the floor of the ward. The hospital's medical records and documents might provide some useful information. However, the paper mentioned that test subject 128 had transformed into something strange. Fang Xiu was completely shocked. Could it be that all those strange beings were once humans? Were all the strange entities in those hospital rooms once human? At this moment, Fang Xiu went to retrieve the documents. However, the documents were also strange. They were all illusions. I can't pick it up at all. Just then, countless black lines pierced through Fang Xiu's body. A female ghost nurse crawled on the ceiling. The female ghost whispered in Fang Xiu's ear, "You're here. Do you want to explore the mysteries of life with me?" However, Fang Xiu completely ignored her. Since there are clues in the office, so the answers to the questions in other places are very questionable, I might as well guide Huang Long to the director's office. The next moment, Fang Xiu arrived at the office area. To his surprise, the office area of the mental hospital coincidentally overlapped with the sales office. However, there was no director's office on the first floor. Fang Xiu went directly upstairs to check. Just then, he heard two voices in the distance. As he got closer, he realized it was his good brother and the scolding boss. Fang Xiu directly ignored them and pushed them aside. "Is there no director's office on the second floor?" Seeing that Fang Xiu ignored him, the boss pointed at Fang Xiu and yelled. He planned to go up and stop Fang Xiu. Fang Xiu walked through the eerie and quiet corridor. He found the director's office, which was ominous and filled with an unsettling aura. Without hesitation, I opened the door. However, Boss Sher and the others were completely panicked. They muttered, "We're doomed. Totally doomed." It turned out that Wang Deshao and Li Feifei were hiding here, playing a shameful little game. The man who was discovered was furious. Which idiot was it? Who let you in? However, Fang Xiu ignored him. He directly grabbed the woman's hand. "Can you touch my woman, Fang Xiu? It's so noisy, really annoying." After speaking, Fang Xiu pushed the woman aside. Li Feifei, who was furious, shouted, "How dare you push me?" On the desk appeared an old piece of paper. Indeed, this mental hospital hides a big secret. Those favored by destiny. Do you want to know the truth of this world? Do you want to know what the eerie really is? I left everything in room 520, building C of the psychiatric hospital. Go and accept the gift of fate. It seems Zhou Qingfeng must be the director of Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital. Who is this letter addressed to? Did he already know I was coming? Maybe all the answers are there. Fang Xiu heads out to find room 520, building C. However, the power suddenly went out. The fat guy hurried to find someone to see if there was a power trip somewhere. Something's not right. This is very wrong. This location. This timing. It feels like it's more than just a power outage. Fang Xiu took out his phone. The light illuminated ahead. The mental hospital has disappeared. It has turned back into the original Bailu Academy. In the dark environment, the woman is fearfully searching for Wang Deshao. However, the phone has no signal at all. At this moment, Wang Deshao said, "With my identity and status, I can access more things than you can imagine." The phone has no signal. The light has been suppressed. If I'm not mistaken, we've likely entered the ghost prison. However, Fang Xiu became even more excited upon hearing this. Just now, the whole building suddenly lost power. The employees who hadn't saved their files directly broke down. At this moment, the security guard asked everyone how they were doing. After saying that, he went to check if the circuit had tripped. The sudden power outage made the atmosphere in the office even more tense. At that moment, a woman noticed that the flashlight on her phone was getting dimmer. Everyone's phones around her were experiencing the same issue. Fang Xiu then asked Wang Deshao, "What exactly is the ghost domain you mentioned earlier?" However, when everyone heard the term ghost domain, his complexion looked particularly bad. How can there really be ghosts in this world? It's just a trick, right? It's just some natural phenomena. At this moment, Wang Deshao couldn't take it anymore. He shouted directly for everyone to be quiet. "Now everyone, stay quiet. What I'm about to say is very important. It relates to whether we can survive." Everyone fell silent in an instant. Wang Dasha let out a long sigh. He said that ghosts do exist in this world. The so-called ghost prison is the realm of ghosts. It can be understood as an alternate dimensional space. This is the world of ghosts. This is the territory of ghosts. Hearing this, everyone was so scared that they broke out in a cold sweat. At this moment, everyone noticed that the security guard had gone to check the circuit breaker, and had not yet returned. Could it be that they really saw a ghost? At this time, Wang said again that ordinary people should be more cautious in the ghost prison, avoiding violating the rules of ghostly killings. Otherwise, it would be no different from seeking death. The frightened Wu Dahai seemed to find his anger. He tightly grasped Wang Dasha's arm. What should we do now, Wang Xiao? What we need to do now is find a way to escape this damn anomaly. Otherwise, everyone will be killed by the ghosts. At that moment, Fang Xiu seemed to sense something. He suddenly turned nervously to look behind. This familiar feeling cannot be mistaken. Something strange has happened. Just now, Fang Xiu felt the strangeness appear. The colleagues, hearing this, were frightened and said to Fang Xiu, "What are you talking about? Where are the ghosts?" However, before the words were finished, Wang Xiaoli was bound by countless red threads. Seeing this scene, Fang Xiu was not surprised at all. Incredibly calm. Wang Xiaoli is missing. She was taken away by a ghost. What are you talking about? Wang Xiaoli is clearly right beside me. However, the woman turned to look, but I found that Wang Xiaoli was already gone. Wang Xiaoli really disappeared. Could it really be a ghost appearing? At this moment, Wang Dashao asked Fang, "Have you seen what the ghost looks like?" Blocked from view. I didn't see a ghost. I only saw that Wang Xiaoli disappeared. However, the colleagues around Fang Xiu saw his calmness, and felt immense fear. All the colleagues had been grabbed by the ghost. Yet how could he remain so composed? He's not normal. Could it be that Fang Xiu is possessed by the ghost? Fang Xiu, you don't seem scared of ghosts at all. Are you perhaps a spirit master? At this moment, he heard the unfamiliar term, spiritual master. Fang Xiu was slightly taken aback. Young Master Wang noticed that Fang Xiu remained calm in the face of the ghost's appearance, but he didn't know what a spiritual master was. What exactly was his identity? Young Master Wang continued to explain that a spiritual master is someone who can harness their own spiritual energy. My cousin is a spiritual master, so it seems that the best way to break the deadlock is for someone to become a spiritual master. Is that right? Spirit masters are trained in the ghost prison. Hearing this, young Master Wang truly admired Fang Xiu for staying so calm in such a situation, and having such judgment. Perhaps Fang Xiu could be the key to escaping the ghost prison. He wanted to become a spirit master, only by harnessing the power of ghosts. Can two conditions be met simultaneously? The first is to undergo the baptism of great terror between life and death, stirring the soul's emotions. The second is to make contact with a ghost, allowing the ghost's power to invade the mind. However, the power of ghosts is like a bloody rag, wiping away the dust from the night pearl. At the same time, it inevitably pollutes the mind, because of the echoes of death after crossing over. I've never really come into contact with the supernatural. My wife and the hospital's strangeness didn't respond to them. They were just illusions from another dimension. That doesn't count as real contact at all. But the supernatural lurking in the shadows has broken into reality from the illusion. Even if it doesn't need to be seen, it can also harm people. So as long as I come into contact with these anomalies, I will be able to awaken as a spirit master. Fang Xiu secretly made up his mind. He must become a spirit master. He wants revenge and to eliminate all anomalies. At that moment, a terrified commotion arose from the crowd. It turned out that another person had disappeared. At this point, the terrified Mr. Wang could no longer stand it. Everyone shut up. Do you want to attract the ghost? At this moment, the pitiful little secretary grabbed Mr. Wang. What should we do? I don't want to disappear. However, in a life-threatening situation, Mr. Wang didn't want to care about her either. At this point, Fang Xiu said, 2 to 3 minutes. Everyone looked at Fang Xiu with confusion. The interval for people to disappear is 2 to 3 minutes. To be precise, it should be 2 minutes for women, and 3 minutes for men. Just now, the security guard disappeared for 3 minutes, and immediately after, Wang Xiaoli also disappeared. Then, 2 minutes after Wang Xiaoli disappeared, Jiao Liang also vanished. If the inference is correct, someone else will disappear 3 minutes after Jiao Liang. Everyone was shocked by this deduction. Before anyone could react, Feng Xiu left on his own. Xiao, where are you going? Are you crazy? Of course, I'm going to find a way out. Are we just going to stand here in punishment, waiting to die? At this moment, young Master Wang angrily pointed at Feng Xiu. Stop right there. I said no one is allowed to act without permission. There are only 8 of us left here. According to the pattern of one person disappearing every 2 or 3 minutes, in about 20 minutes, we'll all be wiped out. Why not take a gamble? You're just an ordinary person. How do you know? However, before Wang Dashao could finish his sentence, he suddenly broke out in cold sweat, terrified. Feng Xiu's eyes, full of killing intent, stared directly at Wang Dashao. Say one more word, and I'll kill you before the anomaly arrives. Feng Xiu and his brother went out to explore. Xiu, something's not right. Why hasn't it reached the stairwell yet? Feng Xiu directly told him to be quiet. At the end of the dim corridor, a strange green light appeared. Feng Xiu instinctively noticed that this light resembled the one in the Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital. As Feng Xiu walked over, he was surprised to discover that at this moment, the Bailushu courtyard had once again transformed into the Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital. The glasses-wearing man gripped Feng Xiu in fear. Dare not take a step forward. Why does this place look like a horror movie hospital? Feng Xiu is surprised. How can an ordinary person see a hospital? At this moment, Feng Xiu seems to have thought of something. Feng Xiu reaches out to touch the wall. I see. The current mental hospital has spatial overlap with reality, just like those living entities. They are physical. No wonder we couldn't see the mental hospital before at the sales office. It turns out the mental hospital has swallowed the sales office. Is this what they call twisted desire? The 2 people continuing to explore were stunned by the scene before them. They saw the ground covered with clothes of the missing employees. Just as Feng Xiu had previously speculated, it was bizarre. It takes 3 minutes to eat a male. It takes 2 minutes to eat a female. So that explains the previous time difference of 2 or 3 minutes. So you mean they were all eaten by the strange entities? Feng Xiu also indicates the strange entities. Previously, they captured Jiao Liang. For now, we are temporarily safe. Most of the strange entities here are locked in the hospital rooms. Although some hospital rooms are open, the strange presence has already escaped. Looking at the clothes in front of me, the cutting edges are very smooth. It is obviously caused by some kind of sharp blade. So it should be a type of doctor we encountered before. In the dim corridor, there are sudden footsteps. Feng Xiu and the others looked over in fear. As the footsteps grew closer, Feng Xiu also became tense. He saw a footstep out from the darkness. It turned out to be young Master Wang. Everyone gathered to investigate. Seeing that it was them, Feng Xiu's heavy heart instantly relaxed. At this moment, Wu Dehai saw Feng Xiu and the others ahead. Feng Xiu, you 2 come out first. Did you find anything? I saw Lao Zhao and Wang Shaoli, but the next second, Li Feifei pointed ahead in terror. There's a lot of blood. There's a lot of blood on the ground. At this moment, Wang Dashao discovered shredded clothing nearby. It belongs to Lao Zhao and Wang Shaoli. Have they been eaten? At this time, a frightened Li Feifei tightly hugged Wang Dashao. We need to get out of here. I want to go home. Feeling anxious, Wang Dasha urged to leave quickly. Feng Xiu, you lead the way. Hurry and take us away. However, Feng Xiu seemed not to hear. He ignored Wang Dasha. At that moment, Feng Xiu said with a serious expression, it's time. However, Li Feifei looked confused. What time is it? What time is it? At that moment, countless long hairs appeared behind Wang Dashao and the others. Wang Dashao and the others seemed to sense something unusual behind them. They slowly turned around. However, in the next second, their pupils dilated in fear. They saw a spider-like female ghost crawling on the ceiling. The female ghost stared intently at Li Feifei, like a cheetah spotting its prey. At this moment, Li Feifei was suddenly horrified. The next second, the female ghost opened her bloody mouth and rushed toward them. Everyone was like a startled flock of birds, running in fear in all directions. Just in the next second, the fleeing Wang Dasha suddenly stopped. He saw Li Feifei, who had fallen to the ground. grabbing Wang Dasha's clothes. "Young Master Wang, save me, don't leave me behind." However, in the next moment, the female ghost quickly chased after them. Equally terrified, Wang Dasha directly pushed away his beloved Li Feifei. Wang Dasha fled quickly without even looking back. Feng Xiu watched the bizarre scene before him. He thought to himself, "It really is him. It seems my deduction was correct." In the next moment, countless strands of black hair began to wrap around Li Feifei. Desperate, Li Feifei reaches out to Feng Xiu, hoping to save him. However, the female ghost has already extended her claws towards Li Feifei. In the next moment, she is going to devour him. In the next moment, he is killed mercilessly by the ghost. Yet, Feng Xiu remains indifferent to the scene before him. Zhao Hao watches the shocking scene in front of him, panic-stricken and at a loss. In the next moment, the nurse ghost directly raised the scalpel against Li Feifei and struck. Her hand moved with blinding speed, like a skilled chef expertly slicing. Feng Xiu was stunned at this sight. The female nurse ghost held the scalpel with precise dissection techniques. The old monk must have performed numerous surgeries in the psychiatric hospital during his lifetime. Zhao Hao and I were over there, but he didn't care at all. He treated Li Feifei with seriousness, responsibility, and focus. Moreover, a doctor only operates on one patient at a time. In the next moment, he opened his mouth wide and lunged at Li Feifei. Just as Feng Xiu had speculated, eating people was probably an instinct developed after becoming strange. So his pattern of killing was the same as when he was alive. At this moment, Zhao Hao watched Feng Xiu walk forward. He was also taken aback. Feng Xiu approached Nurse Ghost from behind with a fierce look in his eyes. Feng Xiu threw a powerful punch at Nurse Ghost. However, in the next second, Feng Xiu was stunned. Nurse Ghost's body was as hard as steel. Looking at the wound on his hand, Feng Xiu couldn't help but ponder. It seems that all the anomalies encountered so far possess a lethality that humans can hardly resist. In the face of these anomalies, humans are like ants. It appears that only by becoming a spirit master can one fight against them. At this moment, Zhao Hao shouted, "Feng Xiu, run quickly, it's fine. This anomaly has a pattern of killing close by, and it only targets one person at a time. During its feeding time, it is absolutely safe, but I see he is almost done eating." Feng Xiu, however, remains completely unhurried. Li Feifei has a great figure. At the very least, she can make the weird guy last for 3 minutes. Zhao Hao, after hearing this, felt a wave of nausea rise in his heart. The next second, he just threw up. Feng Xiu continued to talk about what Wang Zidong had said. Becoming a spirit master requires allowing the strange power to infect one's own soul. In the entire strange prison, the place with the most concentrated strange power is right beside the strange entity. Moreover, physical contact will definitely lead to faster infection. At this moment, Feng Xiu directly stared at the nurse ghost's thigh. Feng Xiu trembled as he raised his hand. In the next second, the muscular Feng Xiu reached out to touch. Just now, Feng Xiu touched the nurse ghost to awaken the spirit master. He wanted to quickly let the eerie power infect him. Zhao Hao watched Feng Xiu touch the nurse ghost. Stunned, "Xiu Gu, I always thought watching DIY adult movies every day was enough. I didn't expect you, with your thick brows and big eyes, to be even bolder. They even spare no ghosts." However, Feng Xiu didn't care about Zhao Hao's words at all. "I plan to stay a while longer. If you're scared, you can leave first." Zhao Hao heard this, looking conflicted. In the next moment, he made a decision. Feng Xiu watched as Zhao Hao slowly approached. Feng Xiu and Zhao Hao were crouching in front of the nurse ghost's thigh. The next second, Zhao Hao, terrified, reached out his hand, and directly touched the nurse ghost's thigh. In an instant, Zhao Hao felt like his whole body was electrified. It was so cold. "Shy?" Zhao Hao asked Xiu. "I don't seem to have any reaction. Has your body changed?" However, Feng Xiu hasn't changed much. Zhao Hao continued to touch his thigh. He couldn't help but exclaim that he never expected his first time in life would actually be with the devil's thigh. But to be fair, this thigh is really long. Longer than my life. Feng Xiu also looked at Zhao Hao. This kid has quite a strong adaptability. Although I was shocked at first, I still have the mood to joke around now. There might be some potential after all. At this moment, Feng Xiu took out his phone to check the time. 1 minute has passed. If I touch for another 30 seconds, I'll run immediately. I need to leave enough time to escape. At this point, 30 seconds have passed. Feng Xiu stood up and shouted, "The scenery is calling." "Xiaogu, how are you so sure? Are we being led by a ghost? And have you been here before? Why are you so familiar with it?" At this moment, Feng Xiu thought to himself, "Fortunately, when I previously entered the Qingshan Mental Hospital, I paid attention to the general layout of the building and some routes. We can use the terrain advantage to create distance." Feng Xiu and the other person keep running in the dimly lit corridor. They dare not stop. However, in the next second, countless strands of black hair appeared in front of Feng Xiu. The nurse ghost chased after them like a spider. Could it be that I misjudged? There should still be at least 2 minutes of escape time. Why did he chase after us so quickly? By rights, Li Feifei should have been able to last another 2 minutes. At this moment, Feng Xiu looked over. He was completely stunned. What's on the ground is silicone. In the moment Feng Xiu was dazed, the nurse ghost appeared directly behind him. In the next second, he stabbed him. Feng Xiu directly dialed. At this moment, the numb Feng Xiu only hoped that there was no silicone in heaven. After Feng Xiu died, he was reborn once again. I didn't reincarnate beside my wife. Instead, I returned to when I first touched her thigh. Feng Xiu looked at his phone. Could it be that the echo of death is based on events? At that moment, the phone displayed 101. Feng Xiu fell into deep thought. It seems just like a game. The first level is near the community, and the second level is the Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital. Since I passed the first level, does that mean the save time automatically goes to the second level? I didn't expect that my once glorious name met its end due to silicone. This time, I will definitely not make the same mistake again. Feng Xiu directly dragged Zhao Hao away. However, Zhao Hao still wanted to touch once more. Xiaogu just started touching and left. This is my first time. It's all silicone in the front and back, so the amount of flesh isn't enough to last too long. Zhao Hao was directly shocked. It's silicone. No wonder it's so big. Feng Xiu and the others quickly ran downstairs. At that moment, they encountered Wang Dasha and his group around a corner. Wang Dasha thought Feng Xiu and the others were ghosts. Ghosts. The ghosts are chasing us. Run. At this moment, without saying a word, Feng Xiu jumped down. Feng Xiu landed perfectly in front of everyone. Wu Pengzi was startled. "It's you too, huh? You scared me. I thought a ghost was chasing me." Zhao Hao asked in confusion. "Why are you running so slowly?" "Slow? We at least went down 20 floors. I can't believe this building is so tall. How did you run so fast?" At this moment, Zhao Hao scratched his head in confusion. "Are there really 20 floors? That's impossible. Feng Xiu and I just went down 3 floors and ran into you guys." Everyone was shocked when they heard this. "What, Zhao Hao? Don't talk nonsense at this time. Be careful, or I'll hit you." This is Wang Dashao, trembling all over. "It's a ghost wall. It must be a ghost wall." I directly grabbed an employee's shoulder and said my cousin once told me that the power of ghosts can cause hallucinations. It can lead to getting stuck in a ghost wall. Those who encounter a ghost wall will keep spinning in place, unable to escape forever. That's also why Feng Xiu quickly caught up with us. We were just going in circles. Feng Xiu found the idea of a ghost wall really interesting. Feng Xiu looked at the emotionally broken crowd and said nothing. He kept digging into his pockets for something. "Does anyone have any extra items on them? Throw them on the ground to make a mark." At this moment, the anxious Wang Dashao chimed in. "Hurry, everyone, make a mark together." The crowd began to pull out items from their pockets and bags. They intentionally threw various items on the ground. What I didn't expect was that there was actually a piece of gum. After finishing the marking, Feng Xiu directly called everyone downstairs. Wang Dasha was also terrified and followed him down. At that moment, Feng Xiu suddenly stopped in his tracks. Seeing Feng Xiu stop suddenly, Zhao Hao was very confused. "Brother Xiu, why did you suddenly stop and not move?" The next moment, they were filled with terror. They saw the items marked by the crowd appearing before them. "This is the lighter I just threw away. This is the money I discarded. It's over, it's over. This is truly like a ghost hitting a wall. What should I do?" Soon, the ghost will catch up to me. We're doomed. At this moment, Feng Xiu picked up the gum on the ground. He was speechless. At this moment, Wang Dashao was also very anxious. Everyone be quiet. My cousin said. Ordinary people can't escape the ghost wall. We need to find a way out. Only by relying on spirituality can one see through. Quickly check if anyone needs to awaken their spirituality. Everyone looked at young Master Wang with puzzled expressions. Then young Master Wang suddenly put his hands together and began to pray. I wonder if being chased by ghosts before counts as experiencing life and death. I hope I can awaken my spirituality soon. If I become a spirit master, I won't be constantly overshadowed by my cousin in the family. Everyone looked at young Master Wang's expression and was equally confused. How do we check for spirit awakening? I saw the two of them clumsily trying to imitate young Master Wang and causing chaos. Seeing everyone so confused, Feng Xiu was speechless. Turning around, I set out to explore alone. I remember when I was wandering through the mental hospital before. The stairway exit was on the right. Although I can't tell which building this is, the layout should be about the same. At this moment, Wang Dashao suddenly turned around. Feng Xiu, what are you going to do again? Wang Dashao, rather than meaningless prayers, it's better to focus on searching for clues. Wang Dashao looked at Feng Xiu, who was also trapped in a ghost wall. Feng Xiu was acting very strangely. In the face of such danger, he remained too calm. From beginning to end, he showed no signs of panic on his face. It was the same even when facing the strange. At that moment, the female ghost appeared. Feng Xiu was clearly in the front position, yet he did not run away immediately. Instead, he stood against the wall, to avoid being knocked over by me. Young Master Wang watched Feng Xiu and the others move forward, thinking that we had all escaped into the stairwell. Only the three of them didn't come. Now Li Feifei is missing. She must be dead. But those two guys were with the female ghost in the corridor for at least a minute. What were they doing? Why didn't the ghost kill them? Could it be that they were taking advantage of the female ghost? It really is as Wang Dashao thought. Feng Xiu did indeed take advantage of the female ghost before. However, Wang Dashao believes that it is a ghost. It is absolutely impossible to gain an advantage. Everyone looked at Wang Dashao, who was mumbling to himself, with confusion. At this moment, Feng Xiu was reaching out, feeling around on the wall. At this time, Zhao Hao was puzzled about what Feng Xiu was doing. He also wanted to help. Feng Xiu silently recited 11-12. When he counted to 15, he suddenly stopped. In the next moment, Feng Xiu was shocked. He actually found Zhao Hao. Looking at the iron door in front of him, he exclaimed that Xiu Zhen was amazing. At that moment, Wang Dashao heard that the door was found and hurried over. There is a door here. We are saved. But how do we open this door? At this moment, Feng Xiu grasped the doorknob. I hope the door isn't locked. Feng Xiu suddenly turned the big door. In the moment the door opened, a strange aura emanated from within. In the next second, all that appeared before my eyes was an endless, dark, and deep space. Just a moment ago, Feng Xiu was just about to enter the door. Excited, Wang Dashao directly barged past Feng Xiu and ran inside. I'm saved. Ha ha ha, I'm saved. Feng Xiu looked at Wang Dashao with great displeasure. Little did he know, this event would cost him his life. At this moment, more people rushed past Feng Xiu into the room. At this time, Zhao Hao looked at Feng Xiu, who stood still in confusion. Aren't you going to run? Xiu, why are you so calm? In the face of danger, they're just focused on saving themselves. Interestingly, when it comes to the female nurse, the ghost doesn't need to run too fast. It just needs to make sure it's not the last one. It also makes it easier for me to touch the ghost girl's thigh. Hurry up and turn on your senses. At this moment, a man anxiously pushes aside Feng and Xiu in front of him. You two should run fast, or get out of the way. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Seeing the panicked crowd in front of him, he thought that there had been strange escape incidents in this mental hospital. He hadn't encountered them before. Was he just lucky? He bumped into one and it was over. At this moment, the panicked crowd suddenly stopped. They saw two paths appear in front of them. The crowd was at a loss for what to do. One person in the crowd suggested that another try going left. However, he wasn't interested. You're really smart. It's wrong to put me in this position. Why don't you go yourself? At this moment, Feng Xiu stepped out. He looked at the forked road ahead. At that moment, young Master Wang seemed to have found his anchor. Feng Xiu, which path should we take? That trick just now, you were the one who found the door. You must know the way out, right? Feng Xiu listened to the group's discussion in silence, deep in thought. When we were running, you all couldn't wait to push me aside. When encountering difficulties, you think of me again. At this moment, everyone looks at the silent Feng Xiu. They all start to criticize him. Feng Xiu, what are you laughing at? Speak up. The ghosts are chasing us. What kind of attitude is this? We asked you because we trust you. Are you still trying to feel important? Feng Xiu looked at everyone with disdain. He thought to himself, say whatever you want. It doesn't matter, after all, you're just tools to me. Feng Xiu walked alone towards the dark passage on the right, deep in thought. For now, the female doctor is invincible. If I want to buy time, I'll have to use your lives to make it happen. Everyone followed Feng Xiu into the passage on the right. At that moment, everyone heard a terrifying scratching sound from behind. They were so frightened that they turned and ran. However, Wu Dahai couldn't run fast because he was too heavy. He was at the back of the line. Feng Xiu smiled ominously. It seems like he has arrived. In the next moment, the nurse ghost crawled on the ceiling like a spider. At this time, Wu Dahai, who was last in line, was so scared that he didn't look back. Just run away. The nurse ghost stared straight ahead. It was clear she had made Wu Dahai her next hunting target. The nurse ghost instantly sped up and chased after him. At this moment, the nurse ghost was already above Wu Dahai. Wu Dahai was startled the moment he looked up. The ghost's long, snake-like black hair twisted toward Wu Dahai. At this time, Wu Dahai was very anxious. He reaches out and grabs the collar of the man in front. The man is ruthlessly thrown backward by Wu Dahai. I can't die in place of Wu Dahai. Who allowed you to run faster than me? It's destined to be you who dies. In the next second, the desperate man falls to the ground. He angrily curses Wu Dahai. However, before he finishes, he is struck down by a ghost. Wu Dahai, who narrowly escaped, turned back and taunted Xiao Chen. Then you can go with peace of mind. I will burn incense for you during festivals. Feng Xiu watched this scene. What's the difference between a person who has lost their humanity and a monster? Feng Xiu turned around and walked toward the monster. Offline, I can only make more attempts. Quickly, light up the spirit. Reduce casualties. At this moment, Zhao Hao realized Feng Xiu was missing. He immediately turned to look for him. The next second, Zhao Hao was stunned. Feng Xiu was actually eating alone. He was touching his thigh without inviting him. Zhao Hao ran over directly. Xiao Gu, there will be another chance next time. Touch my thigh and call me to join you. Feng Xiu looked at Zhao Hao in front of him. This Zhao Hao is something else. Who knows, he might really be able to spark some inspiration. And together we can escape this mental hospital. After touching each other's thighs, Feng Xiu and the others continued to run deeper. At this moment, Feng Xiu was also curious about Zhao Hao's boldness. Aren't you afraid the female nurse will kill you? However, Zhao Hao stated that Sibai was killed directly by a male with poison. Besides, aren't you here as well? Feng Xiu looked at Zhao Hao, not knowing what to say. At that moment, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. They saw that everyone had arrived at a restaurant. At this time, Wang Deshao was extremely excited. Restaurants usually have a back door. Everyone, hurry up and look for it. Zhao Hao, don't just stand there. Quick, go find the exit. If you get out, I'll treat you to a big meal. I'll find you a pretty girl. However, Wu Dahai, who has been in the workplace for many years, won't miss any chance to flatter. Wang Xiao, don't pay attention to that guy. Even if he hasn't moved, I'll still dig one for you. At this moment, young Master Wang heard someone at the door. He looked over directly. Don't touch the door yet. Let me open it. Everyone walked to the iron gate. They all sighed with relief, thinking they were saved. Young Master Wang opened the iron gate directly. However, another iron gate appeared in front of them. Feng Xiu looked at the environment in front of him. Instead, he felt worse. The surroundings here were darker. The light was more severely suppressed. It seemed to suggest we were heading deeper into something sinister. Rather than a way out, it felt more like a dead end. The group arrived at the door. They found the door was unlocked. Young Master Wang yanked open the iron door. The next second, everyone started to break down. It turned out the door led to a storage area. Young Master Wang was also furious. Damn it, it's a dead end. There's no way out at all. We've been trapped in this eerie place to die. Fang Xiu looked ahead in silence, lost in thought. Did I make the wrong choice? It seems I should have taken the left path next time. It's too late to turn back now. Although I could sacrifice one person to help the others escape, no one knows how far we still have to run, and how many lives it will take to fill the gap. It's better to directly ask the female ghost for answers. Don't go towards the female ghost, Fang Xiu. Quickly dissuade him. Xiu, if you go back now, you will definitely run into that female ghost. The moment Fang Xiu opened the door to go back, he was met with a chorus of accusations from the crowd. It's all Fang Xiu's fault. If it weren't for choosing the wrong path, would we be stuck here? I don't know how to discuss this with everyone. Hearing this, Fang Xiu couldn't help but laugh. Huh, passing the buck to me. What an interesting creature. When Zhao Hao heard this, he felt indignant on behalf of Fang Xiu. Brother Xiu didn't force you. Wasn't it your choice to follow? You were the ones who asked for directions back then. Now you've made the wrong choice. Blaming the shadow of Brother Xiu. If you're so capable, why didn't you choose for yourself? However, the articulate Wu Dahai directly retorted that we are incapable. But at least we won't act on our own like he did. We didn't know we could discuss it. We trust him. Who knows why he makes such random choices? Zhao Hao was left speechless by Wu Dahai's retort. At that moment, Wang Dashao stepped in and directly interrupted their argument. Based on my observations, this monster seems to only attack one person at a time, and there is a safety period of 2 to 3 minutes after each attack. So the only way now is to choose someone to draw the monster away, and create an opportunity for everyone to escape. Fang Xiu silently watched the arguing crowd. Hearing Wang Dazhao's suggestion, Fang Xiu couldn't help but laugh. Wang Dazhao walked straight towards Fang Xiu. If it weren't for you, everyone wouldn't be in this predicament. So you must atone for your sins, Fang Xiu. At this moment, Zhao Hao saw Fang Xiu being bullied. What are you doing? Let go of me quickly. Xiu, you haven't finished speaking. Zhao Hao rushed straight over. Zhao Hao tightly grabbed Wang Dashao's neck. Make him let go of Fang Xiu. Wang Dashao, who was firmly held, directly called for help from Wu Dahai. Wu Dahai, hurry the hell up and help. Wu Dahai immediately seized Zhao Hao. Wang Dasha finally got a chance to catch his breath. Although Zhao Hao was pressed to the ground by Wu Dahai, he still struggled desperately. At that moment, the door slammed shut. Everyone shut Fang Xiu outside, using him as a strange bait to attract attention. Fang Xiu stared intently through the iron door's window at the people inside. Everyone felt a chill as Fang Xiu fixed his gaze on them. Wang Dashao anxiously asked if Fang Xiu was a human or a ghost. Fang Xiu whispered gloomily, I always thought I would never be interested in people again, but I didn't expect people to be much more interesting than the bizarre. Thank you all. You've rekindled my interest in this world. At that moment, the female ghost suddenly attacked. She stabbed Fang Xiu directly. Before he died, Fang Xiu looked at everyone and said, next time, I will repay you well. Fang Xiu lay in a pool of blood outside the door. At this moment, the people in the room took advantage of the strange situation to eat. They directly rushed out the door. Zhao Hao looked at Fang Xiu, who lay in a pool of blood. His heart ached with grief. He prepared to escape with his body. Wang Dashao, who was in the midst of escaping, heard Zhao Hao's movements. He turned around, directly reveling in the misfortune. However, in the next second, Wang Dashao was shocked by the scene before him. He saw Zhao Hao holding Fang Xiu's head. Yet, Fang Xiu had an eerie smile on his face, and was staring fixedly at Wang Dashao. This would surely make him pay the price. Fang Xiu, after death, was reborn once again, echoing back to the first time I touched a thigh. Fang Xiu stood up and directly pulled Zhao Hao away. Confused, Zhao Hao wanted to touch the thigh one more time. However, Fang Xiu just said there was silicone and left. Zhao Hao thought, no wonder Li Feifei is so big. It turns out it's silicone. Fang Xiu quickened his pace, running towards Wang Dashao and his group. Are you ready, Wang Zidong? Ha ha ha. At this moment, the person walking up the stairs suddenly hears a rush of footsteps coming from above. Wang Zitong thinks it's something strange. It's catching up. Run away. Then Feng Xiu jumps directly down from the upper floor and lands in front of everyone. In front of everyone. Feng Xiu pays no attention to them, leaving alone. Zhao Hao was still confused as to why everyone was moving so slowly. Feng Xiu was searching for the restaurant alone. However, everyone else was discussing being trapped in a ghost wall. Before they finished speaking, Feng Xiu found the restaurant. Everyone was completely bewildered. Weren't they supposed to be trapped in a ghost wall? How did you find the exit so quickly? Wang Dasha was clearly shocked by Feng Xiu. Feng Xiu, have you awakened your intuition? You found the door immediately just now. You must know which way to go, right? Feng Xiu, hurry and lead us to escape. Take us out. Everyone will definitely repay you. At this moment, Feng Xiu took out his phone. He saw there was still 1 minute left. In 1 minute, the ghost would appear. Young Master Wang was extremely excited. Feng Xiu, you even know when the ghost will show up? Looks like you've really become a spirit master. As long as you can take me out of the ghost realm, I'll give you 5 million. At this moment, Wang Dashao suddenly froze. Feng Xiu looked at Wang Dashao oddly. Before I leave, there's one more thing I need to do. Wang Dashao had a bad premonition. What is it? However, before he could finish, Feng Xiu delivered a fatal blow to Wang Dashao. The crisp crack echoed, leaving shards scattered everywhere. Young Master Wang cried out in agony. The Wudang Master, Young Master Wang, collapsed to the ground. Having taken a heavy blow, Young Master Wang must be the next bizarre target. Feng Xiu laughed excitedly. Keep the 5 million for your kun. Young Master Wang revealed a mask of pain. If you think the money is too little, just say it directly. Why do it this way? Feng Xiu silently watches the fallen Wang Dashao. At this moment, Wu Dahai and another employee start to blame Feng Xiu. What are you doing? Why did you suddenly kick someone? You were fine, so why did you hit him? And using such a low blow? Feng Xiu is not at all angry. This bizarre speed far exceeds that of humans. So inevitably, someone will die in 1 minute. But right now, Prince Teng has lost the ability to move. So the one who will die is him. So I am saving you. After hearing Feng Xiu's words, everyone felt he was right, but I feel like something is off. Everyone feels a tingling on their scalps. It's starting to get serious. At this moment, Feng Xiu reveals a fierce look. He quickly delivers a powerful kick. A killing sound is heard, followed by the howling of a pig. Another egg has cracked open. Wu Dahai directly puts on the mask of pain. Feng Xiu looks at Wu Dahai with satisfaction. You, Wu Dahai, should have died long ago. The fallen Wu Dahai wants to question Feng Xiu about why he did this. However, he didn't finish his sentence. The intense pain caused Wu Dahai to faint. Zhao Hao sees this and instantly transforms into a Wudang disciple. Xiao Gu, your move is too ruthless. At this moment, an employee beside him questioned Feng Xiu, asking what he was actually doing, suddenly attacking twice without reason in a short time. He seriously injured Wang Dashao to save me. Then why did he attack Manager Wu? Feng Xiu turned to look. He quietly said it was just to keep one as a backup. After hearing this, Knighty Zhao Hao directly praised him, saying that he really is Brother Xiu. His thinking is thorough. The others nearby were whispering about Feng Xiu. It's one thing to waste one, but to keep one as a backup is outrageous. This is really mind-blowing. Is he even human? At this moment, Feng Xiu calmly looked at everyone. Time is running out. The right side is a dead end. Those who want to survive can go left. Feng Xiu stayed in place, ignoring everyone. However, at this moment, everyone saw that Feng Xiu wasn't leaving, and began to question him. Since the way out is to the left, why aren't you going? Is there danger in the corridor ahead? Are you treating us as backups? I'm just waiting to touch your thigh, and you have 10 seconds left to escape. Everyone was stunned when Feng Xiu mentioned touching thighs. However, when Zhao Hao heard about touching thighs, he excitedly ran up to Feng Xiu. He wanted Feng Xiu to take him along to touch thighs. At that moment, the female demoness Gui threatened everyone from the ceiling. The two employees were terrified at this scene, but they worried that Feng Xiu was tricking them. What if the left passage was a dead end? After hesitating for a moment, they fled toward the left passage. However, the two just hid on the side, not daring to go deeper to see what Feng Xiu was up to. In contrast, Feng Xiu not only didn't run, but instead walked towards the ghostly nurse. At this moment, Wang Zidong woke up, hoping to beg Feng Xiu to save his life. At that moment, Prince Teng suddenly felt something strange in his crotch. He reached down to check. It turned out that Kun was bleeding from being hugged by Feng Xiu. Prince Teng angrily growled Feng Xiu's name. His eyes filled with hatred and rage. He lunged at Feng Xiu, trying to grab Feng Xiu's pants leg, wanting Feng Xiu to die with him. Feng Xiu directly stepped down, firmly pinning Wang Zidong's hand under his foot. The intense pain drove Wang Zidong completely insane. Losing all sense of reason, Feng Xiu slowly squatted down to look at the young Master Wang. "Don't worry, I won't leave. I'll watch you die with my own eyes." At that moment, the young Master Wang, feeling the hands of a ghost, let out a piercing scream. In the next moment, the female lead directly separated him from his body. His face was filled with terror and hatred. In an instant, hot blood splattered all over Feng Xiu's face. He experienced the thrill of revenge. Feng Xiu couldn't help but feel excited. So that's how it is. This is what revenge feels like. Without any fear, Feng Xiu quietly watched Wang Dashan being devoured. Revenge really feels great. At this moment, Feng Xiu's heartbeat suddenly began to accelerate. Only after the revenge did Feng Xiu feel the excitement of his racing heart. Feng Xiu couldn't help but fantasize about the day he could kill his wife. What a wonderful sight that would be. Taking advantage of the eerie, man-eating time, he carefully touched the strange thigh. The two people nearby had already been completely stunned. Even seeing it with my own eyes, I can't believe it. It turns out that what Feng Xiu said about touching thighs was really about touching ghosts' thighs. With a face covered in blood, Feng Xiu turned his head and quietly looked at Zhao Hao. He recalled when Zhao Hao helped him in the storage room earlier. He wanted to help Zhao Hao more. Hearing Feng Xiu call his name, Zhao Hao also felt the same way, because Feng Xiu's invitation to touch thighs together was truly too harmful. Zhao Hao hesitated a bit in response to Feng Xiu's invitation. The other two thought Feng Xiu was a ghost. They had already run away in fright. Hearing the two mention a ghost, Feng Xiu finally came to his senses. It turned out Feng Xiu had died 21 times. His mind was already filled with revenge and madness. Feng Xiu could feel it was hard for him to experience any emotional fluctuations anymore. Humanity is slowly disappearing. Zhao Hao is different from Feng Xiu. If he doesn't want to, Feng Xiu won't force it. At this moment, Zhao Hao spoke up and said, "My family background is ordinary. I look like a loser. I've always been an outsider in the company. Only Brother Xiu is willing to associate with me. Only if you truly regard me as a friend, I am willing to trust you, Brother Xiu. It's just that, Brother Xiu, your appearance just now was really frightening. The blood on your face splattered like you just killed a pig." At this moment, Feng Xiu felt a mix of emotions. As Zhao Hao walked over, he accidentally kicked Wang Dashao's head. He quickly apologized. "Sorry, my bad. Wang Dasha didn't mean to say you are a pig." Zhao Hao reached out and touched the female ghost's white thigh. The two of them gently caressed the female ghost's thigh like this. At this moment, Zhao Hao asked, "Feng Xiu, why did you choose to attack Wang Zidong and Wu Dehai? This ghost's speed is far beyond that of a human. To survive, one can only exchange lives for time. Given their identities and status, who do you think they will push as a pawn? Someone who has conflicts with them. I've always been unwelcome." After listening, Zhao Hao was left speechless. Suddenly, Feng Xiu felt something unusual. He quickly raised his hand to signal Zhao Hao to wait. "Do you feel a slight chill creeping into your body?" However, Zhao Hao didn't feel anything. Feng Xiu felt that the chill he just experienced was not an illusion. The waves of coolness gradually invaded Feng Xiu's body. Is this the corruption of a strange power? The exhaust is so faint. Earlier, when I touched my thigh, I felt nothing. Is it because I am about to reach some critical point? Could this be a sign of awakening my spirit? At this moment, Zhao Hao is continuously touching your leg with the 18 touches technique. The cold air is invading the body. What cold air? But I have to admit, your legs are pretty cold. Is it because I'm in the wrong position? Feng Xiu is left speechless. After finishing touching your leg, Zhao Hao indicates that it's time for the ghost to kill again. We can go now. But Feng Xiu said it's not enough. What about Wu Dehai? I feel like I'm about to awaken spiritually. Really, Xiu? You're going to awaken? That's great. We're saved. But Zhao Hao began to have doubts. What does it really feel like to awaken spiritually? Why can't I feel it? Feng Xiu began to explain to Zhao Hao. Although you have been exposed to the strange for a long time, you have never experienced true life and death. Your mentality is not up to standard, so you can't feel it. At the same time, on the other side, Wu Dehai was being brutally dismembered by Nico, blood everywhere. He saw Zhao Hao's face remained indifferent. Thinking about what Feng Xiu said earlier, I clearly have been with Xiu Gu all along. When did he experience life and death? Wu Dehai is quite fat. Holding it for 5 minutes is not a problem. We can at most stay for another 2 minutes. We need to leave 3 minutes for escape. Zhao Hao expressed that he strongly supports this proposal. Feng Xiu closed his eyes and touched the ghost woman's thigh irregularly. He seriously felt it. More and more cool air gathered in his body, but once it entered his body, this cool air disappeared without a trace like a stone sinking into the sea. This made Feng Xiu somewhat curious about where the strange aura went after entering his body. Could it be that we've entered the mind? Feng Xiu perceives that the heart is slowly beating. All the cool air is penetrating the heart. Is the mind the heart? No, the mind cannot be the heart. The mind is formless. That is to say, I can control the shape of my spirit. In the midst of thought, the heart, the dirt slowly turned into a knife. In the next moment, it transformed back into Feng Xiu himself. As more and more cool air seeped into his heart, a flash of black light, resembling a black hole, blossomed deep within his soul. In the next moment, all the strange energies converged toward that exposed corner. They gathered into streams of blood-red light, infiltrating through a corner of his soul, until the very end. The blood light turns into blood beads. All merge into the black light. Everything returns to silence. At this moment, Feng Xiu's sense of touch on his thighs intensifies. He smells the scents wafting all around him. He hears the female ghost gnawing on Wu Dehai and even tastes the blood he licked. Even the reaction speed of his thinking nerves and control over his body have enhanced. He is able to unleash the strength contained in his muscles at any time. It was as if a thin veil had been lifted. The most authentic world lay completely exposed before Feng Xiu. In Feng Xiu's clearly defined black and white eyes, there was a glimmer of dark light. Is this what spirituality is? At this moment, Feng Xiu gained a deeper understanding of spirituality. What is known as spirituality is the product of the soul being distorted by a strange force. Feng Xiu's spirituality has only been illuminated by about 1% now. There needs to be enough strange power fused together to unleash a stronger mental power. The ability of a spirit master is a manifestation of mental power. What matters most in the heart, what is most desired, what is most needed, will be what is expressed. Feng Xiu touched his heart. What is my ability? Or what is it that my heart desires the most? Feng Xiu channels all the strange emotions into the soul. I want to examine my abilities. Suddenly, Feng Xiu covers his heart with a pained expression. At this moment, Feng Xiu realizes the key information about pain. My attacks can make the victim feel pain. So, my heart is filled with pain. Whether it's the pain felt by the body at death, or the negative emotions and distortions that arise psychologically, I can make my enemies empathize with the pain I have endured. Feng Xiu couldn't help but laugh heartily. Haha, that's amazing. I am absolutely delighted with this riddle. Zhao Hao saw Feng Xiu laughing. He hurriedly shouted his name. However, Feng Xiu was lost in his own joy. He laughed maniacally. The strange thing made him empathize with the pain. Is there anything more wonderful in this world? This is exactly what I long for in my heart. Feng Xiu thought of his beautiful and charming wife. He really wanted his beloved wife to personally experience the pain of his countless deaths. Xiu is very satisfied with this ability. Immersed in his own joy, Zhao Hao directly interrupted Feng Xiu's joy. He informed him that the weirdness was about to enter. Feng Xiu told Zhao Hao to keep his distance. He wanted to experiment with the power of spirituality. Zhao Hao retreated while expressing his approval. So, it seems Xiu really is like Wang Zidong said. I have become a spirit master. That's amazing. Fang Xiu looked at the female ghost. He began to gather the power of spirituality in his hands. He walked straight towards the female ghost. This punch contains the pain I endured from my 21 deaths. Who could withstand this level of suffering? As the number of deaths increases, the pain will also accumulate and intensify. For Fang Xiu, he can resurrect infinitely. This is a power that can be enhanced infinitely. Let you be the first to feel this pain. Fang Xiu directly punched the ghost in the face. The ghost, who was eating, had no reaction at all. The ghost immediately let out an extremely painful scream. Its body collapsed to the ground. The soft-hearted hands tightly covered their own head. They trembled continuously. The scalpel in their hand also fell to the ground. Fang Xiu, who had initially achieved some results, was somewhat dissatisfied. This punch did not yield the results they wanted. Although the female lead was in pain, it was clearly not as painful as what they had initially experienced. The spiritual transmission was obviously obstructed. 1% of spiritual power is still too weak. After one punch, his spiritual power was depleted. At this moment, the female ghost continued to feed like nothing had happened. Fang Xiu watched the female ghost, deep in thought. There were no obvious external injuries on the female ghost's head. The punch didn't break her defense, causing the transmission of spiritual power to be obstructed. It seems that the next attack needs to truly harm the entity. The power of fists is limited. It's best to rely on weapons. But can ordinary weapons conduct spiritual energy? At this moment, Zhao Hao asked, "Is Fang Xiu still not running? If you don't run, then I'll keep touching my thigh." Hee. At this moment, Fang Xiu noticed something under his feet. It was the scalpel that fell from the ghost after the attack. Speaking of weapons, here comes one. I'll take this scalpel. Fang Xiu bent down to pick up the scalpel from the ground. The scalpel felt extremely cold in his hand, like a piece of ice. As Fang Xiu picked up the scalpel, a large amount of black-red ghostly cries appeared. In the next moment, Fang Xiu's expression froze. A multitude of malevolent spirits invaded Fang Xiu's mind through the scalpel. Unbelievably violent negative emotions began to assault his spirit. It turned out these negative emotions all originated from the Erie Psychiatric Hospital. This scalpel had conducted experiments on countless supernatural entities. It absorbed countless grudges, and the female doctor had her spirit shattered by the grudges of this scalpel. That's why she became so strange. This also means the real weirdness is this scalpel, and you have only been probing. To understand these things, Fang Xiu couldn't help but smile. With this knife, can I kill you for eternity? At this moment, Fang Xiu interrupted Zhao Hao, who was lost in thought while touching his thigh. He asked him to move aside. Zhao Hao replied, "I just started touching." But looking at the shiny scalpel in Fang Xiu's hand, Zhao Hao reluctantly stepped aside. At that moment, Fang Xiu summoned all his strength, and swung the knife directly at the ghost's neck. The next moment, Fang Xiu was stunned, his expression changing. He said seriously, "This is impossible." Zhao Hao stepped forward to check the ghost's neck. "Xiu Gu, this knife cuts pretty fast. How can this female ghost not be hurt?" Zhao Hao directly reached for the female ghost's neck, to check for any wounds. However, he couldn't help but admire how smooth her skin was. It felt cool and pleasant to touch. At this moment, Fang Xiu also fell into deep thought. Yeah, with countless strange surgical knives, why can't they hurt this female ghost? Fang Xiu suddenly thought it must be due to a lack of spirit. The scalpel needs spiritual guidance. But I am currently spiritually depleted. That's why I can't unleash its true power. Fang Xiu was also feeling frustrated. It seems I can't take revenge for now. At this moment, Zhao Hao hadn't reacted yet. He was being dragged away by Fang Xiu. Time is running out. Run quickly. Fang Xiu is afraid that the recent attack will allow the female doctor to regain her strength. She won't eat Wu Duhai's corpse anymore, and will turn around to attack herself. Just after Fang Xiu and the others left for a short while, the female doctor slowly stands up. A low sound escapes her lips, murmuring, "My knife." Fang Xiu and the other person escaped the corridor. They arrived at a hall. The hall was very empty. The two of them breathed a slight sigh of relief. At this moment, the two colleagues were hiding behind a large pillar in the hall. Originally, Feng Xiu couldn't see them. After all, the pillar obstructed the view. But ever since he unlocked his spirituality, his sense of rhythm became even sharper. He easily heard the two people's rapid breathing, and the uneasy beating of their hearts. At this moment, 4 doors appeared in front of Feng Xiu. Zhao Hao looked at the 4 doors before him, his face troubled. He wanted to seek Feng Xiu's advice. "Xiu-gu, there are 4 doors here. Which way should we go?" At that moment, the other 2 employees walked out. Zhao Hao was startled. "Great. You two are okay. Feng Xiu, you lead the way. I've been waiting for you." After hearing this, Zhao Hao immediately became unhappy with you two. "You were running so fast just now. Now you're asking Brother Xiu for directions. You really have some nerve." The 2 were embarrassed by Zhao Hao's accusation. Feng Xiu looked at the 2 in front of him. Silent. In the next moment, Feng Xiu spoke up. "It's very simple. There are 4 doors in front of us. We each tried our turn." The remaining people instantly looked towards Feng Xiu. They were all shocked. "We are racing against time now. There's no time to try one by one." Feng Xiu directly ignored the 2. He walked away with Zhao Hao. "So much unnecessary talk. Are you two going to stay or not?" The 2 who stayed in place were also at a loss. Suddenly, they both felt a chill run down their spines. They could hear the sound of creaking joints coming from the ceiling. The ghosts are coming after them. They couldn't believe it either. How is this possible? Wang Zidong and Wu Dehai are 2 people. Why did the ghost finish so quickly? Feng Xiu turned around at the sound. "It seems very likely that my action of taking the scalpel disrupted his pattern of killing." Feng Xiu walked up to the door. Without hesitation, he pushed the door open. The door slowly opened. A strange aura emanated from inside. Feng Xiu exuded the imposing presence of one man standing against thousands. "Prepare to enter the door." Upon passing through the door, they found a staircase leading up. Feng Xiu did not dare to hesitate at all. He rushed straight ahead. The others also began to race up the stairs. Among them, Feng Xiu was the fastest. Although his spirit was exhausted, he had already ignited it. The spiritual enhancement is still active. She can mobilize most of her muscles, unleashing incredible power. However, no matter how fast she is, she's still slower than the eerie doctor with long legs, who suddenly appears on the ceiling behind everyone. The doctor opens her small cherry lips, and slowly chants, "Return it to me." The female doctor on the ceiling stared at Feng Xiu intently. Her joints made cracking sounds. She kept saying, "Give me back the scalpel." Everyone was also scared by this scene, gasping for breath. Because the scalpel was snatched away, the female doctor's rules changed. She no longer chased the last person. She swept past the crowd, quickly rushing toward Feng Xiu's direction. Zhao Hao shouted loudly for Feng Xiu. "Xiu-gu, be careful on the side." However, the female doctor had already appeared in front of Feng Xiu. She was still muttering about the knife. In the next second, the female doctor dropped down from the ceiling. She immediately assumed an attacking stance. She pounced directly toward Feng Xiu. Feng Xiu simply couldn't dodge in time. He was immediately knocked down to the ground. The female doctor firmly pinned Feng Xiu's limbs down. It was like being caught in iron pincers. He couldn't break free. The female doctor opened her cherry lips. She let out a loud scream. He bit down hard on Feng Xiu's neck. Blood immediately spattered everywhere. Feng Xiu retaliated directly. Feng Xiu was reborn once again. Echoes surrounded Prince Wu Dehai and Wang Tong. Without saying a word, he delivered another sterilization package to the 2 of them. Taking advantage of the female doctor, Jin Shi, Feng Xiu snatches the scalpel from the female doctor again. He directly signals Zhao Hao to escape. Because the scalpel can cut through the bazaar, combined with his spiritual abilities, it's a perfect match that Feng Xiu will absolutely not give up on. This time, Feng Xiu chooses to escape through the north gate. The elevator is to the north, and it can be activated. Feng Xiu enters the elevator directly. He keeps pressing the buttons, trying to get it moving. However, the elevator is too slow to start. As the doors are about to close, a pale, large hand belonging to the female doctor reaches out. It grabs him directly. Feng Xiu is hit on the spot. Feng Xiu is reborn once again. This time, I chose to escape through the south gate. The south surgical room is in complete chaos. Various medical instruments have been violently smashed into pieces. They are everywhere, and it's a dead end. Fang Xiu was directly pinned to the ground by the female doctor. He was firmly pressed down. Fang Xiu was pushed away again by the female doctor. The reborn Fang Xiu is left with only this path at the east gate. If this door is still a dead end, I can only give up the scalpel, but I'm not willing to accept that. Fang Xiu pushed open the east gate directly. At this moment, Fang Xiu thought as he walked, although the female doctor's speed far surpasses mine, I can use the echoes of multiple deaths to predict her attack trajectory. In a way, death echoes equal foreseeing the future. At this moment, Fang Xiu arrives at a long corridor. Next to the corridor is an emergency exit. In the next moment, a strand of black hair lashes toward Fang Xiu. Fang Xiu is instantly strangled by the female doctor's hair. Fang Xiu is killed by the female doctor once again. After being reborn, Fang Xiu leads the group straight eastward. People were bustling back and forth in the corridor. However, the female doctor had already appeared on the ceiling behind everyone. In the next second, she had already surpassed the last two and reached the front. Clearly, the female doctor's only target was to snatch the scalpel from Fang Xiu. Zhao Hao hurriedly reminded Fang Xiu. However, before he finished speaking, the female doctor had already charged towards Fang Xiu. In the next moment, Fang Xiu miraculously dodged. It's like having eyes on the back of one's head. As if knowing in advance, the female doctor was clearly stunned by Fang Xiu's precognitive attack. For a moment, she forgot to attack Fang Xiu. Zhao Hao watched Fang Xiu's actions, also dumbfounded. Taking advantage of the female doctor's daze, Fang Xiu quickly fled forward. The female doctor was played with by a human for the first time. She was instantly furious. She reached out with her claws to grab Fang Xiu. However, Fang Xiu was unusually short. He dodged again. After experiencing several death echoes during that time, Fang Xiu could slightly predict the future. Plus, he had awakened his spirituality. The physical quality has been enhanced. Only then can one dodge. Fang Xiu was able to effortlessly dodge the female doctor's multiple attacks. Zhao Hao watched as Fang Xiu evaded the attacks and became excited. Xiu Gu is something else. Like a spider, the furious female lead, who had fallen from the ceiling, directly pounced down. Just then, Fang Xiu stumbled. It was as if something had tripped him. His body lurched forward. In the next moment, Fang Xiu fell to the ground. However, the female doctor was already rushing towards him. Fang Xiu quickly rolled to the left. He rolled towards the left corridor. At this moment, there was a loud bang. The spot where Fang Xiu had just fallen was smashed into a deep pit by the female doctor. Fang Xiu dodged it perfectly. The attack missed again. The female doctor grew even angrier. She glared fiercely at Fang Xiu, muttering, "Dodge this," under her breath. Fang Xiu also glanced back at the female doctor. However, Zhao Hao and the others were already dumbfounded. They only felt a rush of dazzling lights. They even struggled to keep up with what they were seeing. Fang Xiu easily dodged several attacks. Zhao Hao's eyes revealed a look of desire and admiration. So this is what a spirit master is like. At this moment, the female doctor had already started chasing after Fang Xiu. Fang Xiu escaped to the left corridor. Finally, he saw the emergency exit sign. This was the first time he saw the sign since his 9th death echo. He didn't know how to avoid it next. He expected to die a few more times. But at that moment, something eerie happened. The female doctor who was just chasing after him suddenly let out a sharp and terrifying scream after seeing the sign. It seemed as if there was some great horror in the safety passage ahead. The female doctor retreated in terror. The trembling female doctor, frightened and having her scalpel snatched away, was still somewhat reluctant to give up. Fang Xiu, seeing this, also wore a puzzled expression. Why has he stopped the chase? Is he afraid? The female doctor fled directly toward Zhao Hao. Zhao Hao, caught off guard, was bumped into by the female doctor. The female doctor escaped like the wind. Everyone else was still in shock as Zhao Hao stood there, completely bewildered. What was that just now? Cold and soft. Once they regained their senses, the two realized the female doctor was already gone. The doctor's hasty departure didn't make Fang Xiu worry at all. Instead, it became increasingly serious. Why did the female doctor run away when she saw the sign? At this moment, Zhao Hao hurriedly ran towards Fang Xiu. His face also showed concern. "Xiu, are you okay? What happened to that female ghost?" Fang Xiu shook his head, indicating that he was fine. According to normal logic, going out from here is the way to safety. However, Fang Xiu's expression changed. He hesitated. Zhao Hao was also puzzled, asking what was wrong. When the female doctor saw the sign, she ran away. This indicates that this is most likely not an exit, but rather a presence that even he feared. At this moment, an ominous aura emanated from behind the door. It was like the gaping maw of an abyss. The two people who followed up asked if this was the emergency exit. "Why aren't you leaving? Is there something wrong with this path?" Fang Xiu looked at the two. He remained silent and then suggested taking a break before moving on. Fang Xiu simply closed his eyes, waiting for his spirit to recover. Zhao Hao looked at Fang Xiu, who was resting in place, and then sat down to rest as well. They really needed a break. It had only been a few dozen minutes since they appeared in the haunted house, and most of those 10 minutes had been spent running at full speed. Their hearts were racing. The two colleagues also breathed a sigh of relief. They squatted down. As office workers, they were already seriously exhausted. Suddenly resting like this, they even felt a bit dizzy. Everyone also spoke up, saying they never expected to see this strange occurrence in their lifetime. Suddenly, Fang Xiu opened his eyes. Fang Xiu suddenly stood up. The sudden movement startled the three of them. Fang Xiu directly said he wanted to leave. Staying here wasn't a solution, so he decided to explore what was behind the door. The surroundings were pitch black. Fang Xiu felt his way along the wall, exploring slowly. The rest followed Fang Xiu as they moved deeper inside. As they got closer to the safe passage, the terrifying atmosphere seemed to grow heavier. At this moment, Fang Xiu hoped everything would go smoothly. Finally, everyone arrived in front of the big door. Behind the door, they could clearly feel the chilling wind blowing. At this point, Fang Xiu prepared to reach for the iron door. However, Fang Xiu's outstretched hand suddenly hesitated. Could it be that the real danger is hidden behind the door? Fang Xiu made up his mind. He pushed the door open directly. Behind the door was pitch black. There wasn't a glimmer of light. It was like a black hole. Zhao Hao also asked worriedly, "Xiu Gu, is there really a path inside? Isn't there any danger?" Fang Xiu replied, "We have to go even if it's dangerous." Then he directly stepped through the door. The darkness was like the gaping maw of an abyss, slowly swallowing his figure. Fang Xiu was surrounded by endless darkness, the kind where you can't see your own hand. In this place, nothing was visible at all. The strangest thing was, it's so quiet here, it's as if dead silence. Not even a sound can be heard. I can't even make my own voice. Fang Xiu turned back to look. I can't even see Zhao Hao and the others. I can't hear any footsteps. The darkness has swallowed the path I came from. Fang Xiu can only choose to keep moving forward, continuously moving forward. The sense of time is slowly consumed by the darkness. This road seems to have no end. Just as Fang Xiu thought he would be trapped in the darkness, suddenly, a glimmer of light appeared before him. Then the light expanded. The darkness crazily faded away. The scenery around him surged like a tide. Fang Xiu was stunned. He realized he had returned to Bailu Academy. Looking around at the surroundings, Fang Xiu noticed this was the path he had taken before. Fang Xiu was also at a loss. He murmured, "Did I actually make it out?" At this moment, Zhao Hao and the others also escaped from the psychiatric hospital one after another. Zhao Hao shouted excitedly, "Xiu Gu, great! We survived and left the ghost realm." The other two colleagues are also still shaken. Did we really get out? We need to leave this haunted place quickly. Zhao Hao looked toward Fang Xiu in the distance and said, "Xiu Gu, let's hurry and go. What if something strange comes out from inside?" However, Fang Xiu stood in place, staring at Bai Lushu courtyard. Furrowed brows, something's not right. What on earth is going on? Suddenly, Fang Xiu noticed something. It turns out the Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital is missing. Previously, the hospital couldn't be seen because they were inside it, so they couldn't perceive the whole situation like from the outside. But now that they're out, they should be able to see the psychiatric hospital. But he just disappeared. Only the white willow tree courtyard remains. Why did he leave so smoothly? He didn't encounter any danger. Could it be that the female doctor has restrictions on leaving the mental hospital? At this moment, Zhao Hao interrupted Fang Xiu's thoughts. "Xiu Gu, let's hurry home and rest. Tonight's incident has worn me out. I have to work tomorrow." Fang Xiu mumbled repeatedly to himself, going home to work. However, Fang Xiu suddenly went crazy and shouted, "Why is it gone? It disappeared. It can't be gone." Fang Xiu ran out as if he had lost his mind. Before, there was a bizarre robbery happening everywhere. Now, there isn't even a shadow of a ghost. Fang Xiu ran straight to the middle of the road to hail a taxi, wanting to get home quickly to see if his wife was there. "I can accept escaping for no reason. I can accept disappearing from the mental hospital. But the one thing I cannot accept is a bizarre disappearance. They have vanished. How can I take my revenge now? Especially my dear wife. You can only die at my hands. Honey, you have to wait for me at home. Without you, how can I live?" Fang Xiu successfully got into the taxi and headed in the direction of home. In the car, Fang Xiu kept repeating, "No, no, no." The taxi driver thought Fang Xiu might be insane. Fang Xiu muttered gloomily that he couldn't disappear. "At the very least, my wife must not disappear. Wife, you can't leave. You absolutely cannot leave." After a long time, the taxi stopped at the entrance of Fang Xiu's residential community. Like a cheetah, Fang Xiu rushed out. He didn't even pay for the taxi. Fang Xiu was extremely anxious in the stairwell, running non-stop. "Anyone in the world can disappear. But only you, my wife, cannot disappear." Fang Xiu pushed open his front door and rushed in like a madman, shouting, "Wife." However, the living room was empty. Even the bedroom and bathroom were empty. "I haven't seen my wife." Fang Xiu seemed as if the sky had fallen. He collapsed to the ground in despair. "Wife, you've killed me a total of 18 times. Without you, how am I supposed to live the rest of my life?" After a while, Fang Xiu stood up shakily. He walked slowly. "I have died dozens of times. I was driven to the brink by my wife and the female doctor. It was my hatred for them that kept me alive. I swear to take revenge on all the weirdness. I want them to feel pain as well." Fang Xiu just collapsed onto the bed. "But now the weirdness is gone. Where should I put all this hatred? What is the meaning of life?" At that moment, the phone suddenly rang. It turned out that Zhao Hao was calling. Fang Xiu answered the call. All he could hear was Zhao Hao's anxious voice. "Xiu Gu, you need to check the news. The news reports that Bailu Academy is on fire. It happened last night at 7:49. Fang Xiu was startled. He immediately sat up. Fang Xiu looked back at his phone. It was exactly as Zhao Hao had said. The news was really reporting that Bailu Academy was on fire. It also showed that Fang Xiu and Zhao Hao were dead. Seeing his and Zhao Hao's names on the death list, Fang Xiu started trembling with excitement. Fang Xiu laughed like he had gone mad. "I, who possessed the ability to resonate with death, actually died. How wonderful. This also means that the bizarre events are not over. I knew it. They were just playing hide and seek with me. Even this world without the bizarre itself might just be an illusion created by the bizarre. My dear wife, it's great to see you again." The late Wu Dahai suddenly sent a message, telling Fang Xiu to go to work. As Fang Xiu didn't reply for a long time, Wu Dahai kept sending messages to Fang Xiu. Fang Xiu looked at the messages from Wu Dahai and couldn't help but laugh. The deceased Wu Dahai actually called me to work. It's interesting. It's really interesting. Even in death, he tells me to go to work. It seems he's turned into a capitalist ghost after dying. At this moment, deep red blood flowed from Fang Xiu's phone. Fang Xiu was also taken aback. He saw bright red blood characters appearing on the phone. "Did you think I wouldn't know where you are just because you aren't speaking?" Blood red characters filled the screen. It was quite eerie. The blood surged. Those blood characters began to converge. The blood started to boil. Gradually, an eyeball rose from the blood. Countless blood vessels sprouted from the phone screen. The blood-red eye stared intently at Fang Xiu and said, "I can see you now. Fang Xiu, go to work immediately." However, the fierce Fang Xiu doesn't care who you are. He grabs you directly with his big hand. With an expressionless look in his eyes, he says, "Sorry, this is my only phone. Please don't take it." Fang Xiu pinches it casually, and the blood-red eyes instantly dissipate into the air. Feng Xiu looked at the dissipating eyes. He murmured, "Is it an illusion? Things are getting more and more interesting. Then let's go see what he wants to do." The next day, Feng Xiu arrived at Bailu Academy. He found that Bailu Academy had been burned to a crisp. A cordon had been set up around the area. Feng Xiu directly crossed the cordon. "It's really burned through. I can still smell the aroma. The effect feels very real." At this moment, Feng Xiu saw Li Feifei, who was originally dead, in the crowd. Li Feifei ran directly towards Feng Xiu. "Xiu Gu, you're here. You came pretty early today." At this time, Feng Xiu reached out towards Xiong. Li Feifei looked shy. "Xiu Gu, why are you being so annoying?" However, Feng Xiu directly pushed Li Feifei away. Sure enough, this is an illusion. If it were usual, Li Feifei would definitely be yelling. At this moment, Feng Xiu was walking down the stairs. Suddenly, Zhao Hao appeared. Zhao Hao hurriedly asked Xiu Gu, "Did they drag you here to work too?" "No, I like working. Wu Duhai's gone." After hearing this, Zhao Hao was speechless. He walked into the office area. The people who were supposed to be dead were all sitting at their desks. Seeing this scene, Feng Xiu also fell into deep thought. The ones who died in my memory are still living well. What is real, after all? Feng Xiu arrived at the manager's office. Wu Dahai pointed directly at Feng Xiu's nose and shouted, "Why did you come to work now? I looked for you in the group. Why didn't you reply?" To Wu Dahai's angry scolding, Feng Xiu turned a blind eye. "I just wanted to ask if you know when my commission will be paid." Wu Dahai slammed the table and angrily scolded, "How dare you ask me for a commission? Look at your work attitude." Feng Xiu calmly retorted, "Even if you were dead, you would still be so detestable." Wu Dahai heard Feng Xiu say he was dead and immediately exploded. "What did you say? Who the hell is dead? Can you speak human language? I'm living just fine." The colleagues outside heard Wu Dahai's angry shouting, and turned to look towards the office. However, Wu Dahai hadn't finished speaking, when Feng Xiu directly raised his hand and waved it over. Wu Dahai's expression instantly turned fierce. Feng Xiu was holding a shiny silver scalpel. It was plunged straight into Wu Dahai's thick neck. Xiu suddenly pulled out the scalpel. Wu Dahai immediately bled profusely. His body collapsed to the ground. Feng Xiu said slowly, "Now you're dead, aren't you?" At that moment, Feng Xiu suddenly noticed that those colleagues had stopped moving. Each one stood still like a zombie. Their faces had turned as pale as corpses. Even Zhao Hao is like this. Feng Xiu also ran over calling out Zhao Hao. But Zhao Hao did not respond at all. In the next moment, Zhao Hao's body began to twist strangely. The other colleagues also started to transform. All the muscles began to split. Feng Xiu, however, calmly said, "Is this going to transform?" Feng Xiu began to use spiritual power. He charged directly towards the strange ones. "Watch me interrupt your transformation, master." Feng Xiu unleashed all his firepower. With the support of his spirit, his figure was as radiant as a cheetah. He suddenly lunged at the crowd. The strange ones hadn't even transformed yet, before Feng Xiu took them all down. At this moment, Feng Xiu suddenly stopped. He said to someone, "If you're done playing, come out." Instantly, countless streams of blood engulfed all the corpses from earlier. The scene before him shattered like glass. Indeed, this was merely a bizarrely created dream. After leaving the illusion, Feng Xiu discovered Zhao Hao. Everyone lay on the ground. It turned out that everyone had been in a mental hospital all along. "You never left at all," Feng Xiu said to the depths of the corridor. "So this is your ability." At this moment, countless blood energies gathered from the depths of the corridor. Multiple blood-red eyes emerged from the black mist. A huge single eye appeared, possessing countless skeletons. The nightmare ghost then appeared. The nightmare ghost looked down at Feng Xiu, curiously asked, "How did you see through the dream?" However, faced with such a terrifying anomaly, Feng Xiu calmly responds, "You understand humans very well. Therefore, your dream is quite real. Unfortunately, you don't understand silicone. Li Feifei has silicone, but his bear's feel is too soft." The nightmare ghost is completely dumbfounded. Silicone feel. Why are you not afraid? Feng Xiu looked at the nightmare ghost and smiled. It seems you rely on fear to kill. No wonder there's a death list. The dead come back to make me go to work. Feng Xiu said while walking, dying and still having to work. is indeed quite scary, but thanks to you scaring me, deliberately creating all sorts of strange events, you reignited my desire to live. Thus, I saw through the illusion and escaped. Feng Xiu walked up to the nightmare ghost like this. When the nightmare ghost met someone as unique as Feng Xiu, it was also afraid and wanted to leave, a human without fear. I remember you. At that moment, Feng Xiu also loosened his grip on the scalpel. Feng Xiu fell into deep thought. It was this nightmare ghost that scared away the female doctor. It seems the female doctor is the weakest one in this psychiatric hospital. The strange nightmare ghost should have been transformed from a human through experiments. It is a bizarre doctor that escaped from the ward. There is a difference in ability compared to the female doctor. At this moment, Feng Xiu discovered that Zhao Hao had suddenly died in immense pain. Feng Xiu recalled how Zhao Hao had helped him before. He was determined to commit suicide. He was ready to return to save Zhao Hao. In the next second, Feng Xiu directly stabbed himself with a scalpel. Feng Xiu, reborn and resonating, arrived at the safety passage with everyone. Since that strange ability controlled dreams, the best way was to not sleep. Feng Xiu instructed everyone not to fall asleep and to push the door open at the right time. However, everyone once again fell into a dream. Feng Xiu did not hesitate to commit suicide. Rebirth echoed. He returned to the mental hospital again. Feng Xiu also fell into deep thought. It seems we will inevitably enter the dream. To get through this, it can only rely on Zhao Hao himself. Overcoming fear, Feng Xiu directly told everyone that there was something strange in the safe passage. It would create various bizarre events in dreams, even making you think you had left the strange place. But everything is fake, Feng Xiu seriously said, patting Zhao Hao on the shoulder. Zhao Hao, you must remember, as long as you can overcome fear, you can live. By the way, if you see Li Feifei in the illusion, you can give him a pinch. The feeling of fake and real is different. That's the flaw in the illusion. Zhao Hao blushed upon hearing this. But I've never touched the real one. However, I have experienced several similar dreams. Feng Xiu quickly broke free. But no matter what, he reminded Zhao Hao, they could never overcome their fear. After testing, Feng Xiu found that the dreams were entirely fabricated by the weirdness. Everyone's dream is different. That means Zhao Hao's dream can only be broken by himself. Feng Xiu watched as Zhao Hao painfully clutched his own neck. She reached out and forcibly pried his hands apart, and kept calling Zhao Hao to wake up. However, Zhao Hao couldn't wake up. He was deeply trapped in a delusion. At that moment, Feng Xiu slapped him directly, yet he still couldn't wake up. Countless slaps followed. What was worse was, Feng Xiu delivered a hard kick directly to Zhao Hao's groin. Zhao Hao, covered in wounds, clutched his groin tightly, but he still didn't wake up. Feng Xiu grew frustrated. Even the pain in his groin couldn't wake him. At this moment, Feng Xiu pulled out a scalpel. He was ready to use extreme pain to wake Zhao Hao. Feng Xiu raised his hand and brought down the blade. It was inserted into Zhao Hao's thigh. Even the power of the spirit was used. But Zhao Hao still remained trapped in the illusion, unable to awaken. He could only mumble, "No," with his mouth. In the next moment, Zhao Hao tilted his head. He died on the spot. Feng Xiu was startled by this sudden death. He looked full of unwillingness. What do I have to do to save you? Is there really no way? Is it really impossible? Then Feng Xiu took out a scalpel, preparing to commit suicide, echoing to save Zhao Hao. I'll try one last time. If it still doesn't work, then I can only give up. Immediately after, Feng Xiu committed suicide. It echoed again, echoed once more. Zhao Hao directly said to Feng Xiu, "Brother Xiu, I dreamt last night that a ghost was pressing me down. It was a stunningly beautiful female ghost in white. She was soft and gentle, pressing down on me. But just as I was about to kiss her, I woke up. What a shame." But Feng Xiu was speechless. "I saved you like this. Yet you're enjoying this rebirth in the illusion." A colleague said at this moment, "Look quickly, the emergency exit." Zhao Hao burst out, "When I get out, I must find a woman to touch." Feng Xiu, hearing Zhao Hao's words, thought of how Zhao Hao could break the illusion. Even though Zhao Hao is introverted and timid, but his biggest characteristic is being lustful. Since fear cannot be overcome, Then let's use another strong instinctual emotion to avoid it. Immediately, Fang Xiu asks Zhao Hao to open his phone right now, and turn the volume up to the maximum. Zhao Hao looks confused, wondering what this is for. Of course, it's to play your favorite little movie on speaker. Just like that, he falls back into a dream. The scenes of the short film gradually appear. The beautiful woman that appears is actually Zhao Hao's favorite teacher from the teaching series. In his dream, Zhao Hao is directly stunned with shyness. In the illusion, the beautiful teacher says, "Zhao Hao, you got this question wrong. You have to obediently accept the punishment." Just a moment ago, Fang Xiu tried to help Zhao Hao break the strange illusion. He actually wants to play his favorite little movie in real life. Zhao Hao's face turned red as he said, "Xiu, you're not joking, are you? If you want to understand it, let's escape and watch it. What's the difference between playing it here and taking a dump in the street?" However, Fang Xiu stared at Zhao Hao with a fierce expression. "I'm not joking. This is to save your life. Right now, immediately. Hurry up and play it out loud for me." Upon hearing this, Zhao Hao shyly and helplessly took out his phone and started playing it. Zhao Hao found the movie and started playing it. A beautiful female teacher appeared on the phone screen in the video. "Solve the problem. If you get it wrong, you'll get spanked." With a serious face, Devil Fang Xiu instructed Zhao Hao to watch carefully. "You must fully immerse yourself in the students in the movie. Get yourself excited. Once you enter the illusion, no matter what happens, just ignore it. Just close your eyes. Let the next scene unfold." Zhao Hao said with visible happiness on his face. However, the other two colleagues said there's nothing left to watch in this situation. Zhao Hao's expression suddenly froze. Although the other two colleagues said they didn't want to, they thought this might be the key to breaking the strange illusion. Yet they still looked together. As the sounds in the movie rose and fell clearly, Zhao Hao's blood boiled and erupted. This teacher is definitely going to be conquered. It wouldn't matter if a Wei came. What I said about the effect of the construction is also said to be good. It's almost done. Let's go. Remember, no matter what strange events you see later, they are all fake. Find the flaws in the dream. If you are not afraid, you will not die. Afterward, Fang Xiu led the group toward the emergency exit. However, Fang Xiu thought about going through so many boring dreams repeatedly, and started to miss his wife a little. He really wanted to go home. Not long after, two other colleagues still couldn't break free from the illusion and died. Just as Fang Xiu was about to look at Zhao Hao, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. "I saw Zhao Hao tear his clothes." He muttered, "Baby," under his breath. His mouth was busy kissing and poking around. Then he started to mumble in the air. It was obvious he was dreaming of a beautiful teacher. Fang Xiu could only hold his forehead in disbelief. It seems that this handsome guy really dares to go for it. He's just like a modern-day Ning Kaichen. At this moment, Fang Xiu was stunned by the scene he was witnessing. He saw Zhao Hao performing indescribable actions, and spiritual energy started emanating from his body. Fang Xiu was numb to the sight. A mere adult film had awakened Zhao Hao's spiritual energy. Just now, Zhao Hao was fully immersed in the illusion with a look of satisfaction. In the next second, Zhao Hao shouted, "Fei Fei." He suddenly woke up and immediately prepared to get up. Zhao Hao stood up abruptly. He shouted, "What the hell? Fei Fei, don't run." Looking at the scene in front of him, no longer the beautiful scene from the dream, Zhao Hao was stunned. "Is this the emergency exit? Xiugu, did I successfully escape the illusion?" However, Fang Xiu looked at him calmly, but did not respond to Zhao Hao. At this moment, Zhao Hao slowly walked towards Fang Xiu. Zhao Hao struck a pose and asked, "Are you really Xiugu? Let me pinch you and see." Fang Xiu expressionlessly pushed Zhao Hao's hand away and said, "Your brain is starting to work, huh? Though not much." The next moment, Fang Xiu let out a sigh. He mentioned the names of several adult films featuring a nurse and a flight attendant. Zhao Hao's secrets were instantly exposed. His face turned instantly red. An enraged Zhao Hao lunged at Xiugu. "Stop talking. You actually snooped on my phone." Zhao Hao lost his balance. He fell onto the bodies of two colleagues who had died suddenly. Two colleagues' bodies suddenly came into view. Zhao Hao screamed in terror. Zhao Hao stepped back in fright. He asked if they were stuck. Fang Xiu glanced back at Zhao Hao. He said yes. They didn't make it. Fang Xiu walked to the entrance of the hall and said, "Let's go." With that, Fang Xiu opened the door. The light instantly dispersed the endless darkness. This time, there were finally no accidents. The two successfully escaped from the mental hospital. Zhao Hao excitedly said to Fang Xiu, "That's great, Brother Xiu, we made it out." Fang Xiu saw the bizarre movement in the sky. "Yes, we really made it out." Fang Xiu looked directly at Zhao Hao. "Have you awakened your spirit?" However, Zhao Hao looked confused. Then Zhao Hao began to describe the scene from the illusion. "In the illusion just now, I seemed to have a strange feeling. It felt like I wasn't just numb. Even my strength seemed to have increased." Fang Xiu also asked Zhao Hao what ability he had awakened. Zhao Hao was immediately in tears. "I can't sense any ability, but Wang Zidong said that everyone who awakens their spirituality has abilities. Could it be that I'm the one without abilities?" At this moment, Zhao Hao asked what Fang Xiu's ability was. Fang Xiu was stunned for a moment. He directly said, "My ability is to foresee the future." Zhao Hao was instantly shocked. "What? Foresee the future? No wonder you knew which way to go in the eerie prison. I also know that there are strange things in the safety passage." At this moment, Fang Xiu was thinking that if there really was a Spirit Master Alliance in the world, compared to the painful abilities, predicting the future would be more beneficial for raising my value. I need to gain more resources from within the organization. I want to become stronger quickly, and then take revenge on the strange beings, especially on my dear wife. Just now, Fang Xiu could clearly perceive that the mental hospital was embedded within the sales office. However, now the mental hospital is nowhere to be seen. Fang Xiu speculated, could it be that the ghostly jade has merged with reality, and thus is obscured by the reality of law enforcement? At the same time, he was also grateful that this time he encountered a ghost that fabricated dreams and had no attacking power. If the one blocking the door had been another ghost, even with the ability of Death Echo, Fang Xiu would probably be trapped inside, in the face of absolute strength, no matter how many times, 100, 1,000, or 10,000 times. At this moment, Fang Xiu looked at Zhao Hao and asked, "Do you see anything strange around us?" Hearing this, Zhao Hao looked panicked, and glanced around. "However, it seems like I can't see the strange phenomena in the sky." Fang Xiu began to feel puzzled. Zhao Hao had lit up his spiritual energy and become a spirit master. Why can't I see the strange things in the sky? Zhao Hao looked around for a long time. "Where are the strange things? Xiao Gu, did you make a mistake?" As he spoke, he was startled by a bird flying by. At that moment, Fang Xiu said gloomily, "I guess I mistook the bird for something strange." Zhao Hao, on the other hand, was extremely flustered. He constantly felt as if something strange was watching him. Fang Xiu fell into deep thought. Could it be that even if one awakens their spirituality, they still can't see the strange things? Or perhaps Zhao Hao is just too weak. I hope there are others besides me who can see the strange things. Zhao Hao watched as Fang Xiu sank into contemplation. His own heart began to feel conflicted. "I haven't awakened my abilities, but I can foresee the future. I'm so jealous. I'm afraid my brother will suffer, but I'm also afraid he'll drive a luxury car. Is my mindset wrong?" Zhao Hao thought for a moment. "Forget it, back to reality." He told Fang Xiu to hurry up and leave here. "It feels creepy." At this moment, Zhao Hao slowly followed Fang Xiu and left the place. Along the way, Fang Xiu also asked Zhao Hao, "By the way, how did you break the dream? What else could I do? It's just the method that Dark Cultivation brother taught you." I didn't care about anything, desperately immersing myself in the film. Upon hearing this, Fang Xiu fell into deep thought again. The first time, I was the only one who survived. After the strange occurrence appeared, I had committed suicide and rewound before the entire army was wiped out. The strange occurrence didn't have time to show up. But this time, everyone's dreams have come to an end. It didn't appear either. It's mostly this guy who did something. Fang Xiu said, "Then why were you touching and kissing the air in your dream?" Zhao Hao was so embarrassed he felt like exploding. "Did I even make any movements?" "Yes, you did. Not just movements. You also made sounds." Before he could finish, Zhao Hao interrupted. "If this goes on, Zhao Hao is going to die of embarrassment. I'm just guessing. No ability. Maybe you made a mistake when you awakened in your dream. At this point, Zhao Hao said, I'll tell you. But you must promise not to tell anyone else. Actually, it's nothing special. Zhao Hao has been keeping his eyes closed since entering the illusion. My mind is filled with images of the beautiful teacher giving a lecture. The beautiful teacher is teasing Zhao Hao by blowing into his ear, while Zhao Hao closes his eyes. The scenes in his dreams gradually become bizarre. At the same time, he hears various terrifying sounds. And there are cold hands, like a ghostly doctor, exploring his body. Just now, Feng Xiu remembered that during this escape from the mental hospital, he didn't encounter the nightmare ghost. Something must have happened, especially since Zhao Hao hasn't awakened his abilities. So I asked what Zhao Hao did in that strange dream. Then Zhao Hao began to describe the scenes in his dream. In the dream, he saw a beautiful teacher from a little film, but he heard all kinds of terror. Zhao Hao's hands echoed with wudong. Feng Xiu said to distract himself. Feng Xiu listened in silence and said, so you took matters into your own hands. However, in the dream, the evil hands moved quickly. Zhao Hao defensively said, that was just a temporary measure to divert attention. Even when being choked by the strange hands, Zhao Hao still showed a foolish grin while moving. Feng Xiu heard Zhao Hao's description and was utterly speechless. He didn't know what to say to Zhao Hao. The eerie scene where Zhao Hao didn't open his eyes didn't waver. The originally strange scene transformed into one filled with love and pink bubbles. The originally eerie hand became an incredibly soft jade hand. It reached out directly. Zhao Hao was shocked by this sudden warmth. He saw that the strange figure had changed its appearance again. It said, Zhao Hao, you aren't paying attention in class. Zhao Hao opened his eyes and was directly stunned. The strange figure transformed into Li Feifei's likeness. Two large buns appeared on Zhao Hao's face. Zhao Hao was shocked and gaped. Suddenly, blood spurted from his nose. Zhao Hao saw that it was Li Feifei in front of him. He became shy and started to stutter. He couldn't articulate his words. Li Feifei walked up to the podium. She struck a pose no man could resist. Zhao Hao immediately pounced like a starving tiger. What man could withstand such a test? He tackled Li Feifei right onto the podium. By the way, Hugh said it's okay to squeeze to tell if it's real, but I can't tell the difference either. His hand slowly moved closer to the target. Whatever, he decided to squeeze first and figure it out later. In an instant, Zhao Hao's eyes turned into hearts. Zhao Hao felt like he was sinking into that softness. So, with a pig-like expression, he leaned towards the other person. But the next second, he kissed the terrifying fangs. At that moment, with his eyes closed, Zhao Hao sensed something was wrong. Stunned, he saw Li Feifei in front of him transformed into a creature with a mouth full of fangs. Strangely, she easily captured Zhao Hao's hands. With a peculiar motion, her terrifying mouth lunged at Zhao Hao. Zhao Hao was directly scared stiff at that moment. He thought he was finished. Feng Xiu also asked how he managed to bounce back. Zhao Hao pushed away the strange phenomenon. He actively grabbed the anomaly. If it just ended like this, it would be too frustrating. Wouldn't that be a wasted life? And this is Li Feifei. Even if it's a ghost, I have to fulfill my wish first. Feeling strange being treated like this by Zhao Hao, I suddenly panicked. I asked Zhao Hao to let go. I was so scared that tears came out. After hearing Zhao Hao's description, Feng Xiu was left speechless. No wonder the nightmare ghost didn't appear this time. It's probably scared of Zhao Hao, the modern-day Ning Kaichen, feeling ashamed of the lowly ones. Zhao Hao said, just go with the flow. Why care so much? One must enjoy life to the fullest. No regrets allowed. You agree, right? Xiaogu looked speechless and said, I think you should go home. After hearing that, Feng Xiu left. I'll take a cab home and get some sleep. Contact me if anything comes up. However, Zhao Hao looked shocked and said, Xiaogu, all our colleagues are dead, and we encountered something strange, yet you're still thinking about going home to sleep. Feng Xiu looked over upon hearing this. Where to go? You don't really want to call the security guard, do you? Wen Yan and Zhao Hao stood there awkwardly. Yeah, I guess no one would believe it anyway. Feng Xiu said while walking. No one needs to be found. Someone will come looking for us. Since there are strange things and spirit masters in this world, then there must be a special organization to deal with the strange occurrences. Otherwise, the world would be in chaos by now. If someone comes looking for you, just say what I'm going to teach you next. It was late, and I returned home. I opened the door and saw my gentle and beautiful wife asking, "Honey, you're back. Have you eaten? Do you want me to feed you below?" Fang Xiu directly responds to his wife this time. He is ready to stand firm. His wife hears Fang Xiu's response to him. She immediately transforms into a terrifying and bizarre form. "You can actually see me." However, in the next second, countless blood sprays out. Fang Xiu excitedly lunges at his wife with the devil-may-cry surgical knife. His wife's neck is instantly slashed open. Blood splatters everywhere. Fang Xiu laughs maniacally. He keeps swinging the surgical knife at his wife like a madman. "Wife, you're so beautiful." But the next second, Fang Xiu suddenly freezes. Fang Xiu reappeared at the door. "I died, and this time I didn't even know how. This is my wife's true power." Fang Xiu opened his front door again. He saw his wife asking if he had eaten. "Do you want me to get you something to eat?" Fang Xiu completely ignored his wife. He thought that the gap between the strange and the strange might be greater than that between people. "I was right not to follow the notes from the director's office to continue exploring the mental hospital. I currently have no understanding of the spiritual practitioners. I also know nothing about spirituality. Let's wait until I contact related organizations and gather more information." At this moment, the scene shifts to the headquarters of the Global Anomalous Events Joint Investigation Bureau. The room is filled with people preparing for an emergency meeting. Director Wang Dihai said, "I believe everyone has heard about it. Just 5 hours ago, an eerie ghost prison appeared at the Bailu Academy in the development zone. The area affected is the sales office of Bailu Academy. No signs of spread have been found yet. However, Fang Xiu and his companion have already appeared on the conference's large screen." At this moment, the assistant said, "Wang Ju, this is the surveillance footage near Bailu Academy. The surveillance was corrupted by a strange force. All monitoring equipment malfunctioned, which caused the footage to be lost. These two are survivors who made it out of the haunted prison of Bailu Academy. The handsome one is named Fang Xiu. The sleazy one is Zhao Hao. They both work at Bailu Academy. Fang Xiu is 20 years old. The local is an orphan. Investigations show that there is nothing unusual about the two individuals' lives. Before entering the strange prison, they were ordinary people." At this point, the director asked everyone present for their opinions. At this moment, a man in sunglasses said that if even ordinary people could survive, the level of danger is probably just at the local level. Anyone could be sent in to handle it. At this point, a dissenting voice interrupted the man in sunglasses. Investigator Shenling Xue said that the one named Fang Xiu in the surveillance footage doesn't look like an ordinary person who has come out of the ghost prison. He appears uncomfortably calm. Shenling Xue's assistant, Li Wenhao, then said that even if he was an ordinary person before, we cannot rule out the possibility that he became a spirit master in the ghost prison. The man in sunglasses rebutted, saying that a newcomer who just awakened their spirit can survive. The danger level of the ghost realm is probably just Class C. Just send a senior spirit master to deal with it casually. Don't jump to conclusions about a ghost domain you've never experienced. Maybe they just got lucky. However, the director could no longer tolerate it at this moment. The director suddenly slammed his hand on the table. He shouted loudly for everyone to be quiet. The director stood up directly and said, "Shenling Xue, you will take Li Wenhao to meet Fang Xiu tomorrow. Is it recognized whether you have awakened? The level of ability and mental pollution. Do we need to absorb this into the investigation bureau?" Shenling Xue also agreed to the director's task. In the early morning, Fang Xiu's phone kept ringing. Fang Xiu picked up the phone. At this moment, his wife was lying on him, saying, "Don't mind him, I'll keep you company and we can sleep." However, Fang Xiu ignored his wife and answered the phone. He only heard Zhao Hao excitedly say that he knew he had awakened. What ability? Fang Xiu also asked what ability it was. Brother Xiu said it would shock you. The reason I couldn't sense my ability yesterday was that it could only be activated after 11 o'clock. And he shows up on time by himself. It can last until 1 a.m. So what exactly is this ability? Zhao Hao is still keeping the suspense. Brother Xiao. I told you, don't be jealous. Although predicting the future is powerful, this is the ability that all men in the world desire the most. You have no idea. I experimented for half the night last night. At this moment, Feng Xiu was completely speechless. He directly hung up the phone. He didn't want to deal with Feng Xiu. He sighed. He rubbed his forehead. At that moment, Zhao Hao called again. Feng Xiu was visibly furious. If you keep talking nonsense like this, blocking Zhao Hao, I don't dare to talk nonsense. My ability is that I will become more handsome after 11 o'clock. My physical fitness has greatly improved. I have muscles all over my body. That's it. Let's delete each other. At this time, Feng Xiu went to the restroom. His wife stared at Feng Xiu and said, "Honey, your kidney function is really great." Zhao Hao on the phone hurriedly said, "Don't hang up. The improvement in physical fitness is just a side effect. What he's really enhancing is the significant boost in my ability." Feng Xiu instantly became furious upon hearing this. He was about to crush his phone. Hao Hao excitedly said to Feng Xiu, "Brother Xiu, you have no idea how strong I am. I tested it yesterday. It's simply unyielding. With added strength and size, it can carry 100 pounds. However, Feng Xiu directly hung up the phone. He placed his phone aside in silence. At this moment, Feng Xiu was making breakfast. Yet he thought to himself that he should have realized that the ability of a spirit master reflects the mind. It is the manifestation of inner desires. As for activating it after 11 o'clock, what is Dai Tian thinking about every day at this time lying in bed? How did he awaken this ability? I didn't expect him to awaken any powerful abilities, but I also didn't expect it to be so ridiculous. What's with becoming handsome? Muscles all over his body? His second ability has enhanced. Isn't this just like the male lead in a short film? At this moment, the wife sitting at the dining table said, "Honey, it's time for breakfast." Meanwhile, the agency staff were driving towards Feng Xiu. Shenling Xue got out of the car and asked the assistant, "Did you monitor their call?" The assistant responded, "From their initial conversation, they seemed ordinary before. It was in the eerie prison of the White Willow Court that their spirituality awakened, became a spirit master." As Shenling Xue pushed open the gate of the Fondo Garden community, she asked what their abilities were. The assistant felt a bit embarrassed to speak up about this. Feng Xiu's ability is unknown, but it shouldn't be too bad. As for Zhao Hao, his ability is that he becomes more handsome from 11 p.m. to 1 a.m. His physical fitness improves. All muscles. The main enhanced ability is the enhancement of the second one. Clearly, after talking about Zhao Hao's abilities, the assistant felt a bit awkward. Shenling Xue snorted softly. His ability is quite suitable for being a male model at a club. As Shenling Xue walked, she said that the investigation bureau is in urgent need of manpower. If Feng Xiu is really powerful, after the mental pollution test, absorption can be considered. Zhao Hao is unnecessary for that. Instead, he needs to be monitored more closely, to prevent him from using his abilities for immoral acts. The assistant also expressed understanding. At this moment, the scene returns to Feng Xiu's home. His beautiful wife sits across from Feng Xiu, persistently asking her husband, "Can you see me?" However, Feng Xiu completely ignores the other person. He holds the remote control and watches TV. There's actually no news at all about the sales office staff being harmed. Is it that the mysterious power is too strong, or that the special organization's capabilities are too powerful? At this moment, Feng Xiu suddenly hears a knocking sound. Feng Xiu turned directly to look at the door. Feng Xiu prepared to walk towards the door. However, his wife suddenly popped out from the television and said, "Honey, where are you going? Are you looking at me?" Feng Xiu looked through the peephole in the door. Is it something eerie or just a person outside? He saw Shenling Xue standing outside the door with someone. Feng Xiu thought it was strange that the unseen could not interact with the real world. It seems they are human. The assistant was still knocking on the door. Feng Xiu directly opened the door. The other party said, "You are Feng Xiu, right?" At this moment, the assistant took out a business card and said, "Hello. We are here to," but didn't finish the sentence. Feng Xiu interrupted, "You arrived faster than I expected. Please come in and sit down to talk." However, my wife leaned over to Feng Xiu and said, "Honey, we have guests at home." Upon hearing what Feng Xiu said, Shen Lingxue and the others were also startled. Shen Lingxue looked at Feng Xiu and asked, "Did you know we were coming this morning?" At that moment, Feng Xiu thought to himself, "They've been sizing me up. It seems they can't see me. My wife is pretending not to see, just like me. Or does the ability to see strange things have nothing to do with being a spirit master? I'll first gather some useful information. Then I'll find a chance to test it." Feng Xiu directly called out to the assistant, Li Wenhao. The assistant also responded and began to introduce. "This is Investigator Shen Lingxue. I am his assistant. We are staff members of the Global Anomalous Events Joint Investigation Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics Bureau." At this moment, Feng Xiu looked at Shen Lingxue. Shen Lingxue directly said, "Did you know about the Investigation Bureau before?" Feng Xiu also replied directly, "I didn't know. However, there are anomalies in this world. Yet they haven't caused any unrest. It's not hard to guess that some power is maintaining social order behind the scenes." Shen Lingxue listened. I can't help but praise Feng Xiu's speech. I didn't expect that after experiencing such strange events, he could think so calmly. You are quite extraordinary. The Investigation Bureau is the official organization that recruits spirit masters. It is a special department that specifically deals with the strange. We are here today to investigate the strange occurrences related to Bai Lu Academy, and to assess whether you are qualified to join us. Although there are idle spirit masters in the community, only the Investigation Bureau possesses absolute information and vast resources. This is your chance. Feng Xiu just listened quietly. At that moment, his wife came in front of Feng Xiu. She looked at Feng Xiu with a gentle smile. Then she started questioning her husband, Feng Xiu. "You are not allowed to look at her. Am I not beautiful? Do you not love me anymore? Can you see me?" At that moment, Feng Xiu thought to himself that his wife's face was practically dancing on his aesthetic nerves. The expression on her face when dying in my hands would probably be especially enchanting. At this point, Shen Lingxue asked Feng Xiu to reveal all information about the strange encounter at Bai Lu Academy. Feng Xiu stood up directly and said, "Before answering your question, I have a few questions that I need you to answer." In the next moment, Shen Lingxue was instantly furious upon hearing this. The dark flames around her suddenly erupted. The assistant was also startled. Angry Shen Lingxue was engulfed by dark flames. Assistant Li Wenhao hurriedly advised Shen Lingxue to calm down. At that moment, Feng Xiu spoke up, saying, "From my spiritual perception, Investigator Shen should be a spirit master, but you, Assistant Li, are not. The spirit masters paired with ordinary people. Is this the configuration of the Investigation Bureau? The spirit master's mind has been bizarrely corrupted. Indeed, urban personalities are strange and extreme. Pairing with a mentally sound ordinary person can indeed provide supervision and restraint." Clearly, these words struck a nerve with Shen Lingxue. Shen Lingxue was furious. "Are you provoking me? Are you looking to die? Really?" At this moment, the flames on his body all erupted. The assistant is also anxious. "I can't care about being burned by the flames. Mr. Feng, if you have questions, just ask quickly. Don't provoke Investigator Shen any further. If he goes berserk, I really can't save you. At most, I'll write a report for the director after the incident." At this point, Feng Xiu returned to the main topic. The first question is, what exactly is the bazaar? I only heard the assistant slowly say. This is also the question that most people who survived the bazaar want to ask. What is the bazaar? Where do they come from? What is their purpose? The initial definition given by the Investigation Bureau is a distorted mental entity with a source of pollution. Their manifestations vary. Some are flesh and blood. Others are spirits. Some are merely concepts. The strange phenomena often appear suddenly and unpredictably. They harbor great malice towards humanity. They exhibit a tendency to devour humans. To be precise, it is a consuming spirit, or the spiritual power, which strengthens itself through this. Each anomaly continuously radiates ghostly energy, like a source of radioactive contamination. This ghostly energy can infect the human mind, triggering negative emotions, and distorting the spirit. The power of the spirit master is a product of the mind being tainted by anomalies. At this moment, Feng Xiu asked again, Then the second question. How are the power levels of spirit masters divided? At this point, Shenling Xue seemed a bit impatient. The assistant also said again, it seems Mr. Fang has some understanding of spirit masters. The power levels of spirit masters are divided based on how many spirits they have awakened. Fang Xiu and his wife were both staring at what the assistant was writing in the notebook. At this moment, his wife suddenly licked her lips and said, there are so many types of spirit masters. That should all be very delicious, right? At this moment, the assistant spoke up, saying that generally, activating 1% to 20% of one's spiritual energy. For example, Mr. Fang, as a newly promoted spirit master, we refer to you as a first-level spirit master. The abilities gained will increase as spiritual energy grows. Activating 21% to 40% corresponds to a 12th level spirit master, whose ability strength will undergo a qualitative change. Activating 41% to 60% corresponds to a 3rd level domain spirit master. At my level, I don't know the specific manifestations of ability progression, and so on. There are 4 more stages afterwards. Those details are even more classified. The higher the tier, the harder it is to illuminate the spirit, and the number of people becomes even scarcer. Fang Xiu asked again, what happens when spirituality reaches 100%? As far as I know, there are currently no individuals in the world who have achieved 100% illumination. Even those who have reached the 5th stage only exist theoretically. To illuminate more spirituality, one needs to seek out more powerful anomalies, and continuously experience breakthroughs between life and death. But the mortality rate of spirit masters will also rise sharply. Spirit masters and the strange are opposing forces, yet they complement each other. The stronger the strange, the stronger the spirit masters can be. However, the currently recorded strength of the strange is not enough to incubate a powerful spirit master. At this point, Fang Xiu asked the 3rd question. Shenling Xue was furious at that time. I don't have time to listen to you ask so many stupid questions. Li Wenhao, give him the link to the Global Strange Forum. Let him figure it out himself. The information he wants to know is likely all here. The assistant agreed immediately. Shenling Xue also reminded him that this is a global dark web forum. It is not regulated by the Bureau. I advise you not to trust emails from strangers casually. Now tell us about your experiences in the Guoyu of Bailu Academy. Everything in detail. If there's any deception, it could lead to immeasurable losses. You will bear the consequences. However, the fearless Fang Xiu said, I have one last question. He pointed at his wife and asked, can you see my wife? At that moment, his wife looked at Fang Xiu with eyes full of love. Renling Xue was clearly taken aback by Fang Xiu's question. Shenling Xue looked at Fang Xiu, but it was completely empty over there. There was nothing to see. At that moment, Li Yuanhao said, what are you talking about? The data shows you have no wife. You don't even have a girlfriend. As a single guy, don't you have a sense of your own situation? At this moment, his wife excitedly said to Fang Xiu, honey, I knew you could see me. You can see me, right? You really can't see me, or are you pretending not to see me? Will you answer me? However, both of them were taken aback by Fang Xiu's calm demeanor. At this time, Li Yuanhao quietly said to Shenling Xue, Investigator Shen, it's normal for an ordinary person to become a newly appointed spirit master. It's normal for their state to be unstable, but he seems unusually calm. Now he is hallucinating again. I suspect that Fang Xiu's mental state is problematic. It's even more serious than usual. At this moment, Shenling Xue's expression had turned particularly ugly. Shenling Xue was furious. Surrounded by ghostly purple flames, Fang Xiu scolded angrily on the spot. Are you messing with us? Fang Xiu looked at the furious Shenling Xue before him. It seemed they truly couldn't see his wife. At that moment, Fang Xiu glanced back, and directly shouted, Wife! The sudden shout startled his wife as well. Fang Xiu directly speaks to his wife. I see you. At this moment, Shenling Xue said to Fang Xiu, if you are unwilling to cooperate, just say so. Don't give me any excuses. However, before she could finish her words, Shenling Xue was stunned by the scene before her. Suddenly, the space in front twisted. Countless ghostly energies erupted. My wife excitedly said like a sickly sweet girl, can you see it? The dim background made my wife appear even more eerie. At that moment, my wife's head suddenly rotated 180 degrees. She looked back. Ha ha ha, humanity, how delicious you are. Shen Lingxue and the others were stunned. Li Yuanhao shouted, what is this thing? My wife's mouth split open, revealing terrifying fangs. My wife also directly revealed her true form. My wife opened her mouth and excitedly said, I haven't eaten the jade spirit lion in a long time. I'm really so excited. Li Yuanhao was so frightened that he collapsed on the ground. Shen Lingxue was also stunned. Damn you, Fang Xiu. Who the hell are you? Shen Lingxue looked at Fang Xiu with great fear. At this moment, Fang Xiu appeared incredibly bizarre in her eyes. The terror made her tremble. Fang Xiu laughed maniacally. Didn't expect this, did you? My wife is actually strange. I didn't expect that either. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Fang Xiu couldn't help but ponder. Can I only see her now? It seems it's because I responded to my wife. That triggered some kind of crisis. This caused the illusory wife to enter reality. This also means that maybe only I can see the strange sights all over the streets, and only I need to stay on high alert at all times. Whenever I'm accidentally discovered, I will repeatedly endure the pain of being torn apart by knives. At this moment, a fireball began to gather in Shen Lingxue's hand. The flames on her body blazed fiercely. It had already reached a critical point. I heard Shen Lingxue shout, super thermal fire. Countless flames shot toward my wife. Fang Xiu was also affected by the flames. His clothes were tattered. At this moment, the extreme heat made the air in the room scorching. At this time, Shen Lingxue was surrounded by flames. Like a queen of fire, Fang Xiu couldn't help but exclaim, it seems this is Shen Lingxue's power. At this moment, countless wisps of smoke dissipated. My wife appeared. However, having taken such a terrifying flame head-on, my wife was completely unharmed. Shen Lingxue was stunned on the spot. What? He took my move, and he was completely unharmed. At that moment, the flames in Shen Lingxue's hands also extinguished. No will to fight. Facing such a powerful and unknown enemy, there's no chance of victory. Shen Lingxue directly pulled Li Yuanhao to escape. He's too strong. We can't handle him. Hurry and run. At this moment, his wife raised her hand, clearly not wanting the two to escape. I only saw my wife shout in anger. With a gentle swipe of her hand, she pointed in the direction the other person was fleeing. Suddenly, Shen Lingxue's hair and neck were completely severed. Shen Lingxue's head fell directly to the ground. The two of them also died on the spot. They had no ability to resist. Fang Xiu immediately stepped forward to catch Shen Lingxue's body as it was about to fall. At that moment, Fang Xiu noticed a letter on Li Yuanhao. Fang Xiu opened the envelope. He looked shocked. However, his wife had already attacked. Honey, what are you looking for? In the next moment, his wife opened her gaping mouth like an abyss. Fang Xiu was reborn once again. This time, the death reverberation node did not return to when he had just left the ghost domain. It seems that going home with a scalpel to test his wife and getting killed in the last round was the trigger for moving to the next node. Until encountering a new strange event, nothing will change. At this moment, Fang Xiu suddenly laughed. So tomorrow morning at 8:40 is the time when the investigation bureau shows up, and also the perfect moment for revealing the precognition ability to the world. Fang Xiu returned home, and logged into the strange forum on his computer. Since I know about the existence of the investigation bureau, there's no reason not to make use of them. By myself alone, it's almost impossible to make all the anomalies in the world suffer. I must rely on outside forces. I noted down the Global Anomaly Forum website that Li Wenhao wrote to me. Perhaps I can obtain some useful information from it. The computer screen successfully entered the Global Eerie Forum. As Fang Xiu clicked to enter, a strange image suddenly appeared on the screen. Above, options for the European and American region, Asian region, Japanese and Korean region, and domestic region appeared. Fang Xiu directly selected the domestic region. In the domestic section, several options appeared: basic information, eerie spirit master, eerie weeping, bounty, etc. These likely contain the truths of this world and the eerie realities. Just as Fang Xiu was about to click the mouse to enter, my wife suddenly turned into the mouse in Fang Xiu's hand. My husband is just too quick. Instantly, my wife's face turned completely red. She let out a sound that was hard to bear. Could you be a little gentler? Woo-woo. However, the straight man Feng Xiu paid no attention. He continued to look at the form. Although the information might not be complete, at least it was much faster than exploring on my own. At this moment, Feng Xiu saw a post with a bizarre origin. However, Feng Xiu's expression turned serious. It turns out that watching this post requires 1 million. Meanwhile, his considerate wife said, "That's so expensive. Honey, can I help you pay for it?" At this moment, Feng Xiu thought it would be cheap at 1 or 2,000. Yet, slightly confidential designs easily cost over $1 million. Some even reach tens of millions. All my possessions are only worth a few $100. This is an exorcist's case. It seems like someone's using the ability to foresee the future to gain the most profit. I can only afford to browse the free forums. At this moment, Feng Xiu found a trending post, titled, "I awakened the ability to control time. If someone with time-manipulating powers has appeared, then the value of my future foreseeing ability will drop significantly." However, 5 minutes later, Feng Xiu realized that this post was purely a joke to fool people. Feng Xiu felt incredibly frustrated. Is this really what you can get without spending money? Post Iron Man, Universe Invincible Sailor Moon. You tricked me, I'll remember that. At this moment, the scene shifts to the apartment where Sailor Moon is. She continues browsing the forum. At that moment, he suddenly sneezed. Sitting in the chair, he didn't care at all about his image. Clearly, he had a good physique. Who is cursing me? At this time, Feng Xiu, browsing the forum, let out a heavy sigh. Since it's a URL provided by the investigator, I can take a look first. Posts made by the official organization of the Investigation Bureau. There is official certification. The information inside should basically all be about work. I watched from the evening until the next morning. Feng Xiu stayed up all night. Finally, I filtered out some knowledge about anomalies and spirit manipulators. Anomalies are classified by their level of harm, regardless of individual strength. They are ranked from high to low as S, A, B, and 4, with a 5th level. There used to be ambitious anomalies in foreign countries. Codename, Plague. His power is so weak that with proper precautions against toxins, any exorcist could easily kill his true form. Yet he can spread plague on a large scale, wiping out the population of a major city in a short time. That's why he's rated as A-class. S-class has the ability to destroy a country in a short time, falling under the nation-destroying category. The higher the level of the anomaly, the fewer there are, but their strength is also greater. The origins of the anomaly are no longer verifiable. It is said on the forum that they appear out of nowhere with but the anomaly has actually always been around us. At this moment, Feng Xiu looked at his wife. Under normal circumstances, it cannot be seen. Only after triggering certain conditions can one become a corpse and enter reality. At this moment, my wife said to Feng Xiu, "Hubby, good morning." Feng Xiu ignored her. He continued to ponder. After looking at posts all night, he found no one mentioned seeing the weirdness all over the streets. It seems he still needs to earn more money and become stronger. Only then can we obtain more useful information from the forum. However, I still saw quite a bit of knowledge about Devil May Cry. Devil May Cry takes on various forms, containing mysterious powers. It possesses all sorts of incredible functions. Without a doubt, the countless strange scalpels it has cut through have long been tainted into a Devil May Cry. The post says, to maximize the power of Devil May Cry, in addition to activating him, one also needs to spiritually invade the core of Devil May Cry, and establish a connection with him. At once, Feng Xiu began to spiritually invade the core of Devil May Cry. At this moment, Feng Xiu glanced at the time. There were still over 3 hours until the Investigation Bureau arrived. Time should be enough to let the wails of the dead. The mission has become the priority. Suddenly, the overwhelming wails of the dead spread out. In an instant, countless eerie figures that had been killed by the scalpel appeared. Countless pains and negative emotions from the scalpel directly invaded Feng Xiu's heart. Feng Xiu snorted coldly. His expression was one of disdain. Is this the only level of despair you have? Then become my wails of despair, the scalpel said. Countless wails of despair rushed in from all directions. They slowly began to gather together. Suddenly, the scalpel emitted a series of ringing sounds. Countless wails of despair formed a mass. They covered the scalpel. Suddenly, the countless black gases in the room dissipated. Feng Xiu stared blankly at the surgical knife. At this moment, my spirit was enhanced. It had already lit up by 2%. It seems that the surgical knife can not only be used as a basic weapon to attack the strange. The vast amount of strange power contained within can also be mobilized by me. It helps me illuminate more of my spirit. However, this power is very chaotic. With my current physical condition, I can't bear such a heavy burden. It seems I can only wait until my body is strengthened. Time has now come to the next day. Feng Xiu was having breakfast, when suddenly the phone rang. He heard Zhao Hao's voice on the line. "Xiu Gu, I know what my ability is now. It'll scare you to death if I tell you." However, Feng Xiu, who has been reborn, already knew that Zhao Hao's power was sexual ability. When Zhao Hao heard that Feng Xiu knew about his ability, he was shocked and asked, "How do you know? Could it be that you can predict the future? I was planning to impress you. I've discovered the flaw in your ability, and that is, there will never be any more surprises in your life." However, Feng Xiu said there was nothing and hung up. 2 more guests will be coming later. Meanwhile, Li Yuanhao in the car was so scared that his headset fell to the ground. Shen Lingxue looked at the sweating Li Yuanhao. She asked, "What are you doing?" Li Yuanhao hurriedly said, "I just intercepted Feng Xiu's call. I heard about Feng Xiu and Zhao Hao's abilities." Shen Lingxue instantly became interested. "What kind of ability could make you lose your composure like this? Tell me about it." Zhao Hao's ability is his sexual prowess. Shen Lingxue looked speechless upon hearing this. That really is quite shocking. Li Yuanhao quickly explained that Zhao Hao's ability isn't what's important. What's important is that Feng Xiu can foresee the future. Clearly, hearing about the ability to foresee the future, Shen Lingxue was greatly shocked. Li Yuanhao continued, saying that he just mentioned on the phone that 2 guests would arrive soon. At this moment, Shen Lingxue was also drenched in cold sweat. 2 guests? Could he be talking about us? Is there really such a power to foresee the future in this world? Even if it exists, it shouldn't belong to a first-level spirit master. Li Yuanhao hurriedly added, "The more powerful the ability, the more limitations it has. Do you remember the space ability user we interviewed last week who could teleport? Are you talking about the one who can only teleport 10 centimeters each time, and has to wait an hour for their spirit to recover before using their ability again? The first-tier spirit master? Feng Xiu, as a newly promoted first-tier spirit master, should be similar to that one. He can only foresee things happening in the near future, but he was able to foresee you. I need to find him." At this point, Shen Lingxue opened the car door and said, "Instead of speculating here, why not go meet him? Let me see if his ability to predict the future is real or fake." The 2 of them arrived at Feng Xiu's doorstep. The door was already open. He knew they were coming. Seeing the door open in advance, the 2 were slightly taken aback. Shen Lingxue let out a cold snort. She pushed the door open directly. The next second, Shen Lingxue was startled. She saw Feng Xiu pouring tea on the table in the living room. 3 cups of tea were poured on the table. Knowing that Shen Lingxue came with someone else, Feng Xiu immediately put on an expert demeanor and said, "Miss Shen, Mr. Li, please have a seat." Shen Lingxue and the others walked in directly. "How did you know our last names? And there are 3 cups of tea. You knew we were coming." Feng Xiu slowly took a sip of tea and said, "Because my eyes can see the future." However, Shen Lingxue stared at Feng Xiu and said, "You can see the future? How can you prove that? You are all from the investigation bureau. I have 2 purposes for coming here. One is to investigate the haunted house at Bailu Academy. The other is to see if Zhao Hao and I have the qualifications to join the investigation bureau. However, my wife kept watching Mr. Fang. Don't look at him. Can you see me?" At this moment, Li Yuanhao also responded to Mr. Fang. "This doesn't prove that you can foresee the future. It's easy to guess our purpose for coming here, as long as you have some prior knowledge of the investigation bureau." At this moment, Feng Xiu let out a cold laugh. Li Yuanhao was also sweating. "What happened? Mr. Fang, my inference is reasonable. Fang Xiu said, then how many people know about this matter? In fact, you've always had a crush on Shenling Xue. In an instant, Li Yuanhao looked like a cat whose fur had been blown up. Suddenly, I felt extremely shy. Fang Xiu continued, saying that you had already written a love letter. You just left it in your left breast pocket. Li Yuanhao was so scared that he quickly covered his pocket with his hand. Shenling Xue looked at Li Yuanhao and asked if it was true. At this moment, the adorable wife also transformed into a bystander. Watching the two of them, Fang Xiu began to talk about the contents of the letter. Ling Xue, when you read this letter, I'm afraid I'm already dead. Actually, there's something I've always wanted to tell you. Then Shenling Xue went to check Li Yuanhao's pockets. Li Yuanhao suddenly panicked. Investigator Shen, you know me. This Fang Xiu is talking nonsense. I'm really beautiful. However, Shenling Xue had already found that love letter. Shenling Xue looked at the contents of the letter. It's exactly as Fang Xiu said. However, beside him, Li Yuanhao was so shy he seemed to lose his mind. Shenling Xue, looking at the love letter, was left speechless. After reading it, she directly tossed the love letter to Li Yuanhao. She said to Fang Xiu, just because you know the content doesn't mean you can predict the future. After all, this was written in the past, not the future. At this moment, Fang Xiu said, Miss Shen's ability is to control flames. Her measurements are 85-63-80. However, at that moment, my wife suddenly turned into a teapot in Fang Xiu's hands. She said, hubby, guess what my measurements are? Hearing her measurements being exposed, Shenling Xue instantly flew into a rage. Shenling Xue slammed the table and said, my ability isn't exactly a secret in the Spirit Master Circle. Your guesses about her measurements are so accurate. That only means you're a lecher. Meanwhile, Li Yuanhao kept thinking about Shenling Xue's measurements. At that moment, Fang Xiu said casually, Miss Shen, you have a secret that no one knows about. Do you really want me to say it? Shenling Xue said generously, go ahead. I have no secrets to hide. Beside him, Li Yuanhao swallowed nervously upon hearing the secret. Fang Xiu let out a cold laugh and said, Miss Shen, you have a pink envy. Beside her, the wife asked her husband, what color do you like? Fang Xiu continued, Miss Shen, the clothes you're wearing inside are all pink. There's also a pink fox pattern on you. However, before she finished speaking, suddenly dark flames erupted. Shenling Xue was surrounded by flames. She was furious. This was not about seeing the future at all. It was clearly X-ray vision. You're just like Xiao Hao. Neither of you are any good. Facing such a scene, Fang Xiu remained incredibly calm, knowing that predicting the future does not mean randomly knowing everything that will happen. Last night, I first predicted that you would come. That's why I consumed my spiritual energy. I saw the future. Assistant Li's late-night poison and Miss Shen organizing her wardrobe. Hearing Fang Xiu speak so reasonably, Shenling Xue also extinguished the flame. She suddenly felt very shy. I keep thinking that Fang Xiu must have seen more than just this. After all, that pattern was right there. Shenling Xue, whose face was already flushed, sat down and said, what you're saying now isn't really predicting the future. Why not tell me tonight's winning lottery numbers instead? Fang Xiu agreed. He wrote the numbers directly on the paper. Just write down a random string of numbers. Wait for the lottery results, then give a deadly answer. During this time, collect more information. At this moment, Shenling Xue also asked, since you have the ability to predict, why don't you buy the lottery yourself? Have you heard of the butterfly effect? So don't try to use the Investigation Bureau's authority to make any extra moves. Shenling Xue asked, what if the numbers don't win? Fang Xiu replied directly, if they don't win, I can pay with my life. Shenling Xue became angry again upon hearing this. Li Yuanhao quickly advised Investigator Shen to remain calm. After all, it will be discussed tonight. Li Yuanhao also asked Fang Xiu, let's talk about your experience in the ghost prison at Bailu Academy. That haunted house is called Jingshan Psychiatric Hospital. It appeared suddenly. By the time we noticed it, it has already overlapped with the sales department of Bailu Academy. Everyone has entered the psychiatric hospital. At this time, Fang Xiu thought that the abilities of a newly advanced first-tier spirit master were limited. I only need to pick and choose what to say about my experiences in the strange prison. The appearance of the scalpel would cause unnecessary trouble. It's better to temporarily conceal its existence. At this moment, Fang Xiu put down the teapot. He spoke again, saying that this is how the situation unfolded. Because my spiritual reserves are limited, I only used my precognitive ability once when choosing between diverging paths. I saw two different scenes. One showed that Zhao Hao and I would escape successfully through a safe passage, after encountering the bizarre control of dreams. The other led to many hospital rooms, emanating an extremely terrifying and eerie aura. Zhao Hao and I would be bizarrely hunted down by a female nurse to the extreme, so I judged that there are at least dozens of anomalies in the Qing Mountain Psychiatric Hospital. Li Yuanhao was stunned to hear that there were dozens of anomalies. He was completely shocked. Beside him, Shenling Xue spoke up. Fang Xiu, do you know what you're saying? There has never been a place in the world where dozens of anomalies contain a fairy. Under normal circumstances, anomalies arise based on other anomalies. Perhaps there exists the phenomenon of accidental intrusion or fusion. But the anomalies cannot coexist peacefully. They will only devour each other. So there is fundamentally no possibility of dozens gathering together. If you're not mistaken, those are just a group of ghostly servants manipulated by the anomalies. Although they are numerous, their strength is not strong. I can see you're completely terrified. Plus, you don't understand the bizarre at all. That's why you mistook the ghost servant for something bizarre. At this point, Fang Xiu said it would be hard for you to understand what I'm saying. Just report honestly. Weakness and ignorance aren't barriers to survival. Arrogance is. Shenling Xue heard Fang Xiu's mockery. He was furious. Li Yuanhao quickly advised Fang Xiu to calm down. Thank you for telling me the truth. However, the ability to foresee the future is crucial for the Investigation Bureau. So today, I kindly ask you to come back with us to the Investigation Bureau. Upon hearing this, Fang Xiu immediately stood up. He walked directly towards the door, and said that he would leave in an hour. Everyone arrived at their destination. Fang Xiu directly pushed open the car door. He walked alongside Shenling Xue. Li Yuanhao led Fang Xiu to the entrance of the Anomaly Investigation Bureau. He invited Fang Xiu to enter. At that moment, Fang Xiu thought, it seems that spirit tamers also need certain conditions to see the anomalies. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many anomalies wandering inside the Investigation Bureau. Fang Xiu looked at the dim road ahead and couldn't help but smile with excitement. The Bureau of Strange Events. You better not let me down. Fang Xiu followed the two of them down the stairs into the underground office area. Looking at the office area in front of him, Fang Xiu couldn't help but exclaim, I didn't expect the main office of the Bureau to be underground. The buildings on the ground are just a smokescreen. At this moment, an employee walks past Shenling Xue and the others on the phone. As he passes by Fang Xiu, he says on the phone that he won't buy a house or take out a loan. He won't swim or go to the gym. On the other end, they mention a massage. The employee immediately panics and responds, what massage? I'm a serious person. However, as Fang Xiu walks away, the man asked where the massage address was. He also requested to send him a text message. He walked into the office area. Countless employees were sitting at their desks, working diligently. A girl was holding a cup of water, which was accidentally knocked over by an employee who was stretching. The man kept saying sorry. He helped the girl wipe the water off her. However, the girl said, you can stop now. I'll handle it myself. Where are you touching? Fang Xiu followed the two into the waiting room. Sitting down, Fang Xiu said, your office is quite lively. At this moment, Shenling Xue said, Fang Xiu, you wait here for a bit. She asked Li Wenhao to accompany him to report to the director. The sound of the door closing was very loud. He is obviously still angry with Fang Xiu. At this moment, Fang Xiu begins to sense the surrounding things with his spiritual awareness. His spiritual awareness is enhanced with the help of the ghostly blade. His perceptive abilities should also be improved. Fang Xiu's 5 senses are more acute. The range of what he can sense has also expanded. However, he has not yet touched the boundaries. As Wu's awareness spreads, Fang Xiu discovered that the Investigation Bureau had hidden depths. At that moment, Wu Gan arrived at Shenling Xue's side. Shenling Xue said she would report the situation to the director. It was a good opportunity to see where the director's office was. At that time, Fang Xiu's Wu Gan found the location of the director's office. Suddenly, Shen Lingxue sensed something. She turned around to look behind her. Li Yuanhao noticed Shen Lingxue's strange behavior. What's going on? Is there anything unusual in the bureau regarding Shen Yuling's accident? However, Shen Lingxue said there's nothing wrong. Fang Xiu, who was drinking tea, laughed and said that Shen Lingxue is quite sensitive. At this moment, a conversation was heard in the office. The director asked Shen Lingxue, "Are you sure that Fang Xiu's ability is to predict the future? Who else knows besides you?" Shen Lingxue replied that Zhao Hao also came out of the ghost domain with Fang Xiu. The director set down the cup in his hand. He stated that foreseeing the future is a serious matter, regardless of its truth. For now, it will be classified as confidential. We must not leak any information. Zhao Hao must also arrange for confidentiality measures. At this time, the director asked where the lottery numbers were. Li Yuanhao directly handed the lottery numbers to the chief. The chief looked at the lottery ticket in his hand and said, "Guessing the winning numbers?" There's no telling. He had already instructed his assistant, Li Wenhao, find 2 trustworthy people, supervise the whole process, make sure tonight's results are complete. Then the chief slammed the lottery numbers heavily onto the table. I want to see just how capable this Fang Xiu really is. At this point, the director asked Shen Lingxue, "Little Shen, you are also considered an experienced spirit master. From your perspective, do you think Fang Xiu is lying?" Shen Lingxue responded, "If it were false, then he must be an extremely strong-willed liar. Moreover, predicting the future is too easy to expose. Fang Xiumei has no reason to make up this lie to me." At this moment, Shen Lingxue tossed her hair and said, "But I personally think he's lying." Hearing this, the director sprayed the water he had just drunk everywhere. "Indeed, women are changeable," Shen Lingxue directly said. "This is based on my woman's intuition. Clearly, a woman's intuition is truly terrifying." The director also helplessly put down his cup, uncertain of what was true or false. "We'll find out tonight." By the way, in the recording, he said there are dozens of strange things in the Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital. Really? Shen Lingxue laughed and said, "Director Wang, you can't believe that, right? There's no such thing anywhere in the world. Otherwise, even if Fang Xiu were omniscient, he wouldn't be able to come out alive. In my opinion, the strange things in Bailushu Hospital should only be 2. One is the female doctor, suggested code name, Eerie Master. The pattern is to target the nearest person, and each time, only one person is targeted. It won't attack again until it finishes consuming." From the description, "What level is it?" The other one manipulates dreams, suggested code name, Nightmare. The pattern forces nearby people to enter a dream. This subsequently triggers the fear expert. It is suspected to be a non-physical means of attack. However, considering its uniqueness in being able to induce multiple people into a dream simultaneously, it is recommended to be rated as level C, because the White Willow Tree Institute is a fixed ghost domain, and the area is sparsely populated. In conclusion, the suggested hazard level is level C. The director stroked his chin, pondering just how terrifying the nightmare's dream was. Shen Lingxue fiddled with her gloves and said it was just to scare ordinary people. Even someone as timid and lecherous as Zhao Hao could survive the fear by watching adult films. Senior spirit masters are even less affected. Once they know about his abilities in advance, they can take precautions. The level of danger is even lower than that of a ghostly female doctor. After hearing all this, Wang Ju also expressed that she wanted Shen Lingxue to bring Fang Xiu. She wants to meet him. However, Shen Lingxue said to Wang Ju, "This probably doesn't comply with the regulations. What if he poses a risk of losing control? For safety's sake, it's better for the captain or the vice captain to meet him." However, Wang Ju became helpless. The 2 of them are currently not in the bureau. Just went out to track down the whereabouts of the head ghost. At this moment, Shen Lingxue also became confused. Haven't they always had a tense relationship? Why are they acting together? At this time, the scene shifts to the deputy captain and the captain. The deputy captain suddenly rushed towards the captain. Thus, Deputy Captain Bai Qi and Captain Yang Ming began to argue at the entrance of the investigation bureau. Yang Ming was the first to rush into the car. However, Bai Qi jumped directly onto the roof of the car. Yang Ming saw this and told her to get down and not follow him. Bai Qi, however, said it was just on the way. The helpless director also asked Shen Lingxue to call Fang Xiu. Shen Lingxue responded that she would first conduct a psychological pollution test on Fang Xiu, to avoid risks. With that, Shen Lingxue brought Fang Xiu to the meeting room. This spiritual lie detector measures lies based on spiritual fluctuations. As long as you are not sincere, he will react. Every new spirit master must undergo this test. Fang Xiu casually placed his hand on it, indicating that they could ask. The first question is, if a powerful anomaly is rampaging through the city, would you fight the anomaly? 2. Run away alone. Or 3. Save as many people as possible. Run away together. So how should Fang Xiu choose? However, Fang Xiu directly responded, I choose the first option, to fight the anomaly. Yet the lie detector made no sound. This indicates that Fang Xiu was not lying. Shen Lingxue looked at Fang Xiu, wondering if he was truly someone who could sacrifice his life for others. However, Fang Xiu thought to himself, I hate all anomalies. So even if I can't win, I will still fight once. If you can't kill it the first time, try again. If twice doesn't work, then try a third time. Let death echo a few more times. You'll always find its weakness and kill it. Then Shen Lingxue raised the second question. What if humans clearly struggle against the weird? At this moment, a sentient weird appeared. It invites you to join its side, and promises to give you great power, unimaginable rights and status. Would you join? Fang Xiu didn't hesitate to say he wouldn't join. Seeing Fang Xiu's decisive response, Shen Lingxue was directly stunned. Then what if the strange one offers you great power and promises to protect your family, friends, and loved ones? Would you join? But Fang Xiu replied without hesitation, no. Shen Lingxue pressed further. What if your family sided with the strange forces, and invited you to join them? But Fang Xiu said he had no family. Shen Lingxue, still unconvinced, asked, what about friends? As far as I know, you're close with Zhao Hao. He's your only friend. What if he wants you to betray humanity? Fang Xiu replied directly, then I don't mind not having friends. Shen Lingxue was silent for a moment. Then she asked the third question. What do you want to do most after becoming a spirit master? Or rather, what is your ideal? However, Fang Xiu's answer was shocking. I just want to kill all the anomalies in the world. Shen Lingxue was taken aback by this response. The whole person was stunned. Then, Shen Lingxue fell silent. She recalled the past when the spirit masters' minds were twisted. The dark side of humanity was magnified infinitely. The answers were all very selfish and perverse. The same question. In the past, some said their favorite was the bazaar. Others expressed that their ideal was to make a fortune in chaotic times, marry 100 wives. Someone even expressed a desire to become a weirdo. However, Fang Xiu's response made him seem incredibly great in Shen Lingxue's eyes. Shen Lingxue was so moved that she cried. When did such a compassionate and righteous person emerge in the Spirit Master team? A truly great person. If the lie detection device didn't malfunction, he's simply a little angel of humanity. To be precise, it's about winning or losing. Then, Shen Lingxue wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes. She looked aloof, as if indifferent. But beneath that icy exterior, she hid a genuine heart that shone for humanity. Could she be the legendary cold outside, warm inside? In comparison, I feel like a lowly creature in the Zhi-Ying case. Then, Shen Lingxue kept tapping on the polygraph. Could it be the test? Liang Yi is sick, right? However, at this moment, Fang Xiu smiled at me, not only wanting to kill all the oddities, but also to brutally torture my dear wife. Moreover, he can't do it too cleanly. He must feel the pain I have endured 100 or 1,000 times. After the test, Shen Lingxue immediately took Fang Xiu to see Wang Ju. Shen Lingxue handed the test report to Wang Ju, and it was stated that Fang Xiu has passed the test. Wang Ju also began to introduce herself. Fang Xiu is introducing herself. My name is Wang Dihai. I am currently the director of the Investigation Bureau of Lteng City. Wang Ju also invited Fang Xiu to sit down. However, the next moment, Wang Ju was speechless. She found that she hadn't finished speaking. Fang Xiu has already taken the initiative to sit down. Fang Xiu crossed his arms. He said seriously, "Hello, Director Wang." Shen Lingxue looked disgusted. She was quite angry. Wang Ju, on the other hand, looked speechless. When Wang Ju looked at Fang Xiu's test report, she had a look of disbelief. He took out the old reading glasses he had treasured for years from his own pocket, looking at the report in his hands. His hands couldn't help but tremble. Unbelievable. It was simply unbelievable. This is just too perfect. Then Wang Ju looked at Shen Lingxue, signaling her with a code, Xiao Shen. Is this true? Shen Lingxue also understood Wang Ju's hint. She nodded to indicate that this test report is real. Wang Ju sighed. Then she put down the report and said, regarding this report alone. However, in the next moment, she was so moved that she directly held Fang Xiu's hand and said, Mr. Fang, you are perfect, even without the ability to foresee the future. I want to directly invite you to join the investigation bureau. Fang Xiu quickly pulled his hands back and said, let's talk after the results are out. He then thought about testing my mom. Joining the investigation bureau is meaningless. Using my identity as a precognitive. My goal is to exchange my abilities for resources at the right price. Wang Ju saw Fang Xiu's actions, and thought to himself, didn't work. It seems that he might really possess such powerful abilities. Then he asked Fang Xiu, is your ability to foresee the future limited by time or frequency? Fang Xiu began to respond with a tone of mystery, saying, in the strange realm, I traverse between the future and the past, witnessing countless deaths and rebirths, experiencing infinite possibilities. To me, the future, it's just a play that can be casually observed and rewritten. Upon hearing this, Shen Lingxue's expression turned angry. Can't you just say it directly? Why act like this? Meanwhile, Wang Ju looked completely speechless. I can't believe he was fooled. Then Wang Ju said, currently, the top 2 spirit masters in our bureau are the team leaders. They are all second-tier spirit masters. They are about to step into the ranks of third tier. However, before he finished speaking, someone suddenly opened the door and came in. The person said directly, Director Wang, something serious has happened. Wang Ju replied, how many times have I said it? Don't be so impatient when doing things. The employee said with a grim expression, Deputy Captain Bai, he's dead. Wang Ju and the others stood up in shock. They couldn't believe it. Upon hearing this news, Fang Xiu was also slightly taken aback. At that moment, Fang Xiu thought, how powerful would a close to 3 RD tier spirit master be? It's a pity he died, but I could use him. Director Wang immediately asked about the employee Bai Qi, who is our bureau's strongest asset. He is also the top spirit master in the entire Green Vine City. If he falls, then Green Vine City will be in complete chaos. What exactly is going on? Please explain it in detail. The employee also described the scene at that time. Bai Qi found the headless ghost in the abandoned building on the outskirts of Qingbei town but did not inform Captain Yang Ming. With Bai Qi's strength, dealing with the headless ghost should have been a piece of cake. But unexpectedly, there was another anomaly hiding there. When Bai Qi was fighting the headless ghost, he was unexpectedly ambushed by that other anomaly, leading to Bai Qi's untimely death. Wang Ju slammed her hand on the table in anger after hearing this. There's still another anomaly. What is your intelligence department doing? How come there's a strange entity hidden in Qingbei town that you didn't know about? The employee anxiously began to explain. The intelligence department had conducted a thorough investigation before. They really didn't find that entity. It's as if it appeared out of thin air. Wang Ju helplessly sat down and asked about Yang Ming. Captain Yang is already on his way to Qingbei town. At this moment, Wang Ju began to give orders. Xiao Wang, you take Mr. Fang to the lounge to rest first. Xiao Shen, you will go with me to the conference room later. Fang Xiu also got up immediately. He followed employee Xiao Wang to the lounge. At this time, Fang Xiu overheard Wang Ju's conversation. Xiao Lin and the vehicle investigators all went to Qingbei town for an emergency meeting. Notify the organization to prepare 3,000 lingbai and 10 sticks of incense. The office was in chaos due to the death of the white flag. However, Fang Xiu was thinking about what he had just heard about Lingbai and Lingxiu, which were said to be developed by the headquarters of the investigation bureau. I have only seen pictures of them on strange forums. I have never seen the real thing. Lingbai, to be precise, is a type of steel material. It can transmit spiritual energy. It is generally used to create weapons and armor. It can be considered a primary currency among spirit masters. The spiritual fragrance can suppress mental pollution. It alleviates the problem of spirit masters losing control. It is a very precious resource. At this moment, the staff member Xiao Wang in the lounge is very anxious. Meanwhile, Fang Xiu is drinking water. He thinks that the Hell Spirit Master from Green Vine City died so easily. Just two bizarre beings. Even a low-level bizarre being like the female doctor. The skin is as hard as steel. Ordinary weapons can't cause any harm to it. At this moment, everyone outside is in chaos. What should we do? Deputy Captain Bai. Because of our intelligence department's negligence, it led to deaths. Fang Xiu stood up. He thought, our human bodies are too fragile. The margin for error is too low. Even with consciousness, we ultimately have disadvantages when facing the bizarre. Fang Xiu opened the curtain and said, alright, worrying won't help. Employee Xiao Wang turned his head in confusion, but he was knocked out by Fang Xiu with a chop to the neck. Fang Xiu's expression was serious. It was the spirit master who was weak, and it wasn't me, Fang Xiu. Then Fang Xiu changed into Xiao Wang's clothes. He prepared to take advantage of the chaos in the investigation bureau, to gather some information. He arrived in the office area, and overheard the conversation of two people nearby. Vice Captain Bai has such strong abilities. I didn't expect to die. It's all Yang's fault for not going together. Otherwise, how could Deputy Captain Bai have been ambushed? So what conflict is there between the two of them? I heard that Deputy Captain Bai lost in a competition against the captain and couldn't accept it. He lost because of Captain Yang's lucky ability. This ability is considered a passive ability. It has no lethality other than sheer luck. He's always been called the weakest captain by spirit masters from other cities. But Vice Captain Bai is said to be invincible among second-tier spirit masters. How could he lose? When Fang Xiu heard that Yang Ming's ability was luck, he couldn't help but sigh. The ability of luck is actually quite interesting. At this moment, the woman said that Captain Yang won purely by dumb luck. Despised because Vice Captain Bai kept having stomach issues. He didn't dare to use his full strength at all. And although Captain Yang is weak, he's still a second-tier spirit master. At this moment, the man also questioned why the match wasn't paused, or why not reschedule it for another day. The woman immediately replied, come on. Vice Captain Bai is the typical cold, pretentious guy. He wouldn't pause the match in public just to go to the bathroom. Then why not just kill him directly? So he pretends to fight as if nothing is wrong. He thinks no one notices his gasping. But many sharp-eyed spirit masters at the scene were aware of it. You know, Fang Xiu left right after hearing that. What a smelly piece of gossip. There wasn't any useful information at all. At that moment, an employee suddenly entered through the door. Hurry to the meeting room. Captain Yang is back. Wang Ju is holding an emergency meeting. Everyone rushed to the meeting room quickly. Fang Xiu thought there would likely be a lot of key information shared in the emergency meeting. Might as well go and check it out. Soon, the meeting room was packed. Fang Xiu blended into the crowd, ready to listen to the meeting. At that moment, Fang Xiu noticed that someone dared to smoke in the emergency meeting room. Fang Xiu simply collapsed. He saw a man squatting in the corner. The smoke was coming from him. It seemed he was Captain Yang Ming. With such a melancholy look, their relationship couldn't be as bad as the rumor suggested. At that moment, Wang Ju said that this strange code name, Perverted Ghost, the ability currently displayed is to hide in the shadows. In this battle between Captain Bai and the head ghost, due to limited information, he was unaware of the presence of the seductive ghost. Even if he was faster, he couldn't shake off the shadow behind him. As a result, he was unfortunately ambushed by the silver ghost emerging from the shadows, leading to serious injuries. So in the end, he died at the hands of the headless ghost. Captain Yang Ming has dealt with the headless ghost, but the silver ghost is still missing. So we will fully search for the silver ghost next. We need to completely end this bizarre incident, and avenge Bai Qi. However, amidst this misfortune, there is some good news. That means our Captain Yang Ming has successfully advanced to a Tier 3 Spirit Master. He has entered the ranks of top Spirit Masters. The surrounding staff are excited. Oh my, our Tang Master is impressive. That's Tier 3. There are hardly any in the entire country. At this moment, Fang Xiu thought. That means his spirit has been illuminated by over 41%. The luck of the third tier. What effect will it have? At this moment, Captain Yang Ming slowly stood up. He shook the cigarette pack in his hand. Angrily, he looked at everyone and asked if there were any cigarettes left. Wang Ju looked at the dejected Yang Ming and said, "Yang Ming, you are already a third-tier spirit master now. From now on, the safety of Green Vine City will depend on you to protect. Pull yourself together, don't be so down." At this moment, Yang Ming has his hands in his pockets. He is about to leave the meeting room directly. "Then I'll just go out and buy a pack of cigarettes." Seeing Yang Ming like this, Wang Ju gritted her teeth in anger. She slammed her fist on the table and shouted, "Yang Ming, stop right there, don't you want to avenge Bai Qi?" Hearing Wang Ju's words, Yang Ming also stopped in his tracks. Revenge? Will avenging him bring Xiao Bai back to life? Fang Xiu saw Yang Ming coming over, and pulled his hat down, to avoid being noticed. Wang Ju heard Yang Ming's words and sighed, rubbing her forehead in frustration. Wang Ju directly threw her cigarette to Yang Ming. After getting the cigarette, Yang Ming said, "What kind of family does Wang Ju have? Smoking every day?" Fang Xiu looked at Yang Ming in front of him, thinking that this Captain Yang is quite interesting. He can remain calm, restrained, and rational. It's all about the third-tier Imperial Guard business. Yet there's not the slightest sign of a distorted mind. At that moment, the main door of the meeting was suddenly opened. Wang Ju was very angry upon seeing this. "How many times have I said this? We need to maintain discipline. By the way, why is it you again?" Xiao Wan, crying and sobbing, said to Wang Ju, "It's terrible. The person you just told me to take to the lounge knocked me out and ran away. He even stripped my work uniform off." "What do you mean?" Fang Xiu ran away. "All personnel on alert. Find him for me." This is Fang Xiu in the crowd. He lowered his hat and thought, Kai Yun woke up so quickly. It seems my technique isn't professional enough. I need to be more alert. At this moment, Shenling Xue spotted Fang Xiu in the crowd. "How could you?" Fang Xiu was caught, and he was slightly stunned. Immediately, the people in the meeting room surrounded Fang Xiu. At this moment, an employee said, "Captain Yan, stay away from Fang Xiu." Then Wang Ju asked Fang Xiu, "Do you know the charges for assaulting staff at the investigation bureau? What exactly do you want to do? Or who exactly are you?" However, Fang Xiu ignored him, and walked directly in front of Yang Ming. Fang Xiu crouched down and asked Yang Ming, "Do you want to bring Bai Qi back to life?" Hearing this, Yang Ming was clearly angry. "Kid, no matter who you are, or where you come from, don't casually joke with the practitioner. Otherwise, you might end up dead." Fang Xiu looked at Yang Ming before him, thinking he felt a faint yet heavy pressure. Is this the strength of a third-level spirit master? But to me, it's nothing at all. Fang Xiu spoke directly. "You only need to answer whether you want to be revived or not." Yang Ming did not respond. Countless guns were aimed at Fang Xiu. Wang Ju shouted directly at Fang Xiu, "What on earth are you rambling about? Hurry up and arrest Fang Xiu." At that moment, Yang Ming suddenly raised his hand. "You stopped everyone from capturing Fang Xiu. Once a person is dead, they cannot come back to life. Moreover, Xiao Bai has been completely consumed by that strange entity, but I think I might be going crazy. I actually believe that what you said might be true." Yang Ming pressed his forehead. He looked at Fang Xiu with determined eyes. "So, can you really bring Xiao Bai back to life?" Fang Xiu asked directly. Yang understood. "Where were you when Qi Si died?" "I was far from him," Yang Ming said regretfully, holding his head. "At that time, due to a deviation in the clues, I was in the mountains near Qinbei town. If I had discovered it earlier, and gone to the town, maybe he wouldn't have died." Fang Xiu continued. "Alright, give me your phone number, and tell me a secret." Yang Ming was suddenly taken aback by what Fang Xiu said. "Phone number? Secret? Weren't we talking about reviving Xiao Bai?" Fang Xiu responded directly. "I cannot bring the dead back to life." Upon hearing this, Yang Ming's expression also turned somewhat furious. Fang Xiu directly said, "But I can go back to the past, reversing the future." When Fang Xiu spoke these words, the conference room fell silent. Everyone was stunned. After a long while, someone finally spoke up, saying this is more exaggerated than bringing the dead back to life. It's like a fairy tale. He really dares to make things up. Yang Ming looked completely confused. As a fellow spirit master, how is your ability so abnormal? Recalling what Fang Xiu said during the interview, that he could traverse between the future and the past in the mysterious realm. I have witnessed countless deaths and rebirths. I have experienced infinite possibilities. The future to me is just a play that can be freely observed and rewritten. Shen Lingxue was directly stunned. So what Fang Xiu said back then wasn't an equipment, but rather, it was a way of expressing his ability to return to the past, to reverse the future. At this moment, Fang Xiu said, I will go back to Baizaki. Before anything happens, I'll call you to rescue him. So I need a secret that will make you believe me. Captain Yang, give it a try. There's nothing to lose. After listening, Yang Ming fell silent for a moment. No longer entangled, Yang Ming directly said, that makes sense. Trying it out, even if it fails, what's the loss? The phone number is 138XXXX0725, because I'm directionally challenged. When Xiao Bai had the accident, the phone was connected to Bluetooth. The navigation was on. He definitely could have received the call. As for secrets, I'll share a secret about Xiao Bai that only I know. I originally never intended to say it in my lifetime. I was afraid that if Xiao Bai found out, he would go all out against me. But now that he's gone, it doesn't matter if I say it. The secret is, obviously, Yang Ming was very hesitant to reveal this secret. In fact, the competition for choosing the team captain wasn't because Xiao Bai had an upset stomach. It was because I had secretly given him laxatives, but because my ability is luck, so no one has ever doubted me. Hearing Yang Ming say it out loud, Shen Lingxue and the others were stunned. All the employees in the conference room were also dumbfounded. Director Wang was also taken aback. He immediately cursed in surprise. You brat, with your thick eyebrows and big eyes. You actually play such a dirty trick. Yang Ming awkwardly said, can you blame me for this? If it weren't for that bastard Xiao Bai. Suddenly, Yang Ming's expression turned serious. The words on his lips were no longer spoken. He simply stood up, sighed, and said, forget it. Someone's already dead. Let's not bring it up. Fang Xiu directly said to Yang Ming, this secret is enough. Just wait to take the call. Yang Ming heard that Fang Xiu would help him. He was so moved that he cried bitterly. He didn't look like a leader at all. Wang Ju also looked at Fang Xiu when she heard this. Shen Lingxue looked at Fang Xiu with the same astonishment. In this way, everyone kept staring at Fang Xiu. This lasted for several minutes. The atmosphere is a bit awkward. Fang Xiu turned to look at everyone and said, why are you all looking at me? Just continue the meeting. Yang Ming awkwardly asked, aren't you going to go back to the past? We're waiting for you to take action. Fang Xiu smiled lightly and said, when did I say I was going back right now? Yang Ming immediately got angry. My fists are clenched. Wang Ju directly said to Yang Ming, enough. Yang Ming, take this raving lunatic to the isolation room. He's probably out of his mind, almost losing control of his sanity. With that, Yang Ming told Fang Xiu to come with him. The two of them headed to the isolation room. Yang Ming explained to Fang Xiu that Wang Ju must have had her reasons. That's why I brought you here. Don't think too much about it. Looking at Yang Ming from Fang Xiu, he thought that the hope of resurrecting Xiao Bai was on him, regardless of whether it's true or false. We can't offend him for now. Fang Xiu also said he could understand. Why don't you tell me about the head ghost, the silver ghost, and the information about Deputy Captain Bai Qi? Xiao Bai's ability is super speed. He possesses speed far beyond that of his peers. Thus, he holds an absolute advantage in battle. What a pity this time. Time has come to evening. At this moment, the door of the confinement room was suddenly kicked open. Shen Lingxue and the others furiously said to Fang Xiu, Fang Xiu, the lottery numbers you wrote didn't match a single digit. Check it yourself. The lottery ticket drifted into Fang Xiu's hands. Yang Ming saw Fang Xiu being exposed. He exploded in anger and said, I told you, joking with the waiter can get you killed. Fang Xiu ignored him, staring at the lottery ticket in his hand. These are tonight's winning numbers. That's right, didn't you say before that if you guessed wrong, it would cost your life? Let's see how you deny it now. Upon hearing this, Fang Xiu immediately pulled out a scalpel. Yang Ming and the other person saw Fang Xiu pull out a scalpel, and immediately shielded Wang Ju behind them. Fang Xiu gave Shen Mingxue a sinister smile and said, don't worry. I always do what I say. Seeing this, Yang Ming and Shenling Xue both began to use their own strength. Fang Xiu, what are you trying to do? Put down your weapons. Fang Xiu directly plunged the scalpel into his own head, preparing to be reborn. With blood all over his face, Fang Xiu looked at everyone and said, I saw a tale this morning. This time it reverberates. Fang Xiu wrote down the lottery numbers he had just noted and gave them to Shenling Xue, just like before. Fang Xiu followed Shenling Xue to the hall of the investigation bureau. At this moment, Fang Xiu said to the two that a male employee would be answering a call at the corner ahead. As soon as he finished speaking, the man's phone rang. When the man answered the phone, he said, I don't buy houses, I don't lend money, and I don't do massages. I'm a serious person. Shenling Xue and the other person were also taken aback by this scene. Fang Xiu walked toward the office area with an air of calmness, like a wise person. Li Yuanhao, on the other hand, mumbled to himself, did he just predict that? This is how Fang Xiu arrived at the employee office area. At that moment, Fang Xiu said that the man in the middle of the second-to-last row stretching would bump into a female employee. Sure enough, as Fang Xiu said, the man bumped into the female employee, and the man and woman started to pull and argue. It was exactly the same as before. Li Yuanhao looked at Fang Xiu and said that he really could predict the future. However, Shenling Xue still stubbornly said that this was just a reasonable deduction. Fang Xiu directly opened the lounge door and said, the lounge is over here. Fang Xiu pulled open the drawer. Shenling Xue looked at Fang Xiu in confusion as he fiddled with something. She saw Fang Xiu pull open the drawer containing tea leaves and coffee. Before long, Fang Xiu had brewed the tea and coffee and handed them to Shenling Xue. Shenling Xue looked at the brewed tea and coffee in her hands. She looked utterly bewildered. It felt like Fang Xiu was the real host here. Shenling Xue looked at Fang Xiu and asked, when did you come to the investigation bureau? Fang Xiu added a piece of sugar. He directly added sugar to Shenling Xue's coffee. Li Yuanhao was stunned. How do you know that investigator Shen likes to add 5 sugars to her coffee? I told you, my eyes can see the future, and Wang Dihai happens to be free right now. You should go report to him. Shenling Xue and the other person were stunned by Fang Xiu's actions. For a moment, they didn't know what to say. Meanwhile, Yang Ming was driving. At this moment, the phone rang in the car. Yang Ming directly picked up the phone and asked, who is this? The voice on the phone said Bai Qi would die in half an hour. Hearing this, Yang Ming was so shocked that he hit the brakes abruptly. With a troubled expression, he asked, what did you say? He clearly still found it hard to believe. So who exactly are you? My name is Fang Xiu. I can foresee the future. Currently, I'm visiting the investigation bureau. If nothing unexpected happens, we will become colleagues in the future. I foresee that Bai Qi will be killed in a bizarre way in half an hour. You still have time to save him now. I don't care who you are, but you need to know that making reckless jokes can get people killed. Fang Xiu continued, saying, Captain, the disdain is because you gave Bai Qi a laxative the night before, which caused him to perform poorly, but because your ability is luck, no one doubts you. Hearing this, Yang Ming instantly panicked. What the hell, how did you know? I've never told anyone this secret. Then Fang Xiu continued, the white flag is chasing the head ghost in a half-finished building in the suburbs of Qingbei town, but there's another parrot there. He will suddenly emerge from his shadow to launch a surprise attack at a critical moment. This leads to him being seriously injured. He can't defeat the headless ghost. In the end, he sacrifices himself. After finishing speaking, Fang Xiu directly hung up the phone. After hearing this, Yang Ming's expression became serious. He immediately shifted gears quickly. The direction quickly turns. A sudden kill. Yang Ming drives directly towards Qing Shui town. Having finished everything, Fang Xiu puts down the cup in his hand. He thinks to himself that everything that needed to be done is done. Next, it's up to Captain Yang. At that moment, Shenling Xue comes in holding a polygraph. Fang Xiu, I'm going to conduct a psychological pollution test for you. Humph, so calm, huh? In front of the lie detector. Let's see how long you can keep this up. Fang Xiu took the lie detector. He placed his hand on the device. Shenling Xue saw how skilled Fang Xiu was. She was a bit puzzled. Shenling Xue didn't think much more of it. I'll ask the first question directly if. However, the words weren't finished. Fang Xiu then said, I choose to be different from the weird battle. The second question. I will not join the side of the weird. If Xiao Hao joins the weird and forces me to betray, then I will personally send him on his way. The last question. After I became a spirit master, the thing I wanted most was to kill all the anomalies in the world. After Fang Xiu finished his operation, Shen Lingxue was completely stunned. After saying everything, Fang Xiu stood up directly and walked towards the door. They said the test passed. Let's go meet Wang Dihai. However, Shen Lingxue was stunned. She was completely petrified. With tears of frustration, Shen Lingxue looked at the lie detector and said, it's fake, right? It must be broken, right? When they arrived at the office, Director Wang directly said, Mr. Fang, as a newly appointed spirit master, your ability level has already surpassed others. It's hard for me to believe you can foresee the future. Director Wang, there are always people in this world who cannot be understood by common sense. I'm simply not on the same level as them. Wang Ju directly asked Shen Lingxue for the mental pollution test report, but secretly wanted to do Fang Xiu. Unfortunately, she can't beat her. Shen Lingxue awkwardly replied, I didn't write the report. Before the test of the questions, Fang Xiu had already anticipated all the questions. Moreover, the answers were perfect. During this time, the lie detector didn't go off either. Looking at this, Fang Xiu thought to himself, it seems I need to find a weakness for my ability to foresee the future, to dispel their doubts. Fang Xiu directly said, although predicting the future doesn't consume much energy, every time I make a prediction, it floods my mind with excessive information, which comes at a great cost. That cost is spiritual instability. This means I cannot foresee the distant future. The reason I use my abilities so openly is to attract the attention of the Investigation Bureau and get involved, thereby obtaining spiritual essence, stabilizing the spirit. Huang Ju listened to Fang Xiu and pondered how the ability to foresee could lead to a loss of control over the spirit. Therefore, it is necessary for Ling Xiang to join the Investigation Bureau. The logic must remain reasonable. So, Mr. Fang, I wonder what your expected salary is for joining the Investigation Bureau. Ling Xiang is not a problem. The jade bell that can foresee the future is me. I will definitely take him down. The salary and benefits for a 2-term spirit master, and an additional reward each month, besides the Ling Xiang. If you need me to use my abilities, you must pay extra afterward. If it's confirmed that you can foresee the future, I can agree to your request. But as for raising the price, I'm afraid. However, before he finished speaking, Fang Xiu interrupted Wang. It seems you still don't realize the value of foreseeing the future, but it's fine. I've specially prepared a big gift in advance for the Investigation Bureau. What gift? However, Wang Ju had a foreboding feeling. Fang Xiu smiled slightly. Dali is just Bai Qi's fate. Wang Ju was shocked upon hearing this. She slammed her palm on the table. With a serious expression, Wang Ju looked at Fang Xiu and said, you dare to threaten me with Bai Qi's life? Fang Xiu, however, remained calm and said, if you're anxious, you can call Bai Qi right now. Wang Ju reacted upon hearing this, directly signaling to Shen Lingxue. Shen Lingxue walked directly to Fang Xiu and held him down. Fang Xiu remained completely calm. He even started to smile. Just as Wang Ju was about to make a call, someone suddenly pushed open the door. Wang Ju was directly furious. I've said it so many times, don't be so impatient when doing things. Yang Ming, who barged in, anxiously asked Wang Ju, is there someone named Fang Xiu in our bureau? Seeing that it was Yang Ming who came in, Wang Ju was stunned. Why are you back? Bai Qi, weren't you with him tracking the soul thief? Yang Ming, however, looked anxious as he searched for Fang Xiu, and said that Xiao Bai was seriously injured and in the hospital, but that wasn't important. Hearing that Bai Qi was seriously injured, Shen Lingxue thought it was Fang Xiu's doing. She immediately used her powers, ready to take action against Fang Xiu. At this moment, Fang Xiu was thinking it was just a serious injury. It seems Bai Qi has been saved. At this time, Wang Ju said to Yang Ming that he was right in front of you. Just said he delivered a big gift to the Investigation Bureau. and you rushed in to report that Bai Qi was seriously injured. This is truly a great gift. Ah, right. That's right, Fang Xiu really gave a great gift. Hearing what Yang Ming said, Shen Lingxue was completely stunned. At this moment, Yang Ming saw Fang Xiu. So you are Fang Xiu, huh? Yang Ming directly hugged Fang Xiu and said, thanks to you for calling ahead this time. I was able to arrive in time to save Xiaobai. Otherwise, he would have been in real danger. And everything that happened after I arrived at the scene was exactly as you said. Hearing what Yang Ming said, Wang Ju and Shen Lingxue both looked puzzled. Meanwhile, Yang Ming was crying while holding Fang Xiu. Fang Xiu, however, said, Wang Ju, are you satisfied with my grand gift? And you, Miss Shen, stop showing off your powers. Shen Lingxue was furious when she heard this, but she thought to herself, Fang Xiu actually saved the life of Green Vine City's top spiritual master with just one phone call. Could he really predict the future? At this moment, Wang Ju said, if the incident with Bai Qi wasn't caused by human interference, then your ability truly holds immense strategic value. I can agree to your request, but not now. Xiao Shen, take Mr. Fang back to the lounge first. Let's wait until everything is discussed after the talk begins. And you, Yang Ming, stay here. Hearing this, Yang Ming stopped crying. He agreed to Wang Ju's instructions. Then he quietly said to Fang Xiu, I'll find you later. When Shen Lingxue arrived in the lounge, the two of them were also at a loss for words. Looking at Fang Xiu in front of her, Shen Lingxue thought that this person not only knew her preferences, but even saw the little fox pattern on the inside of her thigh. She always felt like a transparent person in front of him, with no secrets at all. However, Fang Xiu remained silent, staring at Shen Lingxue. Shen Lingxue reached for her neck, wondering why he kept staring at it. Fang Xiu felt the scalpel in his pocket. He thought her neck was like his wife's, white and slender. He really wanted to stab the scalpel into it, but unfortunately, human blood is warm. Unlike my strange feelings, a wife is just a wife, but she can bleed too. What if her blood splatters on me? It should be quite cool. At that moment, someone pushed open the door of the lounge and walked in. Yang Ming pretended to cough and said, Ling Shui, could you step outside for a moment? I need to talk to Fang Xiu alone. Yang Ming looked at Shen Lingxue with a puzzled expression. She shyly ran out. At this moment, Yang Ming sat down with a gloomy expression. Fang Xiu just stared at Yang Ming. Yang Ming said flattering, Fang Xiu, you didn't tell anyone else about me drugging Xiao Bai, right? Looking at Yang Ming's expression, Fang Xiu thought, even the director is extremely cautious when facing the ability to foresee the future. Yet he only cares whether anyone else knows about him drugging someone. This captain is quite interesting. Fang Xiu said that currently, apart from me, no one else knows. Yang Ming let out a long sigh of relief upon hearing this. He felt at ease. However, Fang Xiu suddenly said, but in the future, it's hard to say. Yang Ming, with a look of horror, asked, what do you mean by that? Fang Xiu replied, it means you have to pay more. Yang Ming threatened Fang Xiu at this moment. You should be wanting to join the investigation bureau, right? I am the captain. You understand, right? The investigation bureau is very deep. You're just a newcomer. Captain Yang doesn't want Vice Captain Bai to know about the drugging, right? I just want 100 zero coins. Yang Ming raised his middle finger and cursed, you haven't joined the investigation bureau yet. Do you believe what I'm saying? But before he finished speaking, Fang Xiu immediately raised the price to 200. Damn, my monthly salary is only 10 spirit coins. Then go ahead and say it. I'd rather be beaten to death by Xiao Bai. Fang Xiu was ready to shout out Yang Ming's name in a crowded place. Yang Ming immediately stopped Fang Xiu from shouting. Directly depressed, squatting in the corner, cursing over 200 spirit coins. Time comes to the lottery drawing. Everyone gathers in the chief's office. Squatting in the corner, Yang Ming says to Shen Lingxue, can you lend me some spirit coins? Shen Lingxue gets angry. Captain, you get 20 spirit coins a month. I only get 5. Are you borrowing money from me? I'm not lending. Looking at Yang Ming and Fang Xiu, I thought it was hasty. Next time, I have to extort Yang Ming for some money. At this moment, the TV announced the winning numbers. Today's winning numbers are 011211. 717. I saw that the first 3 digits matched. Shenlingxue couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Then the next numbers came out, 1826. Yang Ming shouted, "What the hell?" upon seeing this. Next came the number 27. The last digit was 05. Wang Ju was stunned and shouted, "I won the lottery." The winning numbers were exactly the same as what Fang Xiu wrote down. Yang Ming excitedly hugged Fang Xiu. "Brother Xiu, from today, you're my real brother. Help me predict next week's numbers." Wang Ju immediately began to curse in outrage. Fang Xiu's precognitive ability would deepen the loss of control over his spirituality. It must never be used for such trivial matters. Yang Ming, however, said, "How can this be considered trivial? I would rather lose control over my spirituality than be poor." Wang Ju excitedly grabbed Fang Xiu's hand and said, "Now, the ability to foresee the future must be kept absolutely confidential. Just say it's a perception ability. Fang Xiu, I officially invite you to join the investigation bureau. All the benefits you previously mentioned will be fully implemented." Fang Xiu responded lightly, "Okay." Yang Ming then said, "Regarding confidentiality, Director Wang, how do you plan to report to the higher-ups?" Director Wang also replied, "I will report it to the headquarters of the investigation bureau. I suggest including it in the global talent database for elite guards. The relevant information will be classified as top secret." Fang Xiu, rating, S. Codename, Prophet. At this moment, Fang Xiu thought, it was worth dying and coming back. With the resources of the bureau helping me, revenge is even closer now. Wife, aren't you looking forward to it too? At this moment, Yang Ming said, "Fang Xiu's abilities are of immense value. Aren't you worried about being reported and taken away?" Yang Ming saw Fang Xiu's rating. He exploded with rage, wondering why he wasn't included in the global Yulin City talent database. And yet he could be rated S level. There's something fishy about this. Wang Ju also explained that this is exactly why he should go to a higher platform for development. Strange incidents are happening globally. I always feel like a change is coming. If Fang Xiu went to the headquarters, he would definitely be able to create more value than staying in Green Vine City. Yang Ming looked speechless. "You're so noble. You're amazing." At this moment, Wang Ju said to Fang Xiu, "By the way, Fang Xiu, the information shows that you and Zhao Hao are good friends. He is just like you, awakened and survived in the Eerie realm. I think he could also join the bureau." However, Wang Ju thought to herself, this would not only strengthen the relationship between the bureau and Fang Xiu, but also give them an emotional card when he goes to the headquarters, and they still need his help in Luteng City. This decision of mine is simply perfect. But Shenlingxue became flustered. But Wang Ju, Zhao Hao's ability is sexual ability. Do we really want someone as despicable as him? I don't love him, but I believe there will be a time when we need him. Moreover, as his spiritual power increases, his abilities will undergo a qualitative leap. Let him join. It's beneficial with no harm. Fang Xiu said, "It's up to you." But he thought to himself, Wang Ju, that old fox, wants to use Zhao Hao to cause trouble. At this moment, Wang Ju said, "Since Fang Xiu is one of us now, Yang Ming, why don't you talk about the situation with the pervert? Was the white flag incident an accident, or was someone deliberately behind it?" Yang Ming's expression turned serious, although there was no evidence. "I have a feeling it might be man-made. I once fought against a lustful demon. Although he was completely shrouded in shadow, he looked quite bizarre. But during the fight, it felt very much like battling a person. If I hadn't been lucky enough to kill the head demon first, breaking through to the 3rd level right away, I probably wouldn't have stood a chance. And the other side was quite strange. It seemed like they were just holding back during the fight. As soon as I broke through, they immediately vanished into the shadows. It was as if they were waiting for my promotion. By the way, I also found this on site. I saw Yang Ming holding a black spade A playing card. Fang Xiu also looked over. Is this a playing card made by the spirit of the mind? Could the strange entity use something like this? At this moment, Wang Ju said, "That's right. If this was left behind by the lust demon, it indicates he is likely a spirit master. There is a large organization behind it. The lust demon incident is not simple. Let's remember this for the long term." That's it for today. Xiaoshen Fang Xiu is still a newcomer. For now, you can take him under your wing. You two should go handle the onboarding procedures first. After completing everything, Feng Xiu returned home. As soon as his wife saw Feng Xiu come back, she showered him with care and concern. Feng Xiu looked at the Investigation Bureau badge in his hand, and opened his bag. Countless spirit coins spilled out from the bag. The wife saw it and couldn't help but exclaim, "Honey, you're so good at making money. Impressive." Feng Xiu picked up a spirit coin and looked at it. It turns out there's more supply than demand on the black market. One coin can sell for tens or even hundreds of thousands, and they look like this. As expected of Captain Yang Ming, he can bring out so many spirit coins at once. For an ordinary spirit master, it would be difficult to sell themselves. Rather than saying I'm extorting, it's more accurate to say he's thanking me. I gave him advance notice to save Bai Qi. It's clear that they have a good relationship. As for how to best utilize this 200 spirit coins as a reward, should it be used to forge armor? But the margin for error with the death resonance ability is very high. Moreover, it's unrealistic to craft full body armor with just 200 coins. This option is ruled out. As for weapons, actually, I have a scalpel on me. I don't have a high demand for weapons. Besides, 200 coins isn't enough for something of that size. It's simply not enough to craft a sword or dagger. In fact, pain tolerance doesn't require weapons with high lethality, as long as it is small, sharp, and agile enough to break through the enemy's defenses. For example, a scalpel would be perfect. But as a devil may cry, it shouldn't be exposed. In that case, why not create a scalpel to serve as a weapon while concealing the existence of the devil may cry? There are still some Lingbai stones for sale. Cash out to buy information from the Global Weird Forum. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. Feng Xiu looked towards the door in confusion. Feng Xiu quickly put away the Lingbai on the table. He thought the Investigation Bureau or Zhao Hao would call him. At this late hour, could it be a ghost knocking? Feng Xiu cautiously walked toward the door. Feng Xiu looked through the peephole at the door. In the next second, Feng Xiu was shocked all over. He couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He saw a terrifying blood-red eye staring intently at Feng Xiu. Feng Xiu's figure appeared in that eye. Suddenly, it emitted a strange wave of spiritual energy. In the next moment, Feng Xiu's vision went black, consciousness sinking. It felt like someone had slammed the back of his head hard with something. He didn't know how long had passed. Feng Xiu gradually opened his eyes. Feng Xiu shook himself, trying to wake up quickly. When Feng Xiu came to, he smelled a heavy stench, like the smell of a rotting corpse. He found himself in a dilapidated warehouse. All around were torture devices covered in blood. Chilling iron chains were tightly wrapped around Feng Xiu. Feng Xiu was also curious about where he was. He realized he was bound to an iron chair. Countless terrifying and bizarre things surrounded Feng Xiu, drooling incessantly. Unfortunately, he couldn't trigger the rules. They cannot touch Feng Xiu. In the very center of the warehouse is an old meat grinder. It looks quite worn. Its design is unique. It is facing Feng Xiu. There are numerous dried bloodstains on it. Feng Xiu looked toward the meat grinder. He saw a figure dressed in black. A man wearing a cap. Seems to be repairing a meat grinder. At this moment, the man seems to sense something. His hand suddenly pauses. He abruptly turns around. You can see that he has bloodshot eyes. His complexion is extremely pale. He is very thin, like skin over bone. The man chuckled lightly and stared at Feng Xiu, saying, "You're awake." Feng Xiu gazed at him from a distance, his whole body covered in terrifying signs. The other person had a pair of horrifying blood-red eyes, extremely pale complexion, and an emaciated figure that looked like skin over bone. Feng Xiu looked at the other person with a calm expression. He thought to himself, he is the one who attacked me. The eyes I saw in the peephole before losing consciousness are these. At that moment, Prince Teng's cousin said to Feng Xiu, "You woke up really quickly. You don't look like a newly minted spiritual master at all. It seems you are just as much of a genius as I am. That's truly wonderful. I love to kill geniuses the most." After speaking, he stared directly at Feng Xiu, smiling darkly. After Dai Qi finished speaking, Feng Xiu looked at him. He thought to himself, it seems his ability is related to his eyes. Cursing you Ling, along with his looks, and claiming to be a genius. How ridiculous. At this moment, Fang Xiu directly said, "Cousin Wang Zidong, have you fixed your machine?" Lin Xiang was also suddenly taken aback. "You know me?" "That's right. I, Lin Xiang, am the genius cousin of that useless little cousin." He then hurriedly continued to fix the machine. "But I'm sorry. I haven't killed anyone lately. The machine is a bit worn out. Please be patient for a moment. It will be ready soon." At this point, Fang Xiu also spoke up. "I've heard Prince Teng mention it. So hurry up and fix your machine. I don't like wasting time." The man looked at Fang Xiu, who was calm. The whole person was filled with doubt again. But in the next second, his body actually started to tremble uncontrollably. Suddenly, he let out a fit of extreme madness and laughter. Fang Xiu said, "I have to say, you are really quite interesting. You are just to my taste, but it's a pity that you're about to die. Let me accompany my cousin to the grave." Fang Xiu directly said, "You seem to have that serious illness." However, Fang Xiu thought to himself that his words and actions were chaotic, madness and disorder. It's like what they say on the forum about spiritual loss of control. At this moment, Fang Xiu also smiled and said, "The most ridiculous thing is that your cousin even tried to drag me down with him before he died. His hands, covered in dirty blood, pulled at my pant leg. Do you know how I responded?" Lin Xiang was stunned upon hearing Fang Xiu's words. He was completely taken aback. Fang Xiu frantically described the moment he tortured Wang Zidong. "At that time, I stomped down hard on Wang Zidong's hand, crushing it. I could even hear the sound of bones snapping one by one. Crack, crack, it echoed. The screams he uttered were truly delightful, like the sound of heaven." Lin Xiang, after hearing this, cursed Fang Xiu furiously. At the same time, he pulled out a small red notebook from his pocket. The deranged Lin Xiang roared at Fang Xiu, "I'm going to torture you to death, then throw you into a meat grinder, feed you to stray cats and dogs, and get a new Good Samaritan certificate. Are you scared or not?" However, Fang Xiu calmly replied, "You're nothing but a waste with a runaway soul. I didn't expect such a trivial eerie power could turn you into a mad dog. How worthless are you?" Seeing Fang Xiu so calm, Lin Xiang looked incredulous. At this moment, he thought it shouldn't be like this. He should be afraid. He should kneel down and beg me while crying. Just like those two people I tortured to death back then. Crying and begging me is the only way. Frantically, Lin Xiang directly said to Fang Xiu, "I want to torture you." Lin Xiang went to find some torture instruments. "I want to torture you to death. When you're battered and on the brink of death, let's see how you can still act tough. This tool is too small. This torture instrument is still too small. I will teach you a lesson with the most brutal torture tools." Seeing that he was about to be tortured, Fang Xiu remained calm. He even sighed. As expected, he's useless. It takes this long to choose a torture tool. Lin Xiang was sweating from the ridicule. He shouted madly for Fang Xiu to shut up, while yelling for you to shut up. While searching for the torture tools, his eyes looked like they wanted to devour Fang Xiu. In the end, Lin Xiang found a torture tool that suited his taste. He threatened Fang Xiu with the tool, saying sharply, "I'll pull out every single one of your teeth. Quickly say you're scared. Beg me to let you go. Hurry up." However, Fang Xiu still looked calm. "What about you? How do you want to die? Do you want to be smashed to pieces with a hammer? Or do you want to be beaten into a pulp with punches? Or would you prefer to die by slow slicing?" At this moment, Fang Xiu's eyes were only on Lin Xiang's figure. "Go on, how do you want to die? I will do my best to fulfill your wish." Lin Xiang was also taken aback. Words can't even come out. Lin Xiang was clearly scared by Fang Xiu. He couldn't help but push back. Fang Xiu was also smiling gloomily, struggling to decide. "Since you're Prince Teng's cousin, I'll kindly help you choose a death by Ling Qi. I just happen to have a scalpel. I can slice your flesh off piece by piece." Lin Xiang couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, breathing heavily in fear. However, Fang Xiu continued, "But after all, I'm not a professional. You might die after just a few hundred or even dozens of cuts. I can't let you think about draining all your blood, the pain of flesh separating from bone. I hope you can be more forgiving towards me, a beginner." At this moment, Lin Xiang couldn't help but say in fear, Who the hell lost control of their spirit? You're the crazy one. Right now, I hold the power over life and death. How dare you threaten me? You're wrong. Your life has always been in my hands. Then Feng Xiu turned to the strange being beside him and said, I've seen you gesturing for a long time now. Are you eager to show yourself? The strange being slightly opened its eyes. Lin Xiang, seeing this, fearfully asked, Who are you talking to? At this moment, a distortion wave appeared in the space next to Feng Xiu. And a strange voice spoke, Can't you see it? It's here to take your life. In the next moment, Lin Xiang was frozen in place. Everyone was stunned. They saw a slender arm stretching out from the space. Then a terrifying face with bloody eyes emerged. Lin Xiang was stunned by the bizarre scene before him. Where the hell did this bizarre thing come from? He immediately pointed at Feng Xiu and said, It's you. You're the crazy one. However, Feng Xiu replied calmly, There's not just one here. Come out, everyone. It's time to eat. Then the surrounding space began to twist. Countless bizarre apparitions suddenly appeared. The entire warehouse became incredibly terrifying. Lin Xiang started to feel afraid. No, this is an illusion. This isn't real. Feng Xiu saw that Lin Xiang was scared, so he laughed maniacally with excitement. Just like that, Feng Xiu was reborn once again. Back to Feng Xiu. As soon as he woke up, he found his wife asking him all sorts of caring questions. Honey, you're off work now. I missed you so much. However, Feng Xiu ignored her. He leaned against the wall, closing his eyes to rest. The feeling of being fought over by the weirdos just now wasn't too bad. Pain was adding layers. There was a sudden, urgent knock at the door. It was obviously Lin Xiang. Feng Xiu immediately pulled out the ghost cry scalpel. At that moment, his wife asked him, Are we having guests again? However, Feng Xiu pulled out the scalpel. He released his own spirit. It's time for you to feel the pain. Lin Xiang, I won't fully unleash my powers to take your life, because I promise to let you enjoy a slow and painful death. One must always keep their word. At this moment, both were excited to inflict the ultimate punishment on each other through the door. Lin Xiang pressed his whole body against the door. He widened his eyes and looked through the peephole. Here it comes, here it comes. I can hear footsteps. He just needs to take a look through the peephole. One glance is enough. Just one glance is enough. At this moment, Lin Xiang saw Feng Xiu's figure through the peephole. He suddenly saw the other person raise their arm sharply. Then, with a sudden snap, a scalpel stabbed directly through the peephole. Lin Xiang was stabbed in one eye. Screaming in pain while covering his eyes, Lin Xiang shouted in agony. So painful. Clearly, Feng Xiu used his ability, the power of pain. Just like that, Lin Xiang fainted from the torment of pain. Lying on the ground, Lin Xiang kept spitting blood. At this point, confirming that his opponent had passed out, Feng Xiu opened the door and walked out. He directly grabbed Lin Xiang's foot with one hand. With one hand, he dragged Lin Xiang into the room. Feng Xiu closed the door right away. He pulled out the scalpel that was still inserted in the peephole. Then he began searching Lin Xiang's belongings. I like having a trump card. It can help me turn the tables. But I don't like it when others have a trump card. Feng Xiu searched through the items on the other person. At this moment, the wife also asked her husband, Who is this person? Feng Xiu found some useless items, like a love certificate and a phone, on Lin Xiang. At that moment, Feng Xiu seemed to have found something extraordinary. He could sense a strange aura coming from this item. He was holding a ghostly bronze candlestick. Feng Xiu set the ghostly item down. I think Lin Xiang's status is quite high. Even the Demon Slayer is with him. Although it's clearly not as good as my scalpel. As for his strength, I estimate he can be taken down by me in one hit. Probably less than 2 techniques. At this time, Feng Xiu opened Lin Xiang's phone, and discovered a group called the Guanming Club. It should be a grassroots spirit master organization. It's ridiculous that someone whose mind has been twisted by a strange power would name themselves Light. It's truly laughable. Then, I quickly browsed through the products in the group. It seems that the spiritual incense can only serve as a relief. It cannot completely suppress the loss of control over spirituality. At this moment, Feng Xiu discovered that Lin Xiang had once ordered takeout in the warehouse. The delivery person happily delivered it. Unexpectedly, the delivery person was brutally murdered. A spiritually uncontrolled Jade Spirit Master is even more terrifying than eerie. With the warehouse address known, the excited Feng Xiu has already thought of how to torment Lin Xiang. Then Feng Xiu directly picked up Lin Xiang and prepared to leave. Lin Xiang, now it's a role reversal. I will let you know what cruelty really is. Not knowing how long had passed, Lin Xiang gradually began to regain consciousness. What just happened? Where am I? Lin Xiang froze when he saw the familiar warehouse. Isn't this my warehouse? How did I end up here? As Lin Xiang twisted around, he was astonished to find that he was tied up. The chains all over his body clanked as he moved. However, the next second, Lin Xiang was directly shocked. He saw Feng Xiu wearing a hat, holding a wrench and saying, "You woke up later than I did, but just in time." Then Feng Xiu pressed a button directly. The huge meat grinder slowly started to operate. This meat grinder has already been repaired. The meat grinder has already started spinning at high speed. Lin Xiang directly asked who the other person was. "Who am I? You come knocking on my door late at night, but don't even know who I am." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiang's pupils widened in shock. "Feng Xiu, is that you, Feng Xiu?" Feng Xiu slowly walked over. "Correct. As a reward, I will execute you by Ling Qi." With a face full of excitement, Feng Xiu said to Lin Xiang while holding the scalpel, "Originally, to guard against your abilities, I should have blinded you in both eyes, but I want you to watch how you meet your tragic end. I've told you, your life has always been in my hands." At this moment, Lin Xiang was trembling in fear. "What do you want? I have never seen you. I have no grudges against you. I just heard that you are a newly appointed spirit master and wanted to invite you to join the Radiant Club." "You are mistaken, Lin Xiang. Actually, we have a grudge. Your cousin. I killed him. Don't you want to avenge him?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xiang thought, "How does he know my identity? How did he know I came to take revenge on him?" He immediately said that my cousin was never a good person. "If he's dead, then he's dead. That won't do. A family should be kept intact." After saying this, he raised his arm, ready to strike. "Since I've killed your cousin, I naturally have to kill you too." He spoke and then directly swung the knife at Lin Xiang. Lin Xiang was also howling in pain. Lin Xiang was drenched in cold sweat, thinking, "It hurts so much. Have I been disemboweled by him?" However, Lin Xiang discovered that there was only a small knife wound on his body. Clearly, Feng Xiu had used the power of pain to make it hurt so much. At this moment, Lin Xiang shouted, "Bastard! Feng Xiu, what the hell is on your knife? Why does it hurt so much? You madman!" However, just as the words were spoken, Feng Xiu swung his knife again. Lin Xiang screamed in pain. His pupils dilated, yet what answered him was countless strikes. At this moment, Lin Xiang was covered in knife wounds. Consciousness has long been blurred. Relying on instinct, I asked Feng Xiu to kill him. "Give me a quick end." Feng Xiu also said, "It seems your spirit is out of control. Next, I'll ask questions, and you answer." Lin Xiang immediately replied, "Okay." I said, "As long as you can give me a quick end." Feng Xiu then asked, "What is the bronze bamboo platform used for? How to use it?" Lin Xiang replied, breathing heavily, that the bronze bamboo platform can be used to resist strange attacks. It was lent to me by our leader for self-protection during strange events, so I can break through smoothly. When using it, inject spiritual blood into it. Once ignited, it can defend against the strange within the range of the candlelight. The stronger the strange, the faster the blood burns. Feng Xiu then asked, "How much of your spiritual essence is illuminated? Why did it get out of control?" I illuminated 20%. I was close to advancing to a second-tier spirit master. I couldn't break through to the second tier to illuminate more spiritual essence, but my mind has been continuously polluted. That's why it got out of control. Feng Xiu listened and paced back and forth in thought. Then he asked Lin Xiang, "Tell me about the members of the Bright Club. Their information abilities and spiritual enlightenment levels." Lin Xiang immediately replied, "But the Bright Club is relatively free, so I'm not sure about those who deliberately hide their abilities. For example, I only know that the president is a second-tier spirit master." Half an hour later, Lin Xiang finished confessing everything. He pleaded with Feng Xiu to kill him quickly. However, Feng Xiu leisurely said that there was no rush. There are still thousands of cuts to go. Besides, I never promised. As long as you answer obediently, I'll send you on your way. Lin Xiang was taken aback upon hearing this. The person completely broke down. He cursed Feng Xiu as a shameless fraud. Then Feng Xiu laughed excitedly. He chopped at Lin Xiang, one knife after another. Enjoy the pain slowly. Lin Xiang was tortured to the point of losing his mind. While crying out in pain, Lin Xiang said he wanted to kill Feng Xiu. Lin Xiang was in so much pain that he foamed at the mouth. In the end, Lin Xiang completely lost his voice. Suddenly, Lin Xiang sprouted 4 sharp teeth. Feng Xiu was taken aback by this. He continued to chop at Lin Xiang, wondering why he stopped screaming. Why aren't you screaming anymore? You better scream. Suddenly, countless blue orbs appeared. Like bugs, they crawled all over Lin Xiang's body. Countless blue orbs drilled towards his eyes. Suddenly, the spiritual energy on Lin Xiang erupted completely. Feng Xiu laughed upon seeing this. This is the complete loss of control of spiritual energy. Is it going to distort? Feng Xiu did not hesitate to raise the knife in his hand. It was the first time witnessing a spirit master in action. Just in case, I'll first cut off his ability to move. In a quick flurry of slashes, Lin Xiang's arms and legs were all chopped off by Feng Xiu. Lin Xiang was jolted awake from the pain. He screamed in madness. Then, the intense pain caused Lin Xiang to die completely. Looking at Feng Xiu in front of him, he thought, is he dead? Could it be that it can't even be interrupted? Or did I strike too hard? Just as Feng Xiu was wiping the blood off the scalpel, he suddenly heard a lonely voice. Feng Xiu looked at the already deceased Lin Xiang. He saw that the only remaining eye of Lin Xiang actually extended 4 tentacle-like appendages from its socket. Feng Xiu was also startled by this scene. The 4 tentacles gripped Lin Xiang's eye socket, applying slight force, and the entire eye was pulled out of the socket. Countless malevolent spirits erupted from Lin Xiang. Feng Xiu immediately stepped back. He kept a distance of 10 meters from Lin Xiang. He saw the eyeball completely detach from its socket. The eyeball circled around, searching for something. Suddenly, the eyeball found Feng Xiu and stopped. It kept staring at him. Seeing this, Feng Xiu couldn't help but laugh, saying it was quite interesting. The eyeball stared fixedly at Feng Xiu. The entire pupil contained only Feng Xiu's figure. Countless schemes erupted instantly. In an instant, they flew directly toward Feng Xiu. Feng Xiu calmly observed the opponent's movements. Feng Xiu swung his knife directly. However, it was dodged by the eyeball. The eyeball extended 4 tentacles to entangle Feng Xiu's hand holding the scalpel. Feng Xiu was also taken aback by this situation. He immediately switched hands and struck at the eyeball with his knife. The eyeball instantly bounced up, dodging the attack directly. At that moment, the eyeball suddenly jumped toward Feng Xiu. Feng Xiu realized that its target was his own eye. At this critical moment, Feng Xiu grabbed that eyeball directly. Feng Xiu looked at the eyeball in his hand and muttered, "I've finally caught you." At that moment, the eyeball suddenly erupted with countless ghostly wails. It was clearly using some kind of ability. Feng Xiu was directly hit. Just like that, he fainted. At that moment, the eyeball strangely broke free from Feng Xiu's grasp. Taking advantage of Feng Xiu being hypnotized, it directly sucked towards Feng Xiu's eyes. In an instant, the eye that was attacked was already gone. The bizarre eye transformed Lin Xiang directly sucked towards Feng Xiu's actual eyes. The tentacles of the bizarre eye were still exposed. Feng Xiu only felt a sharp pain. Feng Xiu also suddenly grabbed the tentacles of the bizarre eye. He prepared to pull it out. Feng Xiu yanked it forcefully. However, the tentacles were too small and slippery, causing Feng Xiu to lose his grip. At this point, the entire strange eyeball bizarrely burrowed into Feng Xiu's eye. Feng Xiu also reached out to try to remove the strange eyeball. However, in the next second, Feng Xiu's movements froze. The strange eyeball had already replaced the original eyeball. The tentacles of the strange eyeball directly reached toward Feng Xiu's brain. At this point, the bizarre eyeball completely replaced the original eye. It established a connection with the brain. At this moment, Feng Xiu discovered that the right eye, which had been possessed, could see again. However, a strange scene occurred. The left eye remained completely still. The right eye unexpectedly began to move involuntarily. The black pupil of the blood-colored eye completely shifted to the upper eyelid. Two images appeared in Feng Xiu's mind. First, I saw a dim warehouse with my left eye. Second, my right eye saw a blood-red scene filled with dense blood vessels. I even saw the scene inside the skull. At the same time, Lin Xiang's voice echoed in my mind. The King of Spades didn't deceive me. Flesh and blood, bitter and strange, ascended bizarrely. I've become. The strange Lin Xiang roared in Feng Xiu's mind. Feng Xiu, I've taken your body. I will imprison your consciousness in this body forever. For all eternity, you'll feel pain. However, when Feng Xiu heard the word pain, he couldn't help but laugh. You want me to feel pain? A smile involuntarily crept onto Feng Xiu's lips. Far above you, Lin Xiang said, once I control your body, I will use this body to consume all your closest loved ones, making you wish you were never born. However, at that moment, Lin Xiang froze. Lin Xiang, looking puzzled, asked, where is this? Yet, invading Feng Xiu's mind, Lin Xiang saw countless painful fragments of Feng Xiu's memories. Lin Xiang was completely bewildered. This is not the human soul at all. This is a hell. Feng Xiu is directly mocking Lin Xiang. Is this the only level of suffering? Let me show you what real pain feels like. Lin Xiang suddenly sees Feng Xiu's projection appear in the spiritual world. Staring at Lin Xiang with a manic laugh, Lin Xiang is surrounded by Feng Xiu's power of suffering. In the next moment, Lin Xiang let out his last scream in life. Then he was consumed by endless pain. The spirit belonging to Lin Xiang is gradually disappearing. Feng Xiu's eyes, which were taken over, bled. Lin Xiang is dead. I am now the master of these blood-red eyes. Feng Xiu suddenly opened his eyes. His right eye is a blood-red eye. Mysterious runes appeared in the pupils. The ability of the blood eye creates a spiritual shock upon eye contact. It is a form of mental pollution. It is commonly referred to as, whoever I stare at dies. It can also induce hallucinations through eye contact. Gradually, the red color in the blood eye fades away, until it completely disappears. It becomes a black and white eye. Could it be that Lin Xiang's spiritual energy broke through, and advanced to a second-tier spirit master? Did this cause the blood eye's abilities to mutate and strengthen? At this moment, Feng Xiu noticed that his spiritual energy had lit up by 5%. Could it be due to his spiritual energy going out of control, and all rushing into the blood eye? Then it was all absorbed by me. If that's the case, I can completely grow stronger by devouring. Then I can kill more ruthlessly. At this moment, Feng Xiu also began to think. But how should I devour the spirit? This time it was because Lin Xiang was strange. He actively chose to abandon his physical body and enter my heart. There may not be another chance like this in the future. Feng Xiu recalled what Lin Xiang had mentioned earlier about the spade K. Perhaps the King of Spades played a significant role in this. At this moment, Feng Xiu opened the enormous meat grinder. He directly threw Lin Xiang into the meat grinder to be crushed. Although I don't know who the King of Spades is, I am very satisfied with this result. I should thank him if I get the chance. At this time, a stray dog sniffed the ground meat. Feng Xiu squatted down. I thought that the president of the Bronze Candelabra Club would definitely send someone to seek revenge afterwards. I should find an opportunity to eliminate them to prevent future troubles. Social relationships are really complicated. If I kill one person, I have to wipe out the whole family. A stray dog nearby was licking the scraps of meat on the ground. Suddenly, Feng Xiu noticed a card in Lin Xiang's jacket. The card read, Black Rose Bar. Feng Xiu thought. Unfortunately, I still can't deal with their power in Green Vine City. I might as well look for a way here first. With that, the scene shifts to the Black Rose Bar. Feng Xiu entered the bar lobby alone. Feng Xiu glanced around with a sidelong look, walking leisurely, observing the people here. The people here are also observing Feng Xiu. Feng Xiu walked straight to the bar. The waiter also said, Welcome to the Black Rose Bar. What would you like to order? Feng Xiu directly said, A black rose with 24 petals. Yu Bao heard Feng Xiu's signal. He stopped the motion of wiping the cup in his hand. I'm sorry. We don't have that kind of wine here, sir. However, Feng Xiu said solemnly, What I want is not wine. It's flower wine. Bao Wenyang looked deeply at Fang Xiu. He said directly, "This guest, please follow me." The bartender is entering a code on the password door on the wall. At this moment, a hidden door opens in front of Fang Xiu. The corridor behind the door is very dim. Shen Changjiu also said, "Guests, please go inside. Someone will be there to receive you." Fang Xiu entered the door. I thought this place was quite hidden. Fang Xiu also walked slowly down the corridor. He reached the deepest part. Fang Xiu stopped in his tracks. He saw two tall bodyguards in black standing on either side of the door. Fang Xiu approached the men in black. He thought the security measures here were much better than those at the bureau. The bodyguard signaled for Fang Xiu to stop. "Please show your membership card. Routine checks are required to enter the trading market. Conflicts are absolutely prohibited inside. We appreciate your understanding." Fang Xiu raised his hands to cooperate with the check. Fortunately, this bar only issues membership cards to qualified individuals. Registration is not mandatory. Lin Xiang isn't entirely useless either. The other party checked and returned the membership card to Fang Xiu. Fang Xiu also walked into the elevator. The bodyguard also gave a slight bow, wishing Fang Xiu a pleasant transaction. With that, Fang Xiu took the elevator to the destination. In the transaction hall, there were many spirit masters. As Fang Xiu walked, he thought that there were fewer than 100 spirit masters in the entire Green Vine City. There were more than a dozen here. It seems this trading hall is quite powerful. At this moment, a female attendant said to Fang Xiu, "Hello, guest. How can I assist you?" Fang Xiu's gaze was deep. He replied directly, "I want to kill someone." Just like that, the two of them went to a lounge. Fang Xiu directly asked, "How much is the president of the Bright Club worth? He is a standout among the Second Realm Spirit Masters. At least we need to hire a Second Realm Spirit Master. Moreover, that would mean going against the entire club. We'll need to prepare more manpower. The resources and manpower involved will be significant." Fang Xiu responded directly, "How much will it cost? For experts of this level, we don't take money. We only accept spirit coins or spiritual materials of equivalent value. A rough estimate is about 5,000 spirit coins. What about 10 Guang Yuan from the Bright Club? Although he is not a second-tier spirit master, he is a core member of the club. At least 1,000 spirit coins are needed." Fang Xiu also continued to ask about Li Jiwei. "This one is cheaper. 200 spirit coins will do." Fang Xiu also asked curiously why it was so cheap. "Sir, your question involves some valuable information. Unless you confirm that you want to kill Li Jiwei and pay a deposit of 100 spirit coins, or pay separately for the information, only then can I tell you." Hearing this, Fang Xiu directly threw a bag of spirit coins on the table. With an imposing tone, he said to the waitress, "Just tell me." At this moment, the table was covered with the spirit coins Fang Xiu had given. The waitress said, "Since you've already placed the order, then I'll tell you. Li Jiwei's ability is perception-based. His direct combat ability is low, so the price isn't high. In addition, he is the cousin of the president of the Bright Club." Fang Xiu was taken aback. "Another cousin, huh?" The waiter's expression turned sour. "I thought Fang Xiu wanted to cancel the order. May I ask if you need to cancel the order? The deposit is non-refundable." Fang Xiu said nonchalantly, "I killed my cousin. When will you take action? What will you say if the operation fails?" At this time, the waitress displayed the software for killing. The specifics of the incident are industry secrets, not to disclose. However, you will receive a response within a week. You can also download the software. Stay updated on real-time dynamics. Track your orders. After the assassination is completed, you have 1 month to confirm the death and pay the remaining balance. At this time, Sharon received an order notification. The waitress started checking the order. "Sorry to interrupt, the business volume is a bit high." At this point, the waiter stood up and said, "The assassination failed. We have 2 options for you to choose from. First, we can refund half of the task amount. Second, you can pay more to find a stronger assassin." After taking the order, he handed the contract to Fang Xiu. "All the after-sales guarantees are written in the contract. You can rest assured." Fang Xiu placed the contract on the table. At that moment, a spiritual fluctuation appeared on the contract. Fang Xiu thought that the contract had the power of the demon cry. At this time, the waitress noticed Fang Xiu's expression. She thought that his ability to accurately sense the aura of the demon cry indicated that he also possessed the demon cry. At the very least, he had made direct contact with it. At this point, the waitress also spoke up, saying, "You have a keen eye. This is used to ensure the validity of the contract. In case the customer pays the final payment as scheduled, it makes it easier for us to inquire." Him saying this doesn't affect me signing a pseudonym. I only saw Fang Xiu write a 6 in the name section. After Fang Xiu signed his name, the waiter also told Fang Xiu to take care. "Welcome to come again next time." Fang Xiu walked out of the Black Rose bar. Suddenly stopped. Fang Xiu opened his eyes wide. He wasn't being followed. He was safe now. As Fang Xiu walked, he thought, 200 spirit coins to poke out an eye of the Bright Club. That's worth it. If I had the money, I could just buy the president's life. It seems I need to make money first. The next day, Fang Xiu brought Zhao Hao to the investigation bureau. Zhao Hao directly asked, "Brother Xiu, you really joined the investigation bureau too?" The scene shifts to the director's office. The director's voice comes through. "Now, the bizarre invasion is spreading nationwide. The situation is worsening. The headquarters faces internal and external troubles. The situation is turbulent. Some groups and families are secretly cultivating their own spirit masters. Some even collude with foreign spirit master forces. So, Fang Xiu, what they mean is to arrange for you to be trained in our bureau for now." Zhao Hao was very happy to hear this. "Great, Xiu Gu, you don't have to be transferred away." Yang Ming also patted Fang Xiu on the shoulder and said, "Xiao Fang, from now on, we are comrades. Feel free to mention any needs you have. I'll do my best to satisfy you." At this point, the director asked Yang Ming, "How's the investigation on Spade going? What about Bai Chi's injuries?" "So far, we've only found that behind Spade is a huge organization. It's called Poker. The organization is deeply hidden. It shouldn't be a local force. The roots are very likely over at headquarters. As for Xiao Bai, he's in a decent mental state, but he can't move freely yet." "Alright, you continue investigating the playing cards. Let Bai Chi rest easy. Don't worry. The bureau will rest Zhao Hao. You are still newcomers. Yulin will participate in training first. Tasks will be assigned after passing." Zhao Hao foolishly nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Fang Xiu was contemplating the poker organization, disguised as a perverted ace of spades. The Spade K who knows the method of dealing with the bizarre. This organization is quite interesting. I wonder what other remarkable people are out there. I must find an opportunity to connect with them in the future. The two who joined the investigation bureau have also started their training. On the large screen, a beautiful teacher is explaining 108 methods to deal with the bizarre. Clearly, the two are not paying attention. Fang Xiu has fallen asleep. But Zhao Hao was staring at the beautiful teacher, grinning foolishly. The female teacher's pointer, Hehe, was about to start the practical class. Zhao Hao had a watermelon on his head, pleading for mercy. "I give up. I give up. Please spare me, Brother Xiu." However, just as he finished speaking, a bullet was fired. Zhao Hao's watermelon exploded instantly. It was extremely precise. After training for a week like this, Fang Xiu thought during the break, "It's been a week. When will I get a mission? It's all so strange. I'm so bored." The Black Rose should be giving a response soon. Fang Xiu took out his phone to check. Meanwhile, Zhao Hao was holding a watermelon. He mumbled that this watermelon wasn't as big as Li Feifei's. At that moment, Fang Xiu saw a message from the Shaili map. He couldn't help but smile. "Looks like there's going to be a good show." The Shaili map displayed that your order has been completed. Please pay attention to the receipt. At this moment, the scene shifts to another building. A group of people is sitting in the conference room. Their faces look grim. The room is silent. At this time, a man mentions Lin Xiang. The woman in the ninja outfit has gone missing, and the Ghost Cry bronze candlestick is also missing. The president raises his glass. He mumbled that my cousin was also killed. Then he suddenly threw his head back and downed the drink in his cup. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He smashed the wine glass in his hand. His face looked very grim. He said angrily, "Who is behind this case? This is definitely someone targeting me, targeting the Guangming Club." The members nearby were so scared they didn't dare to speak. You all go investigate for me. Investigate thoroughly for me. At this moment, a charming figure appeared. She directly sat down on the chairman's lap. The woman's figure was stunning. Holding a glass of wine, she sat on the man's lap and said, "All right, calm down now." Then the woman handed the drink in her hand to the man. The man also drank the liquor in his hand without saying a word. Suddenly, the man frowned and stared at the drink in his hand, saying, "What does this taste like?" The woman blushed. She made a circular gesture near her mouth and said, "You are so disgusting." The man's expression turned ugly. He directly waved his hand at the woman and said, "You woman, how dare you touch me after licking someone else's mouth?" The woman said to the man with a playful smile, "Don't say it so harshly. You'll scare him. After all, they are just putting on a show. It's only you who has my true heart." Then the woman smiled and said, "Darling, let me take care of this task. I promise you'll be satisfied within a week." Many days have passed. Bai Chi's injuries have improved significantly. At this time, Bai Chi reported to the director via video call, saying, "I have basically regained my mobility, but I am still unable to fight." Yang Ming was also watching Bai Chi's video. The director then said, "Bai Chi, you should continue to rest and recover. The ghost domain of Qingshan Mental Hospital will have to send someone else to rescue Yang Kuanpeng's team." At this point, Yang Ming heard the director's arrangement. He said, "Yang Kuanpeng is considered a veteran spirit master. Leading the team to solve a sea-level ghost domain shouldn't be a big problem. But what about Fang Xiu? After all, he has been to the Qingshan Mental Hospital. Aren't we going together?" The director also explained that Fang Xiu is too important. Besides, he is also a rookie spirit master. I will first arrange for him to handle the D-level strange incidents. After he accumulates experience and enhances his spirituality, I will assign him C-level tasks. Yang Ming looked at the director speechlessly. "Isn't your protection a bit excessive? Is there any difference between C-level and D-level?" The director was furious. "For you, a third-tier spirit master, there's naturally no difference between C-level and D-level. If you or Bai Chi were leading the team, he could go. Or he could go to the more dangerous ghost realm. But right now, your investigation into the playing cards. The white pieces are still injured. It's best to be cautious. Don't you understand this logic?" At this moment, the white pieces also said to Yang Ming, "Your ability is luck. No matter who dies, it won't be you. Of course, you don't care." Hearing this, Yang Ming was unhappy. A man should experience heartbreak through blood and fire. A sheltered flower cannot do that. At that moment, the voice of the director scolding Yang Ming came through the phone. Bai Chi helplessly supported his forehead, speechless. At this time, Fang Xiu also arrived at Wang Ju's office. Wang Ju looked at Fang Xiu with a serious expression, saying, "I called you here for a challenging task. I won't take on anything unrelated to the bazaar." Wang Ju said directly, "This time, we need you to investigate and resolve the strange incidents in Heishui village." Fang Xiu also reviewed the report given by Wang Ju. Heishui village? I've never heard of that place. Heishui village is a remote little village in the mountainous area of Luding City. Due to the condition of the roads, this village is sparsely populated, so not much is known about it. There is a Blackwater River in the village. Blackwater Village is named after the river. In recent years, many villagers have drowned in the Blackwater River. At first, everyone thought it was just ordinary drowning incidents. But according to the villagers, there are water ghosts in the Blackwater River. They specifically wait for people to swim in the river and pull their feet. Later, even more bizarre things occurred. A villager was originally sleeping at home. When he woke up, he found himself by the river. If he hadn't woken up in time, he would have drowned. There are many similar eerie legends in Heishui village. After conducting interviews and investigations, the Investigation Bureau tentatively determined that there are bizarre events occurring, codenamed Water Ghost. Preliminary rating is C level. Fang Xiu looked at the report in his hand. He fell into deep thought. This Blackwater village seems to be quite interesting. The Investigation Bureau is dealing with a D-level bizarre incident. An additional reward of spirit coins. C-level incident rewards 100 spirit coins. B-level rewards 1000 spirit coins. And so on. And my reward doubles. In other words, once we resolve this water ghost incident, I'll be able to buy another life for the Bright Club. At that moment, the director also said that since this is your first mission, and your abilities are classified, I will assign Shen Lingxue to lead the team. You, Zhao Hao, and a newly joined Spirit Master in the Investigation Bureau are executing the mission. Upon hearing this, Fang Xiu's face lit up with excitement. It's been a week since I last encountered anything bizarre. I miss the thrill of plunging a scalpel into a bizarre entity. Although I have tried to take revenge on my wife a few times these past few days, the gap between us is so vast that before I could even strike, I was countered by her. I experienced death reverberations. It's truly lacking any sense of experience. The director is also heavily frightened by Fang Xiu's terrifying spiritual fluctuations. Even Sha Yi is really afraid. This young Yuling really does seem to be as the spiritual pollution report shows. She is like an enemy to ghosts. At this moment, Wang Ju suddenly thought of something. Right, the bureau has assigned you a partner. They are an ordinary person. Help you deal with some trivial matters, like Shen Lingxue and the assistant. Li Wenhao is standard equipment for the investigation bureau. Wang Ju immediately picked up the phone and dialed Ko Xian. Come to my office. A voice came through on the phone saying they would be there soon. At this moment, Fang Xiu's indifference also spread out. He heard Ko Xian's voice. Go for it, Curson. You can definitely do it. No matter how hard it is to get along with Yuling, as long as you put in the effort, you will definitely be recognized. Keep it up, keep it up. The office door is opened by Curson. I saw Curson, looking like a cute loli, nervously standing at the door. Wang Ju directly said, Ko Xian. This is Fang Xiu. You will be responsible for working with him from now on. However, Fang Xiu thought to himself, as a graduate from a prestigious university trained by the Investigation Bureau, I can't possibly not know that a spirit master's combat sense far exceeds that of ordinary people. Fang Xiu stood up. Su Curson also immediately bowed and said, Hello, Mr. Fang. My name is Su Curson. My number is 1327. However, Fang Xiu coldly walked away, saying no more nonsense. Add me as a friend later. Send me your phone number. Unless I contact you first. Don't message me unless it's important. Curson looked at Fang Xiu with a surprised expression. Fang Xiu directly said the acting was good. Don't act next time. Wen Yan was even more confused. As Fang Xiu walked to the door, he received a friend request from Ko Xian. Su Ko Xian was like the lollipop girl at the entrance of the neighborhood. She looked oddly harmless, but she had a deep and cunning aura. Fang Xiu looked at the message sent by Ko Xian. At this moment, Zhao Hao called out to Fang Xiu, just waiting for him alone. Shen Lingxue and a few others were waiting for Fang Xiu on the side. Shen Lingxue said to Fang Xiu with an unhappy expression, You're really acting high and mighty. A snail is faster than you. After getting in the car, the red-haired fat guy said, Nice to meet you. Let me introduce myself. My last name is Liu Danming. Just call me Handsome. I'm also an old-timer in the Bureau of Investigation. You can just call me Handsome Guy. I am a spatial domain spirit master. My ability is called Shunnying Zhao. How? Hearing this, said excitedly, Handsome Guy. Can you really go with the flow? I thought my abilities were strong enough. I didn't expect you, Handsome, to be even stronger. Lu Shuai then asked Zhao Hao what his ability was. Zhao Hao seemed too shy to speak up. Shen Lingxue huffed and said that if he could awaken such abilities, he shouldn't be shy about it. At this point, Shen Lingxue said, Since I'm the captain, let me give everyone a brief introduction. My ability is the perception of fire-modified chubby guys. I just mentioned it. As for Zhao Hao, he is too ashamed to talk about his sexual abilities. Lu Shuai laughed directly, saying, Damn, brother, you really are something else. What are you even thinking about regarding sexual ability? How can that ability deal with the bizarre? Are you planning to mess with ghosts? Lu Shuai was laughing wildly. At this moment, Shen Lingxue said, Fatty, how do you even have the nerve to mock others? Being able to teleport only 10 centimeters in an hour. Is that something worth bragging about? Zhao Hao also laughed and ridiculed, teleporting 10 centimeters. That distance isn't even half my length. Lu Shuai retorted, that was before. I've improved now. In half an hour, I can teleport 20 centimeters. Listening to the two of them argue constantly, Shen Lingxue was furious. She directly threw a huge fireball at the two of them behind her. The two of them were instantly turned to charcoal. Enough. From now on, if anyone dares to say another word, I'll throw them down. I'll go to Heishui village myself. The two immediately apologized upon hearing this. They became much more honest. At this moment, Fang Xiu thought to himself, was it too simple for the sea-level strange event to only send one first-tier senior spirit master and 3 burdens with no combat ability? Was the mission too easy? Or was the investigation bureau so short-handed? Thinking too much is pointless. He would naturally understand the situation once they arrived at the village. After a while, everyone arrived at Blackwater Village. Blackwater Village appeared before them at the foot of the mountain. At this moment, a firelight appeared in front of everyone. As they got closer, the firelight grew brighter. At this point, Fang Xiu said someone is coming ahead. Zhao Hao heard this and became alert. A foot appeared in front of Fang Xiu and the others. An old man was holding a lantern. There was someone following him. The old man asked, "Is this Miss Shen from the TV station?" Shen Lingxue stepped forward and replied, "That's me. You must be village chief Wang Yugue, right?" Indeed, it was Wang Yugue, the village chief of Heishui village, and his grandson Wang Fugue. Wang Yugue said, "That's correct. This is my grandson, Wang Fugue. Miss Shen, you must be tired and hungry from the journey. Let my daughter-in-law prepare something to eat for you when we get back." Everyone followed Wang Yugue to his home. Shen Lingxue said, "Village chief Wang, there's no need to trouble yourself. We ate on the bus earlier. We're not hungry and just tired from driving all day. It's best to get some rest." Wang Yugue also said it was agreed upon. "It's my oversight. Fugue, go boil some hot water. I'll take Miss Shen and the others to the room." Back in the room, Shen Lingxue also started to take a shower. Shen Lingxue touched the fox pattern on her body. However, Shen Lingxue suddenly froze. Then Shen Lingxue began to panic. "Hurry up and get dressed. I thought it would be better to be cautious outside." Shen Lingxue was also drying her hair. She walked to the hall. She asked everyone if they had noticed anything unusual. Lu Shuai also responded that he hadn't noticed anything unusual yet. Since nothing was found, let's take a break. Let's go to the Blackwater River early tomorrow. According to the data, the strange machine may be related to the Blackwater River. At this point, Fang Xiu suddenly mentioned hair. Shen Lingxue was also taken aback. She turned to look at Fang Xiu. Fang Xiu continued, saying that everyone's hair quality is excessively good, especially village chief Wang. At the age of 70 or 80, they surprisingly have not a single white hair. Lu Shuai also mentioned dyeing and hair treatments. However, Fang Xiu said they don't need to do that. Wen Yan and Shen Lingxue also fell into thought. What Fang Xiu said makes sense. Heishui village is small. Everyone knows each other. Village chief Wang is an elderly man in his 70s. There's no need to do this. Secondly, the hair dye needs to be bought in a town several hours away. It's too much trouble. You 3 newcomers will share a room. It's best if you take turns keeping watch. At this moment, Fang Xiu stood up directly. He walked directly outside. Zhao Hao also spoke up. "Xiu Gu, where are you going? Aren't you going to sleep with us? What will you do if something strange happens alone?" Fang Xiu just walked out alone. He thought to himself, "I'm more worried that the strange occurrences won't happen because we are all gathered together." And the most crucial point that raised my suspicions was, ever since I arrived at Blackwater Village, I found that there was actually not a single ghost here. Immediately, Fang Xiu also used the power of his blood eye to observe the surroundings. Late at night, Fang Xiu returned to his room to rest. I have only encountered this situation once before, which was the oddity at Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital. Because the ghost domain merged into reality, the eerie presence transformed from illusion into a corpse. Could it be that the Blackwater Village is also eerie, and the eerie presence never left? But there's no signal in the mental hospital, and even though we're in the mountains here, the signal is weak, but it still exists. Thinking about this, Fang Xiu gradually fell asleep. At that moment, the time was already 3 a.m. A sudden surge of black energy emerged around Fang Xiu's legs. Countless black whales surrounded Fang Xiu. Even in his dreams, Fang Xiu felt very cold. He also heard the sound of water. Fang Xiu suddenly opened his eyes. He abruptly sat up. Has it finally appeared? He looked around at his surroundings. The bed is shaking, and there's the sound of water. Could it be that I'm on the Black River? Feng Xiu immediately picked up the phone from the bedside. He turned on the phone's flashlight directly. He shone it in front of him. He saw the icy river water rippling. Feng Xiu was completely stunned. This is the Blackwater River. A strong light shines on Shenlingxue. It clearly wakes her up. Shenlingxue suddenly opens her eyes. She immediately stands up. She covers her eyes with her hand. She asks, "Who is it?" Someone replies, "It's me." Shenlingxue's face instantly turned bright red. Shenlingxue looked in shock at Feng Xiu, who was holding a phone. In the next second, she covered her body. Embarrassed and angry, she said, "When did you come into my room? What do you want to do?" Feng Xiu immediately pointed his phone in another direction. He said, "Look at the environment before you speak." Zhao Hao and Lu Shuai were still fast asleep. Feng Xiu also shouted loudly to wake the others. At this moment, Shenlingxue also took out her phone and pointed it around. Her face was filled with terror. She saw everyone floating on the mattress. They were floating above a dark river. Shenlingxue exclaimed, "Where is this place? What happened?" Zhao Hao also woke up and said, "Xiu Gu, what happened?" Suddenly, a shadow rushed over and embraced him. Zhao Hao also exclaimed, "What the hell?" It turns out this shadow is Lu Shuai. Panicked, he hugged Zhao Hao and said, "Where are we? Weren't we sleeping? Why did we suddenly appear in the river?" "In the river? What river? This is totally unreasonable." Zhao Hao also became flustered. "Fatty, don't move around. With your weight, the bed will tip over. Xiu Gu, save me." Feng Xiu calmly said, "This is the Blackwater River. The strange occurrences have already begun. And we are moving to the center of the Blackwater River." In the center of the river, a vortex appeared. Zhao Hao and Lu Shuai hugged each other in a panic. "It's a whirlpool. Run!" "Where do we run to? This is all water, damn it." Listening to the two clowns bickering, Shenlingxue helplessly held her forehead. Shenlingxue snapped angrily, "Shut up. No one is allowed to go into the water." With a wave of her hand, the two instantly became much more obedient. "You said it was fine." Feng Xiu also looked over at the two. How foolish. If they can silently transfer someone to the Heishui River, how could they possibly let you go so easily? Lu Shuai also started to gesture. However, Lu Shuai was instantly speechless. He quietly said to Zhao Hao, "It's no use. We've been rowing for a long time and haven't moved an inch. Is something pulling us underwater?" Zhao Hao quietly suggested, "How about we?" However, Shenlingxue had already overheard their conversation. This strange force can manipulate the river water. He owns the Blackwater River. We must not go into the water. Moreover, despite being the strongest fighter in the team, but the power of the flames happens to be countered by water. It is quite limited. Therefore, I'm afraid we can only protect ourselves. At this moment, Feng Xiu was alone, not knowing what he was fiddling with. Zhao Hao also looked at Feng Xiu. He said, "Xiu Gu, what should we do? This whirlpool is getting closer." Zhao Hao also discovered that Feng Xiu was tinkering with something. He saw that Feng Xiu had emptied his bag. There were now a hammer, scissors, rope, and other items on the mattress. At this point, Feng Xiu had already tied the rope to the shovel. Feng Xiu began to swing the shovel directly. He swung it rapidly with his hands. The shovel was no longer visible. At this moment, Feng Xiu stopped spinning. Prepare to throw it away. Feng Xiu directly used the ability of his bloodline. He threw the shovel with force. The shovel landed right on a tree by the shore. Feng Xiu tightly gripped the shovel in his hand. He looked towards the crowd. He said for everyone to come closer. "Grab my bed." Just like that, everyone's mattresses came closer. Everyone also grasped the rope in Feng Xiu's hands. Feng Xiu pulled the rope alone in front. He led everyone to the shore. Shenlingxue looked at Feng Xiu. She thought about how, in such a dangerous situation, he could still remain calm and make such accurate judgments. Soon, everyone gradually got closer to the shore. Zhao Hao also excitedly said, "Xiu Gu, it has to be you." At this moment, Shenlingxue looked back. She was shocked to find that the vortex behind her had disappeared. Everyone turned to look, gasping in surprise. They discovered that the vortex was indeed gone. Feng Xiu looked at the vanished vortex, remaining very calm. The vortex was most likely the location of the anomaly. But now the vortex is gone. This means he might have let us go. But that possibility is slim. Then there's only one other possibility left, Fang Xiu said directly. The bazaar has come knocking. Wen Yan and Zhao Hao were completely stunned. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone felt themselves sinking. Shen Lingxue lost her balance and fell onto the mattress. Her expression was one of sheer terror. That ghost is pulling the mattress. Shen Lingxue quickly picked up her phone. She shone the light towards the bottom of the water. Fang Xiu also looked over in the direction of Shen Lingxue's light. He saw something resembling tree roots moving at the bottom of the water. At this moment, the river water seemed to come alive as it crawled toward Shen Lingxue's mattress. Upon seeing this, Shen Lingxue's expression turned serious. Her face couldn't help but darken. She gathered purple flames in her hands. She hurled them directly at the strange entity beneath the water. The flames were incredibly powerful. When they struck the strange entity, they erupted into the sky. However, the entity remained completely unscathed, but the flames just now clearly angered the strange being. It directly dragged the mattress away. Everyone's mattresses were pulled into the water. Everyone fell into the river. Zhao Hao and Lu Shuai were struggling in the water. The annoying Lu Shuai, scared to death, was desperately pulling on Zhao Hao. Zhao Hao kept telling the fat guy not to pull him. He kept choking on water. At that moment, a knife hand came swinging in. The person who arrived was Fang Xiu. At this time, the fat guy also passed out. Zhao Hao was also supporting Lu Shuai. He muttered, "This damn fat guy almost got me killed. Thanks a lot, Xiu Gu." Then everyone held onto the rope and moved toward the shore. The unconscious fat man is tied up with a rope. He is entrusted to Zhao Hao. Suddenly, Zhao Hao spoke up, "Xiu Gu, aren't we going ashore?" Shen Lingxue also asked in confusion, "Why aren't we moving? We've already fallen into the water. It's strange that we're still not doing anything." Hearing this, Fang Xiu remained silent. He suddenly turned to look at Shen Lingxue. At this moment, the drenched Shen Lingxue was stunned by his gaze. Suddenly, Shen Lingxue's face flushed with embarrassment. She covered her proud figure with both hands, and angrily said, "What are you looking at?" Fang Xiu coldly replied, "Shen Lingxue, you ignited the fire, but water overcomes fire, summoning the water ghost. Only when your spiritual power is exhausted will he appear. Then we'll have a chance to deal with him. What will happen when my spiritual energy is exhausted? What if the bazaar truly reveals itself? None of you have any combat ability. It doesn't matter, I will take action. I have already seen a glimmer of hope." Wen Yan and Shen Lingxue have also ignited the flames in their hands. Zhao Hao is also showing a relaxed expression. It feels so warm. It's like being in a hot spring. Gradually, the flames began to diminish, until the last flicker of light was extinguished in the darkness. Shen Lingxue was also extremely exhausted. "My spiritual energy is depleted." At this moment, ripples began to form on the water's surface. Immediately, Fang Xiu's expression grew serious. Suddenly, a loud shout caught Fang Xiu's attention. It was Zhao Hao shouting that there was something in the water. "The water ghosts are here." Countless pitch-black, snake-like things spread toward Fang Xiu. Shen Lingxue was also very nervous at the sight. Because his spiritual energy was exhausted, he had no combat power left. Now, all hope for survival rested on Fang Xiu. Shen Lingxue asked, "What do we do now?" Zhao Hao muttered to himself, "Brother Xiu has always been calm. But why do I feel like he's so excited right now? Like a person who has been abstinent for a long time, finally seeing a flirty beauty." I saw Fang Xiu excitedly lift the corners of his mouth. In the next second, he dove straight into the water. Diving into the water, Fang Xiu directly activated his bloodline. In the next moment, Fang Xiu was shocked. Those dark, water-like snakes turned out to be hair. Moreover, they looked very similar to the hair seen on the village chief and the others. At this moment, countless strands of hair tightly wrapped around Fang Xiu's arm. Fang Xiu's expression turned cold. He directly grabbed the scalpel. He chopped off all the black hair. The black hair clearly got frightened. It all shrank back. Fang Xiu looked towards the black-haired figure. "I hate this kind of creepiness the most. Not only are they pretending to be mysterious, but they run away as soon as they get hit. I can't even enjoy the pleasure of torturing a creep." Fang Xiu swam directly towards the location of the black-haired entity. Fang Xiu picked up the scalpel. He thought to himself, I finally found you. All that can be seen is that the black-haired figure is a female corpse. She is dressed in white. Her face is already swollen and rotting. Her features are unrecognizable. She is screaming loudly. Without saying a word, Fang Xiu swung his weapon towards her. This strike clearly enraged her. The female corpse let out a dull roar. Countless strands of black hair attacked Fang Xiu. Clearly having been in the water for a long time, Fang Xiu began to suffocate. But the strange thing was here. Fang Xiu had to kill her. Suddenly, the female corpse reached out her hands and tightly gripped Fang Xiu's neck. This strange force is as strong as a pair of iron pliers. It feels even more suffocating. But that's what makes it exciting. Fang Xiu directly used the power of pain. He swung towards the female corpse. Feel my pain. After everything was done, Fang Xiu looked at her with a face full of enjoyment. The woman, affected by the power of pain, screamed madly. She died like that without any struggle. Fang Xiu also became puzzled. I haven't unleashed all of my power of pain yet. She died from just 2 strikes. Is something that can manipulate river water this fragile? Suddenly, the woman's head was severed. It left her body. Abandoning the body, it fled directly. Fang Xiu looked at the body on the ground in silence. Interesting, so this is the true form of the water ghost. A hair ghost. It fled strangely. Fang Xiu also emerged from the water. Fang Xiu said to everyone, it's a pity we let it escape. Let's get to shore first. Everyone was also pulling the rope toward the shore. Zhao Hao and Shen Lingxue were also dragging the unconscious Lu Shuai toward the shore. Shen Lingxue kept pressing Lu Shuai's chest. She needed to wake him up to save him. Lu Shuai needs artificial respiration. Who will do it? Hearing this, Zhao Hao immediately stepped back in fear. He turned to Shen Lingxue and said, why won't you do it? Upon hearing this, Shen Lingxue was instantly furious. At that moment, Fang Xiu walked towards Shen Lingxue. Shen Lingxue looked at Fang Xiu with a shy expression. She thought he was going to give Lu Shuai mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Who knew Fang Xiu directly gave Lu Shuai a big slap. Shen Lingxue was completely shocked. Lu Shuai kept spitting out the water in his mouth. He still hadn't woken up. Fang Xiu directly used the power of pain to stimulate Lu Shuai's heart. Lu Shuai instantly woke up in agony. Holding his face, he exclaimed, who hit me? It hurts so much. Seeing Lu Shuai awake, Shen Lingxue angrily asked, were you just pretending to be unconscious? Zhao Hao also chimed in, good one. You fat liar, are you trying to trick investigator Shen into kissing you? However, Lu Shuai looked completely confused, pretending to be dizzy. I'm wronged. I didn't do anything. I really am dizzy. At this moment, Fang Xiu said to everyone, I just saw a female corpse at the bottom of the water. Her hair detached and ran away after I attacked it. So I suspect that the hair is the true entity. The female corpse is just being controlled by it. Also, the hair of the village chief and the others is exactly the same as that of the female corpse. We can't go back tonight. Shen Lingxue also said that we should camp out tonight. Let's wait until tomorrow when my spirit is restored to deal with this. This water ghost can be repelled by a novice spirit master like you. So it must not be very powerful. As long as you find a way to lure it ashore, I can take care of it with fire. When Yen stopped, looking speechless, he directly picked up his phone and called his assistant, Su Ku. He dialed Xian. Fang Xiu also said to Shen Lingxue, your arrangements make it hard for me to believe you are a seasoned nanny. At this moment, Su Kerson's voice came from the phone. Is this Mr. Fang? It's so late. Is there something you need? Hearing what Fang Xiu just said, Shen Lingxue shot back. What do you mean by that? Do you think little of me? However, Fang Xiu ignored Shen Lingxue. He said to Su Kerson, notify the higher-ups immediately. Send a special operations team to Heishui village. Bring the highest power water pumps. The more, the better. Su Kerson was also puzzled and asked, Mr. Fang, what do you need the water pumps for on this mission? You don't need to know the reason. Do exactly what I say right now. If there's a problem, contact Wang Dihai. Just say it's what I said. After saying that, hang up the phone directly. Turning to the crowd, he said to rely on the investigation bureau. This big tree can mobilize a large amount of manpower and resources. Of course, we should make good use of it. The Blackwater River is only deep in the center. It's hard to hide people in other areas. So we just need to block the upstream and downstream. We can just drain the river. Everyone looked speechless. They couldn't help but exclaim that it could actually be done this way. Shenlingxue awkwardly said that due to conventional thinking, I subconsciously believed that only spirit masters could deal with the strange. Modern technological methods are indeed more cost-effective than spirit masters. It's more effective. However, Fang Xiu thought to himself that he didn't care about any spirit masters at all. As long as ordinary people could make the bazaar feel pain, he could go to any lengths. The next day arrived. Fang Xiu said to the three who were still waking up, "Get up. Special operations are underway." Fang Xiu put on his sunglasses and said to everyone, "Let's go. Go to Blackwater River." The Fang Xiu group is walking in the village. The villagers look at them and ask if they are from the city. Two village girls look at Shenlingxue and comment that her clothes are really nice. Her hair is so beautiful. I'm losing all the dry grass on my head. Shenlingxue feels a bit shy hearing this. The villagers all have shiny, glossy hair. Zhao Hao and Lu Shui trembled in fear. Their hair was as shiny as the village chief's. Is everyone in this village strange?